Shafsky, I know people don't like you.
He's back. There he is in the flesh. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Joe Shasky has returned to the mainland in with Joe Spadoni. This is the Morning Roast. He's wearing his Giants Hawaiian shirt. You can watch it live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, baby. Yeah, those reads are back, Joe Shasky. How you doing, bud?
Oh, it feels so good to be back. I'm not going to lie. Like, I love the sun. I do. I love the sun.
Does the sun love you?
Well, no. I mean, okay. I've got more zinc on me. But, like, I take a shower, and it's just beads of water flowing off me because of the amount of sunscreen I put on myself over the last couple of days. But let me tell you this. I have missed you. I'm talking about the fog. I'm talking about the marine layer. I'm talking about that cold air when you're walking off that tarmac. Oh, my God. I mean, I was like, I could taste it.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you missed me and Carter and Sam. The weather, I guess.
I missed the microphone. I'm not going to lie.
Okay. All right. Still not us. It's fine. No, Joe Shasky's back.
Warriors?
Oh, well. Hey,
how about them?
How about your Warriors? How about
Jimmy? Oh, my God. How good have the Warriors been?
We've got Warriors. We've got spring training. We got Bob Melvin joining us tomorrow, manager of your San Francisco Giants. We're wearing the shirt right now. So 8 o'clock tomorrow, Bob Melvin, manager of your San Francisco Giants. Can't wait for that. Oh, and by the way, John Lynch speaking to the media yesterday. You ever got this big contract looming? I don't know if you know about this, Joe Shasky.
What's that?
One Brock Purdy is probably going to get paid. Oh, and by the way, since you've been gone, shout out Kelly Clarkson, Brandon Ayuk potentially could be gone, as well as Deebo Samuel. So there's a lot to get into. And
there is a lot.
And now we got two insiders, but like verbally accosting each other at a Starbucks in Indianapolis. What is going on there? There's a lot happening in the sports world. And the All-Star game happened when you were gone as well.
Oh, the All-Star game. I mean, that brings me... Let's just get it out of the way. Should we just get it out of the way? Are you guys ready to get out of the way?
Everything. You've been storing up in this tank.
I have. I've been dying to get on here. I'm ready to talk sports so bad. I was basically talking to LJ and myself and the random people at... Like, it was incredible. I actually had some takes to give out to somebody on the airplane last night. Like, hey, man, I listen to the roast every day. I'm like, oh, my God, an ear. Let me tell you everything I'm thinking about sports right now. But play me the sound like Guru's Gripes. We've got a whole new one. Sam, what's it called? What's this called? What are we calling this?
I don't know. Butcher's Beef, Spad to the Butcher.
I like Butcher's Beef. That's perfect. Butcher's
Shasky screaming. I mean, there's so many ways we can go with it.
Butcher and beef go hand in hand, as I had some steaks last night.
In the words of Biggie, what's beef?
There you go.
Or in the words of Wendy's, where's the beef?
Where's the beef? Or where's the toe? Shout out Chili's.
All right, I dedicate my gripes to start things off, and we're going to get right into sports. I promise you, okay? This is about travel. It's insane. I love it. Don't get me wrong. It's insane. Give me the music.
Well, hold on.
Wait a minute, guys. We practiced this. We talked about
We did not talk about this. I tried to talk about it. You kept cutting me off. So this is what we're getting.
Brought it down a little bit.
What the hell is this music?
This is SpongeBob. Like you were just in Hawaii. This is like a SpongeBob kind of a Hawaiian kind of feel.
Hawaii is amazing. We stayed a little too long for my liking, but it was amazing. All right, let's get into travel. All right, and Joe, okay. I prefer to drive places as opposed to fly.
Well, especially now, but continue.
I just don't like flying. I admit it. Like, I have terrible anxiety, and flying, I never took an airplane until after 9/11. I was a grown adult, and for whatever reason, like, I am like gripping the seat as we're taking off, doing the sign of the cross. Like, I'm that guy.
We're not supposed to be in the air that high. I firmly believe as humans, we don't have wings for a reason.
I used to get that high, but not anymore. So anyway, the point being is that Monday morning, okay, we're going to leave. We're leaving SFO. My brother works at SFO. My dad worked basically behind SFO for the water treatment plant for years. My brother, the night before, hey, don't even worry about it. Well, 5 minutes in and out Monday morning. We pull up, and it is gridlocked everywhere. It's All-Star Monday. The whole world was trying to leave San Francisco and SFO. And normally SFO's in and out and in and out and in and out. It's super simple. We pull up. It takes 45 minutes, Joe, to just pull up at the arrivals or whatever the hell it's called, the departures. It was so gridlocked. It was so bad.
That's the airports for you, bud. My cousin, SFO in particular. You could have flown out of Oakland. You could have.
I live 10 minutes away. Like, and that's when you're doing like 40. I'm doing like 85 in the morning. I live 10 minutes away from SFO.
Oh, I know, but
280 to 380, boom, down to 101, smash, boom, I'm there.
just think all the time you could have saved had you just gone across the bridge. And then I'm just saying.
Oh my God.
SFO's, oh no, it's always going to be one of the more packed ones, and we love our business there because we have Fly SFO, part of our station. So we do like SFO. And it is fun, and they have good food options, which I do appreciate.
Oh,
and
so much better than other
and
airports.
you can use your app when your app Pete's there too. Their
I didn't know
Pete's,
that.
There's they tell you how to do it. Very clutch.
I like that. So we pull up. We got my bag, my other bag, Michelle's bag, her other bag, and then I've got the baby stuff. So we've got this baby like carry-on Rambo belt
bags on
thing
bags
that she's
on
got,
bags. Yeah.
and then we've got this
your bag
other thing
alert.
that he's going to sleep in. So we're going to check all this stuff in. My God, I go to Michelle as her uncle's in my truck. I'm like, Michelle, did we get everything out of the truck? Did we get everything out? And she's so overwhelmed by the crowd. She goes, I think so. Michelle, are you sure? Did we get everything out of the truck? Yeah. All right, Uncle Ted, thank you. I love you. I really appreciate it. We'll see you in about 10, 11 days. He takes off. I turn. She goes, oh, the baby's car seat.
Oh no.
It's so good. And I'm like, and now, again, my anxiety, I'm the guy that has to sit there, and I would rather sit and wait at the gate for an hour early than to be like, walking in as the plane's taking off. I'm just not that kind of guy. I like to be early.
All right, if you're just joining us here, Joe Shasky is back in studio. I'm Joe Spadoni. We got Carter in the back.
I'm going to be
Sam
quicker.
Lubman in the back. No, it's okay. Shasky just came back from his first ever trip to Hawaii. He went to Maui. He went to Kauai. He's very excited about it.
I am.
He is telling us about this journey that he went on, and it started at San Francisco's International Airport.
And here's the thing, like we went to go spread my dad's ashes, so we had good intentions on this entire trip. I would hope so. I get there,
Yeah.
and bag drop is just like, you would have thought we were trying to get into the most exclusive club in America at 2 a.m, and we're a bunch of schleppers. I'm like, what are we doing?
Schleppers.
Yeah, what do we do? Can I just drop these bags off? And to get a boarding pass for the little guy was a nightmare. I had to show a birth certificate. I had to show this. I go, what are we doing, United? Like, he's won. Why do I need all of this documentation to just get a baby on an airplane?
Well, to make sure that you're not taking a baby that doesn't belong to you.
This
That's why
isn't
they do
snakes
that.
on an airplane. Come on, what are we doing? And then TSA pre-check. I pay, and I did the whole thing on TSA pre-check. The TSA pre-check line was longer than the regular line. What am I paying for?
You gotta love the irony of that one.
What am I paying for? What?
As someone that doesn't have TSA pre-check, that actually makes me feel great watching all these people that thought they were all high and mighty. Oh, I thought about it ahead of time. Oh, really?
For once the little guy gets a win,
That's
let's
right,
go.
baby.
Guy? What about the prepared person? What about the individual who's a great citizen that got approved by TSA who doesn't have to take his
Does
shoes
that
off?
mean you're a great citizen?
The fact that
point
there's
of
a
that?
hierarchy just to get through an airport
You
is
are an elite
ridiculous.
citizen. You could go through security
Exactly.
faster.
I've been pre-checked by the government to make sure, so I don't take my shoes off. So when I'm holding my one-year-old,
this government
Isn't
says you're good.
there's like 3 different ones. So there's the regular one, there's the pre-check. Isn't there something called Clear that is different
is Clear.
too? What is
Clear
that?
sucks.
What is that though?
Clear's charging me $150.
Yeah, it's
And-
$180 a year, and you get to pay to skip the line. I have it. It's a waste.
So
of
wait,
money.
why couldn't you do that?
Because I don't want to pay $180 for the one time a year I fly.
How much are you spending for TSA pre-check?
I think it's like $40 for a lifetime or something
But
like
at this
that.
point, if time is of the essence,
I could
what's
be
an-
wrong.
What's an extra 140 is what I'm saying.
The
If you
people who
just
have
want
money.
both. The people who have both are the real winners. Then you really can
like
skip the
Carter
line.
over here. Yes.
Which brings me to the gate. We get to the gate, and I love how they have it set up to where veterans get to go on, the disabled individuals get to go on.
Pregnant.
Because like those people,
If you're pregnant, yeah.
yeah, they should-
Or if you're the husband of the pregnant woman is the clutch one.
and under 2. So we were like,
Nice.
like priority. So we got to go on, but like once you get in, you're charging me $1 bazillion to fly anywhere. And then you're going to squeeze me for another $8 for Wi-Fi. I mean, really, up yours.
That is
Seriously.
actually paying for Wi-Fi on a
It's
plane
ridiculous.
should be a crime.
It's
That's actually
only $25.
ridiculous.
How come I could pay for a coffee for $3 and get free Wi-Fi? And I can't get
Well-
from Southwest, Hawaiian, United, Delta. You can $8 for Wi-Fi in the modern era? It's absurd. Just bake it into the ticket cost.
Was iMessage free though?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Text
Because it never works when you're on when you're on the tarmac, the phone just all of a sudden dies. It's like they put like a lead thing, like you're Superman, in this like lead building, and all your superpowers go away, and your phone's useless.
Clearly, you don't have Xfinity Mobile because with Xfinity, the future
I'd be
starts
texting
now.
all the time on the plane.
That's right.
Did
I'm
you
not
have these
done.
little TVs on the back of the seat?
Yeah, they had little TVs on the back of the
Okay,
seat.
so he's got that.
On the way over there, we had all these miles. I mean, we've been using this credit card for 20 years, so we had miles. We don't go anywhere. So we're going to
Story's
get
got miles.
business class seats. Like, it's the first class, right? LJ, on the way over there, it was a 5.5-hour flight. He is losing his mind. And my anxiety kicks in, and I feel I'm like, oh my God, all the highbrow people in business class are looking at us. I'm like, LJ, relax,
It's okay.
come on.
You know what? Kids, like,
It was so bad.
if you're
I
not
love them.
traveling as like a single individual or with a family with no kids, it's on you if you don't have noise canceling headphones at this point.
Really?
If you're on a
Okay,
plane.
so
no,
'cause
it's
I
on
felt
them.
awful.
It's
They're
really
so
on
easy
them.
to get
I
to.
apologize
Very
to
easy.
everyone. And they're like, no, he's
Never
adorable. And I'm
apologize.
like,
Never apologize for your kid being a literal kid. Like I will.
I
Never,
agree, but
I will never force other.
But I don't
people
want to ruin it. Here's the other thing. I
I'm
also
also a
don't want
parent.
to ruin others' experiences.
Well, that's their fault. Again, like
It's just a flight to Hawaii. It's
Exactly.
It's not like it's not like you're ruining a Disneyland experience.
but here's the big problem I have. Air flights. I should not feel ashamed if I have to use the restroom. Okay? I get up like, I'm sorry, I have to go. Excuse me, let me get to the front.
How many
And you're
people are
like
you apologizing to?
squeezing through like I'm on a packed 38 bus on Geary. Like, excuse me, gotta get through. I shouldn't
Like
feel
you're an
ashamed
anchovy.
going to the bathroom.
going to the Krusty
You
Krab.
guys do it. Carter, how do you even fit? Carter's 6'8". How, like, I'm not trying to put your weight out there, but Carter, how do you even fit in these tiny
He's
little
slender.
stalls?
I have to sit in emergency exit or first class. I can't.
Do they just
yeah.
open the window and you just go right out the window? You're
Yeah,
so big.
exactly. I mean, everyone just avoids me.
It's insane how tiny these spaces are. Look, I understand we're trying to cram as many people like a sardine into a can as possible to make these flights. We've got to widen the lanes and we've got to make bigger bathrooms. I mean, it's 2025, people. We're paying outrageous prices. Planes are falling apart left and right. Upgrade these bad boys.
Joe Shasky's back. We're doing butcher beefs right now. He has some beef.
And then we're going to get into sports.
We have some beef with his trip to Hawaii, apparently. He comes back and his first thing he wants to do come from Hawaii is complain.
We haven't even gotten to the island yet, so like that's the
island
next
was
chapter,
amazing.
right?
This trip of a lifetime. It's just getting there and coming home is just awful. Turbulence is the worst. And as someone who is scared to death of dying in the air for some reason,
Scared to death of dying is a hilarious
I
thing.
am.
I mean, you have good reasons these days.
exactly. Every time
We
I
don't
open
wanna
my
laugh
phone,
at it,
a
but you-
plane is like smoking.
You have to laugh at the absurdity of just everything that's happening in life right now. So, yes, we're laughing at the absurdity of it, not the actual.
The
Turbulence
alternative ain't much better.
scares me to death. It's like, and you're like this, and I'm looking around, I'm doing more signs of the cross. I felt like I prayed more in the 5 hours to and from, back and forth, than I have in the last 10
I'm
years.
picturing you like Robin Williams in Hook when he's like going
Yes.
on the flight to London for the first time. And it's ironic. Have you ever seen Hook? It's Peter Pan when he grows up and he's no longer a kid and he's scared of flying. So it's funny. And I picture you
I am too.
gripping to that
I am
seat.
too. Yes,
Just,
I was
yeah.
white knuckling it, and I'm already white. and then we'll get to the rental car situation. Okay. Now they had nice little like caravans to go to and from the rental. What are you typing? I rented this car months ago. I wait in line forever.
Was it the Honolulu airport that you flight into?
No, this is in Maui, and then again in Kauai. What
like the
are
little
you
Kauai
typing?
airport.
It's like a movie. They're literally sitting there typing and typing and typing. What are you typing? I rented a car months ago.
Probably
Go with Hertz.
I wanted a
Probably
Kia
your
or
name.
whatever the hell you had, a Malibu. They're all owned by like one company, by the way. They just have different names. What are you typing? What? Hand me my keys. I'm ready to go. I want to drive off this property. What are you typing? Am I the only one that does this?
I
don't really rent cars,
I don't rent a
so-
car either, really. Generally, I know people wherever I'm going, so they pick me up. So I've never just it's a flex.
All right, I'll end it on this.
Real quick,
I know people.
The Kauai airport. Did you feel like you were at Jurassic Park when you got there? A little bit,
Oh, yeah,
because it's tiny. It's almost like the Burbank one. It's like rinky dink. It's very tiny. But I felt like I was literally when I got out of the terminal, I was in Jurassic Park.
Well, that's where they
100%,
filmed
yeah.
Jurassic Park. So
Well,
It
no,
is,
that was
yes.
that was not Oahu. They filmed
Look
it
at
there.
well, I thought it was
Different-
Kauai. They're same.
Different islands.
Maui is
They have
amazing.
jungles.
Maui is amazing.
It's our site B.
It was the
Lost.
trip of a lifetime. I love my family. It was one of the most. I got a Grateful Dead shirt in honor of my dad that happened to be there in
Oh,
a
that's
window.
awesome. I see it.
Yeah, it's
Nice.
really cool. You know, he's a big Deadhead. And so, look, I appreciate the audience because I know that you guys tap in every single day and you want to hear us. You know, and I haven't been here for the last week and a half. Just thank you. Thank you for sticking around with us. And let's freaking rock and roll. Are you ready to get into some real sports talk? Jimmy Butler. How many times in the last 2 weeks has Mark Willard said, well, I mean, I just didn't know he was this good. It's like, Mark, we all knew he was this good. He dragged 2 different crap teams to the finals. Jimmy Butler is a freaking stud. He's such a stud. Warrior fans have been dying to get Steph Curry some help for years. And finally, we got an A1 alpha an A1 alpha. He scored 6 points the other day. You blew out the Hornets. They had no chance. It's the most fun basketball we've seen in, I would argue, 3 years. God, Jimmy Butler's amazing.
Shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. I would like for us to find the audio of when I brought up Jimmy Butler when everyone thought that they were going to get Kevin Durant and you were dejected. And I said, how about Jimmy Butler if Durant doesn't work out? Go find that audio, Sam.
I pivoted.
Yeah, I know you did. But I want the audio of Wednesday when I was the only one that had Jimmy's back at the station. Everyone else thought it was a bad idea.
They called you a madman.
They did.
Look, when I watch, I gotta get. I pull up to the bar and I'm sitting with my cousin. I got the little guys Friday. Warriors are playing the Kings, and I'm like, my God, they flipped the switch.
What were you eating?
What
were you eating?
I had fish tacos. They're incredible.
Okay, there we go.
Just absolutely incredible.
Did you have any like the mocktails there, like some like pineapple juice? What were you drinking?
No, actually, I had more alcoholic beverages on this trip than I have in the last since I stopped drinking.
For you.
I think I had 6 in total.
What'd you get? Any like
Mai Tais, dude. I got loaded on Friday. I had 1.5 Mai Tais and I was tanked. And the guy's like, "Yeah, we topped that off for you, bro. I could tell you needed one." It was great. But I gotta say, I'm watching the Warriors defense.
Top that off for you.
They're closing out, and their ability to scramble in the half court where does this defense come from? Pods is playing out of his mind. Pods, I owe you an apology. No, I really do. I was really harsh on this guy. He sat for about 11, 12 games. He's come back. He's been dynamic. Moses Moody has made the most of his opportunities. I mean, he is a testament to just putting your head down and working hard. I'm so happy for him. And then the suspendables. Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler. These two, I mean, I'm in love. I'm in love with Jimmy Butler. Are you not?
That's a drop right there.
I haven't loved a number 10 in a Giants uniform or a Niner uniform or a Warrior uniform since Jimmy G 2018, 2017.
Which is insane to say.
Jimmy Butler in that number 10, it just looks like he was born to be a Warrior.
James Butler III. Joe Shasky's going to get his jersey ASAP as he's back in the mainland.
God, I'm so pumped.
He's tanned. He's ready to go. He's excited. We have a lot to get into. We have a lot of catch up to do as well, Joe Shasky. A lot happened while you were gone. And again, John Lynch spoke to the media yesterday. We got Niners. We got Warriors. They're taking on the Orlando Magic. Will we see Jonathan Kuminga? Probably not today, but at some point in this trip, we're going to see Jonathan Kuminga. And how's it going to look when he does come back? Warriors Magic tonight, right here on 95.7 The Game. I should say this afternoon, really, because tip-off is at 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Right here on 95.7 The Game is Warriors live. Yeah, I do. It's the best.
It's the best.
I honestly wish they could play at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock every single day, even just local time. It's never going to happen. But selfishly, that is what I want because staying up till 9:30 and 10 o'clock, it's tough sometimes at this shift. But we got Magic, we got Warriors, 4 o'clock. Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner coming off a 40-point loss to Ty Jerome and them boys of the Cleveland Cavaliers, Joe Shasky. They're going to be up for this game. I know the Warriors are going to be up for this game. Are you going to be up for it? We got all that coming up next, and it's going to be brought to you by Public Market Emeryville.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
The drive falling away. Won't go. Rebound taken by Iguodala. They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it. Curry way downtown. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot from Curry! With 0.6 of a second remaining.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
We already did edit it, Joe. We got to edit it again. Mike Breen on the call there, ESPN. Double bang, 9 years ago today, Joe Shasky.
That sounds so gratuitous.
Right? It's relax.
I mean, what
get your mind out of the gutter. All right? I know you're feeling good. Come back from Hawaii. Okay, you're nice and tan.
I feel great.
You look like you lost some weight there. Maybe you didn't, but you have the smile on your face like you did. You look good, feel good, play good, Joe.
I feel great.
You do, and you wax poetically about your trip. If you missed it last segment, Joe Shasky is back from Hawaii. He's very excited. He's in love with Jimmy Butler. He has a lot of thoughts on the 49ers. He has a lot of thoughts on I'm sure, Bryce Eldridge. Hey, don't trade him. If you want Vlad Jr., you can't trade Bryce, right? You're in that camp.
Of course.
But we can trade Bryce if we're getting Vlad Jr. We'll get into that at some point, maybe tomorrow or today. And by the way, tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff, Joe Shasky. When you heard that call just now on the rejoin, it takes you back, doesn't it? 9 years ago, when the vibes were at an all-time high with the Golden State Warriors, they were trying to go back-to-back, had one of the greatest, well, they did have the greatest regular season we've ever seen. We know how it ended, 3-1. We don't need to get into that. But for that moment, in that game, against that team, against Kevin Durant, against Russell Westbrook, against Billy Donovan, your boy Billy Donovan, I know, all those players, is that still the signature shot for Steph Curry in his career?
Probably.
I go to that Paris one, actually, is probably up there, too, recently.
It's interesting that you bring that up, because I was just thinking, that shot obviously is iconic. That moment is iconic.
It's a regular season game, which is, sometimes it's not the case, right? Michael Jordan, you think of the finals, you think of playoff games. But for Steph, for that to be his signature moment, it's pretty crazy.
Well, to me, it's not just a shot. It's the celebration after and the joy on his face and all of his teammates' face. And when I think of certain images, right, when I close my eyes and I think of Montana, right, it's Montana up in the air with his arms up like this, and then he does that fist pump. You know what I'm talking about? Where he almost like a guitar string and he rips it. That's what I think of in that dynasty. Or maybe it's Dwight Clark's outstretched hands, even though that's the beginning of the dynasty. When I think of the Giants dynasty, I think of Buster Posey hugging someone. I don't know who it is. It could be Madison Bumgarner, Lincecum, Brian Wilson, Matt Cain, whoever. He's hugging somebody. That's the image in my head. Or it's Panda, sticking his hands up and catching the ball. When I think of the Warriors, I think of Steph Curry's face and the smile and the joy. And I think about that shot 9 years ago. And then I'm thinking about what I've watched over the last week, which is the joy is back.
Yeah.
And that's the number one thing that I really have harped on is clearly this team is vibing right now. And it's funny that you bring up kind of the shot at the Olympics. I binged on the way back. I downloaded on from Netflix the Olympics doc, and it's called Court of Gold. It's excellent. For anyone that's out there that wants to watch any kind of really good behind the scenes, it's almost like Hard Knocks for basketball Olympics. Mm-hmm. It was brilliantly done. And had they not made the Jimmy Butler trade, I would have watched that doc totally different. Let's say I watched it 3 weeks ago before the trade deadline. I think I would have watched it a little differently. Watching it with the prism of seeing how happy he is with Jimmy Butler, it made me realize the competitive fire. Forget Curry, LeBron, KD, Jokic, Bogdanovich comes off great. Nicholas Batum, all these guys from these other teams, there's 4 different countries that they follow. Their competitive fire is off the charts. And I think when I think about how negative everybody was coming out of the NBA All-Star Weekend, because nobody really cared. And I get that. I understand people's point of view. Nobody really cared about the All-Star Game weekend because the players didn't care. And I get it. And as you juxtapose that with hockey and everyone caring in hockey, I watched that doc, Court of Gold, and I'm like, dude, pump that into my veins over all the other BS. I want to see the best competing for the highest stakes And then obviously you drape their country's flags around them, they're going to compete even more. And I think when I'm watching the Warriors right now, I'm all over the place, but bear with me. As I watch the Warriors right now, clearly the joy is back. They're playing for something. And Steph feels like he got that rejuvenation that he desperately needed. And it feels like Draymond got that rejuvenation that he desperately needed. And Steve Kerr and all the young players feel like they're all falling into place. And so, I cannot recommend Court of Gold, the Netflix doc, anymore. That is, I think it's as good, if not better, than anything Hard Knocks has ever done.
888-957-9570. 9 years ago today, the double bang game with Steph Curry making that shot against the Thunder in OKC, silencing that crowd, has got to feel great. I remember heading into that game, they were 52-5 again. They were 52-5.
They won 25 straight to start the year.
It's unbelievable. 52-5. The Thunder weren't slouches. They were 42-17.
No, they were amazing.
They were amazing that year. And again, go back into 2016, they were up 3-1 in that series in the Western Conference Finals. They were up 3-1, and they blew it. And the Clay Game 6, all of it, it's just crazy. It's 9 years ago. God, it's just insane to think about it. And 9 years has now passed, and Steph is feeling like he has life again. Like, let's call it what it is. This team has life now, thanks to Jimmy Butler, of all people, who sucked the life out of the last organization he was with. But you know what? I don't care. That's what happened there, not here. What is happening in real time, Joe Shasky, is Jimmy Butler III breathing life into an organization, into a front office, into a coaching staff, into the players, into a fan base that desperately needed it. Desperately. I needed it, for Christ's sake.
You know, I know, like, this is our job, right? So we watch everything. But I watch sports because I love it. And I will be the first to admit, I have almost hate watched the Warriors the last couple of years because I'm watching them and they weren't fun. It was like a grind to like pay attention and like.
You couldn't enjoy the wins with this team. This team wouldn't allow you to enjoy wins because they would be grinding against teams that you felt were so much more inferior than you, when in reality, you're actually closer to those teams than you were the top teams in the West or the East.
Well, and there's no doubt about it. And like, also the team, in a weird way, was like telling me as the consumer and the fan that I'm wrong. And it's like, no, like this, we know what good basketball looks like. I think the majority of Warrior fans have a really good feel of what good basketball looks like. And the last couple of years didn't look like that. And for a variety of reasons: age, chemistry, fit,
contracts.
It could be, there's a million things. Coaching, like there's a lot of things. This isn't just about the players. The GM, the team that they assembled, there's a lot of mistakes that this team has made. And it's not going to be perfect. But I'm just talking about, like, in terms of joy and fun, I've had more fun watching this team with Jimmy Butler in 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks. I'm not trying to say they're going to win the championship. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, my God, when they're clicking like this and they're having fun, how great of a watch is it? I watched them against Dallas, okay, on Sunday. They were closing out in that second quarter. They were maniacal about shifting and not leaving their feet to close out to try to defend people. And they were sharing the basketball and they were like passing it around. And I'm saying to myself, this is the basketball that I've grown to love. This whole read and react, I think we've kind of gone a little crazy about Kerr's style. But when it's employed beautifully, it is a beautiful brand of basketball to watch.
Well, you think you're happy
with
this Warriors team right now. How do you think the league feels about this Warriors team right now?
I think they're scared.
Well, no, I'm talking about from a television product standpoint, from the Adam Silver standpoint. They're loving this. They're loving Luka on the Lakers. They're loving a potential matchup between the Warriors and the Lakers in the playoffs. They're salivating at the revival of the Golden State Warriors right now because their cash cow, Stephen Curry, has been on a bad team, and that's just not good for the league when one of the faces, if not the face of the league, when he is on, when the team is good, has just not been in the public eye outside of, obviously, the All-Star game this weekend. And because they made that trade, everyone was talking about Steph. Everyone was talking about Jimmy over this week. I know you're in Hawaii, but that's all anyone could talk about. And not the game being discussed. It was what Draymond Green had to say, Joe Shasky, and wasn't, I think we're going to win the championship. No, I know we're going to win a championship.
That might be a little premature for me.
But that's the confidence I'm talking about.
I love it.
He wasn't saying that prior to the trade deadline. He wasn't saying that prior to the trade deadline.
Joe, how rough of a watch? Like, just sports fans. Like, we know what good ball looks like.
It felt like a chore having to watch a Hornet prior to them playing the Hornets. Like if I had to watch a Warriors Hornets game without Jimmy Butler, it would have felt like a tough watch.
The Magic game a couple weeks back might have been one of the worst basketball games. I thought they were building Mission Dolores. There were so many bricks being thrown up.
It was bad.
It was unreal.
And it wasn't there wasn't star power there. And I know star may be a stretch, but Paolo Banchero, a rising star, one of the future faces you'd think of the league. Franz Wagner, an international star. He was very good.
Yeah.
And he was one of the stars of the doc, right?
Yeah, his brother was crying after the Germany team lost. There's just so much talent.
But the fact that Stephen Curry wasn't a big enough draw for that game and there was empty seats, that tells you all you need to know. And Steph should be the draw still because he's still playing at a high level. Maybe not up to the Stephen Curry of a couple years ago standards, the championship run, but we're seeing it with Jimmy Butler now. He's looking pretty damn good. We could do it on the other side. Mark and Berkeley has some thoughts on your Hawaii trip, Joe Shasky, that I'm going to want to get to.
Who does?
Mark and Berkeley. Not yet. So, Mark, hang tight. We'll get to you through the break.
I love, by the way, it was the trip of a lifetime. I want to make this very clear. Like, I've never been able to afford to go anywhere, and the travel thing was kind of a joke. It was tongue-in-cheek. It's one of the most incredible experiences I've ever been on, and obviously it was like a little bit of sadness that was kind of attached to it, but it was also beauty.
I hope there was some closure for you as well and your family.
Yeah, there was a little.
Absolutely, that's what it should be. By the way, what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Joe Shasky is here for you, and he's here for good right now. Rest of the week, he's back, baby. It's Spadonian, and what's coming up next is more Warriors talk. Jimmy Butler. We're feeling great about Jimmy.
Amazing.
I don't know how we're feeling about the Niners. We're going to get to that at some point as well, and what John Lynch had to say.
Oh, I have very specific thoughts on what the Niners need to do this offseason.
And that's what's coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
I don't think of Jimmy Butler ever as being happy.
Really?
I think of him as being very on edge at all times.
Did you watch the Starting Five doc on Netflix?
Yes, I
because
did.
he was one of the guys chronicled. I like Jimmy came away likable from that.
I think he's very fake on camera.
Really?
Yes. I'm in love with Jimmy Butler.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
You hate to see that.
Sometimes you're right and sometimes you're wrong.
You hate to see that.
Guess I was wrong.
That was the Wednesday prior to the trade deadline here on the Morning Roast. That was our first week together, Joe Shasky.
I also didn't know they were going to give him 2 extra years and give him what he wanted. So I do think that that's baked into the analysis.
Sure. I also said I didn't care if they were going to give him the extension or not. You just
but he did.
Yeah, but clearly he didn't because
No. Time out. Jimmy is not happy currently if you don't give him the 2 extra years of about $120 million.
I'm saying I never believed him saying I'm not coming to the Warriors and signing an extension. I never believed him. That's why I said you trade for him anyways because I don't believe him. I think that's all just posturing from his agency or whoever was speaking on his behalf. By the way, the voice you're hearing, yes, is Joe Shasky. He's back from Hawaii. He's on the mainland. He's looking tan. He's looking jacked. He's looking chiseled. He's feeling good, too, more importantly. I'm feeling good. Joe Spadoni in here, brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We got a lot to get to today. We're playing catch-up with Joe, getting his thoughts on everything that he missed out here currently. But he's tapped in. It's not like he missed anything, but, as one does when you are in this position, even me, I was gone for 2 days this earlier in the week, Joe. I was jonesing to get some takes off, like what I saw over the weekend. And you have a whole week and a half's worth of content built up that you want to be released right now. And you're feeling great about Jimmy. You love Jimmy, according to the drop. You're in love with him. I do. And
it's love at first sight.
Okay, not love is blind. Love is first sight. Okay.
I don't care about his prior relationships.
Sure.
Yeah, I just all I care about is the now.
It's not a 90-day fiance for you right now.
Well, no, because look, I'm not 18, right? I'm a little older. I'm a little weathered.
Sure.
And I don't need to spend 60 years with Jimmy Butler. I just need my final couple of years. We'll travel the globe together and we'll enjoy it.
It's not long enough to consider a divorce if things go bad. It'll be an annulment. It'll be fine.
I like that.
You like that? There you go.
That.
Mark is in Berkeley. He was hanging on tight. What's up, Mark? You're on Spadoni and Shasky.
Okay, so you were in Hawaii?
Yeah.
And were you keeping up with this, or were you shocked when you got back, or what's up, man? I've never seen a team play that good, then that bad, and now it's like it doesn't even make sense.
I watched everything.
They're playing better with the starting team they have now is even better than before.
It's incredible.
I just can't believe it.
Okay, my bad,
and when
Mark.
Kuminga comes back, there's no limit to what we can do, I think.
Well, look. Can we also acknowledge this? I love Kuminga. I do. I'm a huge Kuminga fan. I don't want to hear Kuminga, cry or complain about minutes. Like the vibes are at an all-time high right now.
When's the last time he did that?
No, I'm just saying.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt here. I think he's shown a lot of maturity in the last couple of years.
But you can also acknowledge if he comes back and things start to get a little rocky, people are going to point the finger at him.
Well, don't point the finger at the head coach. It's his job to put players in positions to succeed. And it's going to look different. Don't just automatically assume because Kuminga comes back and the team doesn't, isn't gelling immediately that it's going to be his fault.
Yeah, but I think, I guess where I'm going is,
and you're going to need Kuminga if you do want to make a deep run. Don't get it twisted. If you want to make
that's
a legit run,
equation.
You can't be casting him to the side and say, "Actually, we're fine, Kuminga. You sit over here. You don't need to be a part of this."
Well, let's break this down. That is true. If you want to go somewhere of significance in a 7-game series,
and that is what fans want, and that's what they expect now, Joe.
Exactly.
Since you've been gone, again, Kelly Clarkson, people have now talked themselves into. I have Western Conference Finals.
Okay, but on tonight they're playing
Magic.
The Magic, okay?
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
Right, let's say hypothetically Kuminga is available, whatever, and he plays 26 minutes instead of 34. And it's a clunky 26 minutes, and it doesn't look as good. Look, Moody's playing great right now. Guy is playing great right now. Pods is playing great right now. Quentin Post is playing great right now, okay? There are a lot of elements on this team that are firing at their most optimal that they've been, and I haven't even brought up the top dogs. Dre, Curry, Butler. Butler only had 6 points the other day. So I look at this and I'm like, hey, look, he's walking into a delicate situation. I'm not pointing the finger at him. I'm saying that the blame will come his way if this thing starts to look a little clunkier the minute he returns. And I'm just telling you, there's very little tolerance for this right now. Vibes are at an all-time high. This is the best basketball coinciding with some difficult opponents. The Kings have given them problems. Dallas Mavericks have already given them problems, and they just like completely flipped the switch on them in that game on Sunday. So I'm not saying that I don't need Kuminga. Of course I need Kuminga. What I'm saying is that he also simultaneously needs to, understand that things are riding really high right now. And we need him to kind of just fit in. That's all.
And Jimmy Butler spoke about that after the other game the other night. And he said, you know what? He's going to be fine.
I think it's going to be easy. Hella athletic, can shoot it, can score in a multitude of ways, and can guard. He can definitely guard. So I think he's going to come back and do what he's been doing. My job is just to make it even easier on him. So come on back and help us get some dubs.
And by the way, did you notice him ingratiating himself to the Bay Area already? What did he say? Did you notice that? I'll play it again.
What, the dubs?
I think it's going to be easy. Hella athletic, can shoot it, can score in a multitude of ways.
You like that? A little hella drop from one Jimmy Butler III.
Awesome. That's great. No, but I love that.
It's not a San Fran. It's a hella, which is what we accept.
I love that the Grizzly vet in Jimmy Butler is saying it's on me. Like, he's taking the onus, and I like that. I like that he takes that kind of that burden. And there is, look, again, I'm just saying, like, he's walking into. I love Jonathan Kuminga. I think they're going to need him.
He's walking into an amazing spot right now because he has three bona fide leaders, three bona fide alphas: Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler. Now they will put him in a position to succeed. I have faith in those guys that they know what they're doing on the court to put Jonathan in the best position to succeed. Yes, it's ultimately on the player to reciprocate. And I think he will, because he was balling out before he got hurt.
Absolutely.
I think the Warriors are going to be, I don't think he's going to be, mad at his minutes, because they need to be careful too. Jonathan is very aware of his status right now with the team and him trying to play himself for a contract, Joe Shasky. So it's the best for him to, have some restriction on his minutes on his part, because he needs to slowly work his way back. He can't be, 35, 40 minutes right off the bat, playing pods type of minutes, playing on this ankle that's recovering. He can't do that.
But also, I look at it and I say, I think his role has changed actually dramatically. Like, before he got hurt, on any given night, he's your second or third leading scorer.
Yes.
I don't know if that's the role he has to occupy immediately on this team right now. I think his role has now switched to, we need you to guard the best perimeter offensive players for long stretches, and we need you to rebound better. And we need you to do some just different things. So the scoring will come.
Can he be Andrew Wiggins, basically? What you were getting from Wiggins, can you get that from Kuminga? I don't need you. And again,
exactly.
It was frustrating with Wiggins because you needed him to be like your number 2 player, and he just wasn't going to be that, because you saw that he was that in the championship run. But what Wiggins was giving you this year was consistency.
Yes.
Can I be consistent at least when I'm playing defense? The shots are going to be hit and miss, but that's okay if I have Jimmy Butler and I have Stephen Curry, right? Another guy I would like to start seeing some shots, but again, it's the one negative with the team right now, and I don't know if he's going to be getting a lot of minutes, but they're still playing a bunch. It's Buddy Hield. Can you knock down some 3-pointers for Christ's sake? Please.
Don't kill my high. All right, dude? Don't be a buzzkill. The fact that the guy got second place in the 3-point shootout tells you everything you need to know about where the 3-point shootout is currently. It's
Tyler Hero, the winner, obviously. There you go. Yeah, your boy. Nathan in Concord wants to join in the conversation, Joe Shasky. What's up, Nate? You're on with Spadoni and Joe.
No way. Right on, my guys. Joe, I just got to say, man, like, as a fan of the game, I feel 100% the same way about, like, I was at that Orlando game on February 3rd, and this team was just, I mean, it was amazing. Okay, we get to go to one game every year. It was like a Christmas gift. We get to go to one game every year. And we got to go to that Orlando game. And I'm like, okay, of course, I'm leaving there. And we're like, okay, we beat the Orlando Magic this week. That was Wiggins' last game, right before the trade. I mean, the team is just 100% different. And I just got to say, man, feel your vibes. We're all feeling it out here right now, because it is a great thing to watch. I mean, I couldn't even watch them seriously unless I was at that live game. I was, even Tim Roy couldn't even handle this devastation right now.
I'm with you.
But yeah, man, I just had to kind of get that off my chest, man. You know, I'm sitting here, I'm just driving home from work and hearing you guys, and you know, it's like we all feel the same way, man. Like we couldn't agree with you more. And, you know, we got to feel it. We got to bring that back, you know.
Yeah,
and I honestly, you know, we feel it. We were there at the game in Orlando, and, yeah, we won, but what a different team, right? I mean,
totally
it's
different.
just it's been such a
Much different feeling.
Yeah. I think a lot of sports fans, you know, like, life is hard. Like, I'm not trying to be this guy. Like, let me teach you life lessons. I'm calling coward. I'm calling coward. It's like Wall Street, you know, the Warriors. Like, no, but like the truth is life is hard, right? And so when you're going to and from work and you're grinding and you got a lot of bills and you're picking the kids up and maybe they're struggling a little in school or whatever, and you just got some like friction in the family, like stuff happens, right? Like it's life. You look at these teams and it's an outlet for your, you know, entertainment and
escapism.
Absolutely. And when your team gives you so much joy for as long as this Warrior team has, like you become accustomed to it, and it's like a drug. It's like for some people they have their cocktail at the end of the night, or maybe they hit a little bit of weed or whatever. Sure. You know, they hit their vape pen, whatever it is that they do. Maybe it's sitting in front of the ocean and just playing music. I know a buddy that does that, you know, before he picks up his kids. Like this team provides so much joy. And when you're watching them and they make you sad because it's so bad, because it's so not fun, and it's such a tough watch, like you're ripped of something that is very important to your like mental makeup on a given day. Again, I'm not trying to say that this is like mental therapy watching sports, but a lot of us derive a lot of joy out of watching this team. And the last couple of years have just not been as fun. They just haven't. And it's okay. We can admit it. Like, I'm still going to watch. I'm hooked. I'm addicted. What I've watched with Jimmy Butler, I feel like all the joy is back.
And we kept trying to talk ourselves in at some point to this team because we wanted to have those good times back. Even last year, you were talking yourself into, I think this team can make a deep playoff run. Then you get blown out in a play-in game against Sacramento Kings and Klay Thompson's final game as a Golden State Warrior, right? This year, you start off 12-3. It was great. I'm believing in this team again?
Yeah.
Oh, it's awesome. I'm emotionally back. And then they were just mediocre and bad the rest of the way. And it's just like, I can't trust this team again to get to the point where I want them to be, because you know what? Steph's getting older now. It's too much of a burden there. Andrew Wiggins isn't that guy. You know, Draymond Green, I don't know. Sometimes it's a mixed bag. Buddy Hield started off great. It's bad now. Now I have to rely on him to be one of my more consistent scorers, and he can't do that. It was just everything the doctor could have ordered came in a Jimmy Butler prescription. That's so exactly what it is. He is the cure-all pill right now. That's what Jimmy Butler has come. Now, there can be side effects. As all cure-all drugs, there's going to be some side effects at some point. Do you lose to the Magic tonight? Do you not look great? Do you look like a team that was resting on their laurels and they're buying into the hype? Maybe. But again, I keep trying to find ways to, like, how this thing could, you know, crash and burn. Because, you know, you always think about that as a fan, right? How's this going to end? I'm getting too excited, right? Is this going to blow up in my face? And granted, they haven't been playing great teams. Like, that's baked into it.
Dallas is a solid team.
They're solid, but they don't have any size.
No doubt. But this is the same Dallas team that you blew a lead
to.
That was right. And like, so for you to come out and kind of right that wrong and just suffocate them,
right,
to where you're playing Kevin Knox in like
Kevin Knox.
Hey,
I know.
Kevin Knox. Hey, don't sleep on Kevin Knox.
You don't sleep on him. I saw him in Summer League. I saw him in Summer League. Me and my guy Bonte Hill and Doc Pongia courtside. We saw him at Summer League. Yeah,
wow.
That's right.
That's a flex.
The California Classic at Chase Center.
Yeah, okay.
There you go.
No, but like it was like a blowout the whole fourth quarter.
Yes. So we go from the good vibes, and that's awesome, and it's feeling great. And now with the good vibes and the winning streak, 4-game winning streak, the best in the West right now, come expectations. And now that's what you have to look forward to, Joe Shasky. And your thoughts and your expectations, how they've shifted these last few weeks as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. I knew you were excited. You were talking yourself into this team being a playoff team, and I think that's where everyone's at right now. I think they should be looked at as the favorites for the 6th seed. Maybe you get greedy and see what the Rockets do, what the Lakers do, what the Clippers do. Maybe you get the 5th seed. I don't know. 6, though, for sure. You feel like if you take your temperature of the rest of the teams out there in the Western Conference, as I look at the standings right now, You got the Mavericks at 31-28 right behind you at the 9th spot. You got the Kings at 30-28 at the 10th. Suns are fading fast. They're cooked. You got the Timberwolves right above you, and big matchup for them tonight in LA against the Lakers. That has multiple meanings in the Western Conference as well, as the Lakers are the 5th seed right now. They're trying to push the Rockets for that 4th spot. So you're right there at the 8th seed. Clippers are 32-26 at that 6th. Where do you see this team right now in regards to the rest of the best in the West?
So, like, I understand you don't want to be in those playing games. Like, I do. Believe me, I understand wanting to avoid those. I have a different take. I don't really care about the playing games. If they make the 7 or 8 seed, I don't think it's the worst thing. It's about matchups. And the team that I'm trying to avoid is the Denver Nuggets specifically.
I'm not scared of the Nuggets.
Really?
I'm not scared of them. I talked to Slater about that yesterday. Our guy, Anthony Slater, 95 in the game.
Jokic scares me.
I think everyone else on that squad, yeah, Jokic is going to get his. I'm okay with that. Let's see if Jamal Murray can beat me. If I have Jimmy Buckets locking him up. Let's see.
Aaron Gordon destroyed the Warriors on a variety of occasions the last couple of years.
Let's see next time Draymond Green's on him, though.
Okay.
Let's see how this is going to look.
The Warriors are a different team, but
correct.
For whatever reason, the Denver is like the one team. Lakers and Denver are the two teams because Lakers are a little below, so they're closer to the Warriors.
They're different now too because there's no AD. So I'm very curious to see how that factor looks.
But you have two guys that you have to honor in the half court, and you have to have someone on like in Luka and LeBron. They're going to present problems. I don't fear the Clippers. I don't fear the Grizzlies. And oddly enough, now with Chet back, I look at them different.
I said it yesterday.
I don't fear OKC because their style of play, even when we didn't have Jimmy, it's 2 years in a row. For whatever reason, we play them really well. Do I want to play them? No, it's not optimal to play them. Like, Shea's a baller. He's ridiculous. And
do you look at them the same way I do?
Chet was awesome last night.
I look at them like I look at the Cavs. I'm not buying it yet. I'm just not. Which is unfair to say because their body of work in the regular season basketball, but we view this in the lens because if you're a Warriors fan, if you're a Lakers fan, if you're the fans of these teams, or if you're a Timberwolves fan who just saw the team go to the Western Conference Finals, like you're viewing it in a playoff lens. Like, you know what? I need to see them do it in the playoffs first before I could buy it. Like, that's why I'm giving Timberwolves respect in this too, because I saw Anthony Edwards turn into a god in the playoffs at times last year and knock off the Nuggets in Game 7 when I didn't think the Nuggets could be had in that game, right? Like going at home in Denver, right? So there's levels to this, and I'm not buying the Thunder yet either. As as a fear factor, I'm buying them to maybe win a round or two in the West, and maybe they could win the West.
If they were told, hey, your first round matchup is the Warriors, they're probably like,
right.
You know what I mean? Like, of all the teams that they get, we can get Phoenix, we can get the Clippers, we get the Timberwolves. Like, they do not want to see the Warriors. I think a lot of teams don't want to see the Warriors.
No.
Especially this version, because this version, whatever they end up with, whether it's 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever it is, they're better than whatever their seed's going to be.
There is nothing scarier than playing for your basketball life against Stephen Curry, and he is the opposition. Ask France, ask Serbia.
Well, don't ask France, because if you ask Evan Fournier, delusional, absolutely. No one came out of that dock looking worse than Evan Fournier. Evan Fournier, I mean, our chemistry is just, we've been practicing for 4 years. Katie's like, dog.
No, you didn't do it justice there. You got to do it in the French accent, which is so much more pompous.
Such an arrogant jerk. I mean,
we've been practicing for the last 4 years together. We are so much better than anything in Golden State. We are so much better.
But here's the other thing. They call themselves the Blues.
It's a cat.
France does. They're like, let's go Blues. You guys should be the Whites because it's the white flag. You guys have been waving the white flag for multiple centuries.
Well,
what are we doing?
They did help us defeat the British, and let's not forget that. I give them some credit. We got there. We helped them.
We also helped them in a variety of ways recently.
We did. All right. Okay. We don't have to. They have good friends.
Some mutual back scratching going on between America and France.
Back scratcher? Like, I don't know why, but Family Guy always comes into my head when you say back scratcher. Shout out Peter Griffin. Come on, you guys missed me.
Love the butt scratcher.
You guys missed me.
We missed the energy, Joe.
Come on.
You, bud. Of course.
Dude, I like when I saw Jimmy Butler go like this to Draymond, and I was like, the Suspendables were like uniting. That was me walking off the tarmac yesterday when I felt the cold air in shorts. I was in shorts too, right? I was like, yes.
Yesterday was Walk It Back Wednesday, and we forgot to do it. We walked back our Walk It Back Wednesday segment yesterday. I would have had one if we're talking about Evan Fournier, because when the Celtics traded for him a few years ago before they like won a title,
he was the magical piece.
I thought he was like, this is such a huge move for them. I think Evan Fournier is going to be great. And he wasn't. He was not good for them at all. You know what is great for business though is when Oreo Cookie stops by. Joe
What's
Shasky.
up, Doc?
I know you missed your Oreo cookies.
I did.
What's up, Oreo Cookie in Oakland?
I did.
Hey, what up to Joe's, man? Love hearing y'all in the morning. Things are back to normal. It's great. But to the Jimmy talk, man, Jimmy brought something with him from Miami. You remember before we got here, we were lacking that C word, confidence. And he brought that stick of gum with the flavor of confidence, and he handed it out to everybody in the locker room. Shout out Guru. They started chewing it, and now we doing it. So when Kuminga comes back, I think he's gonna unlock Kuminga, man. Kuminga wasn't just an offensive force. He's also a long body, and he's gonna defend like we're already defending. And it's not who we playing, it's what it looks like, man. We're blowing teams out that we're supposed to be blowing teams out. So when we get a good team in here, man, we're going to do the same thing. We're running the same thing on them, and we're about to blow them out. So the confidence is back. We're back, and we got action.
There was a 7 or 8 minute sequence in the second quarter. Their defense was unbelievable in the half court against Dallas. I go, where has this been?
Locked down.
It was, to me, they were closing out without jumping. They were staying in front of their defender. As the ball was getting swung, if a guy did get like a little blow by, the next guy was helping the helper. The way, it was like a shell drill for a coach. Masterpiece. Like I do a chef's kiss. I was blown away at the connectivity on defense. They were communicating like crazy. And then offensively, the ball was just hopping. And then the decisiveness. Pods was shooting decisively. Moody has just been a revelation. He knows exactly where to go on the court, whether it's pop out to the elbow extended for the 3, run to the corner, make the extra pass. Everybody was. Quentin Post, did you know he was this nasty?
No. I don't think anyone did. No one knew anything about Quentin Post.
I'm loving me some Quentin Post.
I know you are.
I'm loving him.
What's not to love about the Warriors right now and the vibes? That's what I'd ask you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Joe Shasky is back, baby. We're breaking it all down. We'll get to the Niners at some point. John Lynch spoke to the media yesterday. I do want to get into some football, though, because there's a lot happening at the NFL draft. That's not even football related. I have to laugh because of the insider beef that's happening right now between Ian Rappaport of NFL Network and Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports. Whenever I see verbally accosted, that perks my ears up a little bit, Joe Shasky. You ever been verbally accosted in a Starbucks?
I haven't, but I might have maybe at one point verbally accosted a few people.
Few? Not LJ, hopefully, no.
Well, TSA pre-check leaving one of the particular islands I was not happy with. Can you fold that? No, I can't fold that. I don't know how to. I'm holding LJ. I'm trying to get through the TSA pre-check. Right. You take your shoes off. No, what's the point of paying for TSA pre-check if I got to take my shoes off while I'm holding a baby?
Should have gotten clear. I think we've made that abundantly clear. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Safeway, Joe Shasky. More of your calls, more of your texts. The vibes are back with Jimmy Butler, and the vibes are back with Joe Shasky.
Let's go.
Back in studio, 95.7 The Game.
I want to thank you guys, Shasky, and I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better.
All right, I'm out of some Snoop Dogg. I'm not going to talk about who's featured on this, but, still a great beat. I'll say that. It's a great beat here at the station. And Joe Shasky is back when he is at 5:30 a.m. telling us all about Hawaii at the top of his lungs, ladies and gentlemen. It's great. I wouldn't have it any other way. Joe Shasky is back from his long trip in Hawaii. He is rested. He was relaxed, but he's fired up as well. And why shouldn't you be if you're a Golden State Warriors fan right now? The way this team is playing, they're starting a 5-game road trip tonight, Joe, starting in Orlando, talking about nice weather as well, being in Orlando, Florida, going up against Paolo Banchero, going up against Franz Wagner.
Joe.
A big team, Joe, but a team that doesn't score.
Timeout.
Well, the NFL basically said, screw Hawaii, and we're just going to go back to Orlando. So that's what the NFL felt like.
Does anyone put Orlando and Hawaii on the same platform?
I said weather-wise.
They're not.
Well, it's humidity. It's humid. Like that's what I'm getting at here.
Yeah, swamp butt.
Okay. Is that what you had?
No, I had tropic, back.
Okay, that's literally the same thing.
No,
it's like the
totally
Caribbean
different.
weather. It's very similar.
No.
Sam, you lived in Miami. All right, let's get your
completely
correspondent
different from Hawaii.
Well, I was cutting something. I was refresh me on
Miami weather.
Yes.
Does it compare more so to Hawaii than most think?
Oh yeah. Humidity is humidity, no matter where you're at. I guess Hawaii weather, it's a little bit better than Miami weather, only because one weather is in Hawaii, the other weather is in Florida.
Correct.
So just the fact that you're in Florida makes everything a little bit worse.
It's obviously, there's aesthetically pleasing. It's more so. Humidity is humidity, Joe.
Yes,
okay?
Of course.
So yes, and I'm not comparing Orlando, Florida. I'm just comparing the weather of an Orlando, Florida at times. But they do get more hurricanes over there, and that is something to be concerned about as opposed to Hawaii. All that being said, okay, can we get back to the actual sports stuff here? This team can't score. You should handle Orlando. All these teams that you should have been handling earlier in the season, like Orlando, yeah, they were in the playoffs last year. They're not having a great year. I don't fear them. The Sixers, God, why are they on national television? Good God.
Orlando's 29-31.
Yeah, they're not good.
29-31.
They're not good. They're where the Warriors were at for most of the season, just huddling around 500, and now the Warriors finally have some breathing room, and they're going to create more of it starting today at 4 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. And I can't wait.
I'm so ready for these games. The best part about all of this is that you never know who's going to pop on a given night. It's like the old Warriors are back, and I'm watching Moses Moody. And look, we've taken a lot of calls. And at one point, I kind of laughed at people regarding Moses Moody. And you know what? I'll be the first to admit it. You all were right and I was wrong. The guy needed more playing time and he needed a consistent role. And now that he's got one as a catch and shoot player, he's been awesome. Moses Moody's played the best basketball of his career this year. It's now more than 2 months. It feels like a sustainable thing. And then Podziemski has been a complete revelation since coming back from the 11-game absence. And those were two guys that I just thought were kind of I'm going back 2 months ago, 3 months ago, kind of useless parts. They are integral parts of whatever run you're going to go on this year and into the future. And it's been awesome. And then Quentin Post coming out of nowhere. I didn't think the guy was going to play this year. When we had Anthony Slater on, he said, maybe 2 years away.
Yeah.
The guy has had more impact in a half dozen games than any of us thought was going to happen. And then Looney's playing really well right now. And Draymond feels like he's kind of sipping from that cup of rejuvenation that Curry is sipping from. And he's been outstanding. And it feels like he's actually been kind of in line when it comes to the referees and all that stuff.
For now.
He's always one possession away from
they're called the suspendables for a reason, him and Jimmy Buckets. But Jimmy has been playing very nice. I think he's been genuinely happy. Again, it's hard to gauge how genuine something is, but he looks and feels like a rejuvenated player, and a change of scenery will do that with anyone at times. Josh and Hayward, I'll get to you in a second, because he has some thoughts on Jonathan Kuminga. And again, might return today, probably not. Maybe against the Sixers on Saturday. And wait till you hear what Paul George had to say of the Philadelphia 76ers. Yeah. Podcast P had some thoughts on his podcasting's future and what that could do to halt that team from winning a championship. Joe Shasky, don't ever use Sixers and championship in the same breath. We'll get to that.
I don't find Paul George entertaining.
No, it's his guests are entertaining on his podcast. That's generally with a lot of these athletes. It's the guests that they get on that give them, the content that they want to be craved for. Anthony Slater, you mentioned Moses Moody, you mentioned Guy Santos, you mentioned Quentin Post, you mentioned Brandon Podziemski. When Jonathan Kuminga does come back, some of those guys' minutes are going to go down. There's going to be some potential for some hurt feelings. I think Moses Moody, he's gotten paid. He's been through this charade before. I'm not worried about Moses Moody. But maybe Guy Santos, maybe Quentin Post, there's going to be an adjustment. Brandon Podziemski, absolutely. There might be an adjustment period here, depending on the minute allocation, when Jonathan Kuminga comes back. Anthony Slater and his thoughts on who's most likely to get plucked from the rotation going forward.
If Kuminga is going to close on nights when he's got it going and once he gets his rhythm back, which I think generally the idea is Jonathan Kuminga is one of your 4 best players. He should close on every night. I think Moody's the likeliest to get plucked from that lineup. And, even longer term, he's probably the likeliest to get plucked from the starting lineup if this Kuminga thing really works. Because we all see that their greatest ceiling is, a maximized version of Jonathan Kuminga. Moses Moody, he scored double digits in 16 of the last 18. Yeah, he's in a really nice rhythm. This is the most consistency he's gotten in his career. And he's not going to be stripped from the rotation. And again, he's going to start even when Kuminga comes back.
Moses Moody maybe being the guy, and you've been very high on Moody. Everyone has. Guys, how many double-digit scoring? 16 of his last, however many games. He's had double-digit points. Yeah, he's been playing very well. He's bought into his role. Finally, he's had a role because he didn't know. No one knew what his role was for a long time.
Did Slater, was he making the assumption that Pods was going to close?
Yeah, Pods, and then, again, a given night, depending on the series, if they're going to the playoffs or depending on the opponent, depending if Jonathan Kuminga's on. Yeah. So he mentioned Moody being like the guy that might have to kind of, I don't know, for lack of a better term, suck it up the most. But he also mentioned Post, he mentioned Santos, and maybe Pods at times. Guys, minutes that could be reduced here with the addition of Jonathan Kuminga.
The Warriors are also 10-0 when Moses Moody starts this year.
There's a stat right there. 10-0 when he starts.
And he's got double-digit points in how many of those games? And he's been excellent. He's been excellent. Here's what I would say to you is this. Pods has got it going right now, okay? But there are going to be nights where it's 2 minutes to go in a game, and although he brings something to the table offensively as a facilitator and as just a hustle guy, you're probably going to roll out the Moody, Kuminga, Butler, Draymond, Curry lineup over the Pods one with one of the other two, meaning Kuminga or Moody, sitting, because you're going to need the perimeter defense of Jonathan Kuminga.
No,
you're just going to.
And I don't the athleticism, the size, everything that's baked into it.
One thing that we've noticed in the 7 games for Butler.
He's 6-1 in the Jimmy Butler era. So
how many of those have been tight games down the stretch? Couple. Right? Yeah. Right. And so we haven't really gotten an opportunity to see an extended look of what the Podziemski, Curry, Butler, Draymond lineup looks like defensively in the half court. And you haven't gone up against I'm just going to throw the team out there. OKC.
Sure.
Jalen, Shea. That's a very unique problem for the Warriors, right? And then now you throw Chet into the mix. And so that team with Isaiah Joe or whoever the other shooter that they're going to put out there, that's a Kuminga has to play at the end of the game lineup. And I think Moody has to play because you need that size. And he's a stretch guy who can kind of, catch and shoot on the floor. And so I think it's going to oscillate between Podziemski, Kuminga, Moody, and you're going to pick 2 of those 3 depending on the matchup. You know what? If they're smart, they might even sub offense for defense based on the possession. I don't know why more NBA teams don't do that. Quite frankly, you see it a lot more in the college and high school ranks where you'll literally make a possession by possession switch. In the playoffs, though, you will do those kinds of things.
Correct. Josh in Hayward wants to join in the conversation. He's a little worried about Jonathan Kuminga's return, it sounds like. What's up, Josh? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
What's up, y'all? Big fan of the show. Hey, man, I want to talk to Kuminga, and I'm scared. I'm happy he's going to come back, but in the same sentence, the final lineups for the last 2 minutes and even the playoffs, we're talking about Jimmy, Kuminga, and Draymond, aside from Steph, to be able to kind of knock down some threes in the final 2 minutes or even in the playoffs. It's just, I don't know, man. If I'm done leaving and if we get bounced by the Mavericks or the Nuggets or Memphis and we need a true 3-and-D player because that's not Kuminga. I'm taking Moody over Kuminga in a 3-and-D role. But, like, the shooting kind of scares me a little bit when it comes to Kuminga, Jimmy, and Draymond.
That's
so
a
if
fair
I'm
point.
another team, I'm letting those three stay on the perimeter and knock down a three. I'll make them prove it to me. So, I don't know. If I'm done leaving at the end of the season, and like I said, if we get bounced by one of those teams, man, I'm looking forward to shipping Kuminga for a Norman Powell, a Trey Murphy, a true 3-and-D player.
You're not thinking big enough. I'm going to be real with you. You're not thinking big enough because the reality is that.
Thanks, Josh.
Look, I love Kuminga. I want to keep Kuminga.
We're already talking about shipping him off. The guy
when I heard Kevin Durant on the
when
draft,
did we become so down on Kuminga all of a sudden?
No, that's
no
a
one
good
is
point.
down.
No,
What
I
I'm
think
saying,
a lot of
what I'm
people are
saying
down.
is this: is that the Warriors have put there's a line drawn in the sand. It's like, hey guys, we're old.
Don't mention Kevin Durant because he's not coming back here. By the way, he's already made it clear he does not want to come back here. He does not want to come back here.
I think you misinterpreted the Draymond Green
conversation. I did not misinterpret anything. He had the chance to come back here a couple weeks ago, and he said no because he doesn't want to.
No, because he knows wherever he goes, he doesn't want that team to do the Carmelo, meaning give it up too much to get him when they can get him for a lot cheaper.
He said
in the
all
offseason.
of that because he just didn't want to come back here, and he didn't want the Warriors fans to go dumping on his DMs again, saying you hate the Warriors.
You should finish the rest of that doc on the Olympics. The way he talks about Steph Curry, that man loves that.
We can have a burrito bet on air if you want about Kevin Durant coming back to the Warriors. He's not. I'm
telling you this. This is the way Kuminga should be viewing the situation, Jonathan. You get down with the program and you figure it out, or you are the sign and trade piece in a package. Forget Norman Powell. You're going after someone like Kevin Durant. That's what they would do. I'm just telling you I know how Joe Lacob thinks, and Joe Lacob is thinking much bigger than Norman Powell.
He's thinking bigger than Kevin Durant too. He's thinking Giannis Antetokounmpo. He's much younger.
maybe. Again,
I'd much
I don't
rather
think
have
Giannis
that guy
is available, but.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant, I think that is not off the table. I never am going to say goodbye to that.
That's fine. You don't have to. I will, because he's not coming back. I told you a couple weeks ago when everyone thought it was 50-50, he might come here, and I said it's not happening. It didn't happen. He doesn't want to come back here. Speaking of Kevin Durant, let's just play the sound. He was on with the Draymond Green show featuring Baron Davis, and he said it cost a lot to go get me, and he didn't want to move midseason.
But as far as the Warriors, I didn't want to move. And then as a player like me, I cost a lot. Me going into your team it's going to be a whole new era of your team when I get to your team. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's out of work. I'm still of value, especially in my contract and just my production, that me just getting up and moving in the middle of the season, it's going to be a big blow to any team I'm going to. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I get why y'all want to trade me and, y'all looking at it just from simple fact, that's just business. But from me looking at it, I'm just like, it just don't make sense for either side right now to go through that. You know what I'm saying? When we just play the season out, and if that's the decision you want to make in the off season, then you figure it out.
So tired of the Kevin, I don't want to talk about Kevin Durant anymore. He's not here. He's in Phoenix. I don't care. Jimmy Butler was so much of a better fit than Kevin Durant would have been on this team. It's not even close.
Joe,
the mindset of Jimmy Butler is what this team needed. They did not need Kevin Durant. They did not need him.
But I'm telling you what Curry and Lacob and Kerr, like the way Kerr talked about Durant in that doc. Again, I'm watching it through I'm thinking about what I saw.
Longing for what they had. Of course they love him. Kevin Durant doesn't love them anymore. He doesn't want to come back here.
Yeah, I think you're wrong.
No,
Kevin
I'm not.
Durant
He had an opportunity to come back. If he truly loved the Golden State Warriors, he would have came back.
No,
already.
I think he's actually a significantly smarter and more sophisticated basketball mind. He understands the business side of it much more than I gave him credit for. And again, this is probably a long shot. I'm telling you though that these are the kind of dominoes that are going to take place over the next 2 months, which is pretty straightforward. It's Jonathan, either you're going to acquiesce, you're going to fit in, you're going to take this role, and you're going to be good to go, and we're going to cook with hot oil, or you're the sign and trade piece that we're going to get for whatever that fourth chip is.
See, I think most fans...
That fourth chip of the big three.
I think most fans, short of winning a title this year, are ready to move off of Jonathan Kuminga. I think most fans, they got their pot filled a little bit with Jimmy Butler, and they want to get greedy this summer and try to get another big star to add to it, because that's what fans love. Fans love the Luka Doncic to the Lakers. They love the Anthony Davis. They love the De'Aaron Fox move. That's what the NBA loves the most. It's player movement and big name players going to big name markets. And then they want, the big name player, not to say Jonathan Kuminga. He's not a big name player. He's a rising star potentially in this. Again, going back to the rising stars thing. Sure. We also just don't know what he is yet. And if we don't find out what he is in these coming months, then he probably is gone. Is that the right move? 888-957-9570 is for you to decide. I just feel like we've already written off Jonathan Kuminga. A lot of fans have.
No.
I'm not saying you have. Josh and Hayward's one of them. They're already ready to trade this guy, and we haven't seen what he's doing with Jimmy Butler, with Steph Curry, with Draymond, with Steve Kerr. Let's see him get out there first.
See, I don't think it's like we're trading him because we're frustrated about his. I think it's pretty simple. Hey, we're going into the luxury tax over the next 2 years to win one more championship. This is what it's all about. I think the business model is straightforward. Hey, we're going in because to keep Jonathan Kuminga, you are flying over the aprons. And the only way that you can bring in anyone else, anyone else is via sign and trade. You are basically the minimum from here on out for anyone that you would add to the roster. Everything else is via sign and trade. So when you look at the Kuminga situation financially, it's like, hey, either we're going to extend you and dip into the luxury tax heavily to retain you, or you're that piece that we're going to trade to dip into the luxury tax heavily to bring in another piece. Like it's straightforward. I don't think it's that, hot of a take. It's called being pragmatic when you look at the salary cap.
I'm not saying it's a hot take. I just don't know where all it just feels the vibe around Jonathan Kuminga. Like he's going to be this dark cloud when he comes back. That, let's make sure he doesn't ruin everything. Why can't we have
their first 4-game winning streak in years? It's their first 4-game winning streak by this big of a margin since 2016. That's why this situation is extremely delicate.
Right. Also, like you can look on the flip side, because I like to think of the glass half full, not half empty, like all you people right now. Wow, we're winning right now, and we get Jonathan Kuminga back. That's going to be freaking awesome because we're going to need him when we play the Oklahoma City Thunder and when they have those young, big, athletic wings that's going to dominate some old guys like Steph, who's a little smaller, Jimmy Butler, who has a lot of wear and tear, and Draymond Green, who's going to be playing at the 5. He's going to have a lot of wear and tear on him. We're going to need Jonathan Kuminga. So why don't we bring up the guy that we're going to need if you want to make a deep playoff run? Dave is in San Francisco, Joe Shasky. He will have some thoughts on Kevin Durant. What's up, Dave? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky in the Morning Roast.
Hey, morning, Joe. Good morning, man. Spadoni, I don't understand why you're not on this, man. I mean, the writing is on the wall. He wants to come.
Why didn't he say, Dave, why didn't he come 2 weeks ago when he had the opportunity to?
It costs too much.
I don't care about that. Why didn't he come?
Okay, exactly. Cost too much, and name a superstar of his aura that got traded midseason if he had a chance to say no to it. He wants to be viewed in that LeBron, Steph kind of range. They're not getting traded midseason. It's almost disrespectful to him. And Kevin is big on that disrespect. I'm telling you right now, Kuminga's not going to get you a ship. Kevin Durant, Jimmy, and Steph will get you a ship. They're going to push all the chips in.
I agree.
I don't understand how you don't.
Okay, yeah. First off, I don't think you can afford all three of those guys and Draymond Green. I just don't think it's possible. We can get Bobby Marks on if we want to talk about that. I think if you want Kevin Durant back, you're going to sacrifice someone else.
Joe, currently, before the Kuminga extension, they're flying over the cap no matter what.
Okay.
So I think that the front office
So they're doing the death penalty basically going
That's
forward.
what I'm saying. And once this offseason commences, and you go flying over this apron, everything freezes. So you really only have the one move. The one move is either we're extending Jonathan.
And Kuminga has to sign off on a sign and trade.
Sure.
But if he doesn't, then what?
Where's he going to sign? Elsewhere. There's not a lot of places that are offering him.
I think you're undervaluing a bad team saying here's $200 million, Jonathan.
But
that absolutely could happen.
There are no other situations. There literally is not one team in the league outside of Detroit that has over.
You just said it right there. Detroit would sign him. Why not? Add him with Cade Cunningham. You think that's outlandish?
No,
Detroit can't get free agents. This is a
financial domino situation where you're already way over the salary cap. And once you commit to Jonathan, you are flying over the apron and you're locking all your draft picks, okay? So they have one of two options. Either they're signing and staying put with what they have for the next 2 years, or their options are we move a bunch of money around this offseason and then everything's locked. It's one or the other. Like they're locking themselves up this offseason. This offseason is crucial. This year, this regular season, I'm fired up for it. I still think that they're competitive. It's all gravy. Everything is going to be about the next 2 years.
888-957-9570. Jonathan Kuminga. He's going to be coming back here shortly. Where are you at with Jonathan Kuminga returning to this team, Warriors fans? Are you as optimistic as I am, or are you more pessimistic about his return? It's really that simple because I feel like there's a glass half full or half empty when it comes to JK coming back to this Warriors team. I think it's going to be bad, or I think it's going to be good. That's really how I feel for most fans right now. 888-957.
Well, I just think that they're playing so well right now. Everyone's afraid that something's going to upset the apple cart. That's all.
Don't be afraid. If you're a good championship organization, you'll figure it out. That's what Steve Kerr's going to try to do. That's what Jimmy Butler is going to try to do. That's what Steph Curry and Draymond Green are going to try to do. Because if it fails, I'm going to look at those guys before I look at Jonathan Kuminga, because they're going to try to put him in a position to succeed. You heard it from Jimmy Butler there. Roberto in Walnut Creek wants to join in on also the Kevin Durant conversation. I'm all out on Kevin Durant coming back as a Warrior. That ship has sailed as far as I'm concerned. I'm in the Jimmy Butler era. I love Jimmy Butler like you do, Joe Shaska. That's fine. I think a lot of Warriors fans are like that. But the ship has sailed as far as I'm concerned. Roberto, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? I love the show.
Thanks.
What I want to say, yeah, go ahead.
Continue.
Okay. Yeah, I want to say that Kevin Durant's a smart dude. He's very sophisticated, and exactly what he said is what he said. He's made a lot of sense and a lot of points. He talk about his statistics. He talked about 27 points a game, 12 made shots out of a maximum 12 shots. That makes a lot of sense. And that's Warrior-style play. He knows the Warriors, and he talks about the best time of his career was with the Warriors. Now, it was a bad breakup. I agree it was a bad breakup. The ship has sailed. But in the middle of the season, 2/3 of the season's gone. He's not going to come back. He's a superstar. When he comes to your organization is going to get stamped by Kevin Durant. The whole thing's going to change. And he knows you can get much cheaper, much better in the offseason. So that's what he's going to do. He's going to plan in the offseason. It's like all good organizations do. You know, the last second, Jimmy Butler came available, and we snatched him. That was an awesome move. Jimmy Butler is Jimmy Buckets. You know what I mean?
And Jimmy,
great move.
Jimmy completely devalued himself basically by design. Jimmy Butler devalued his own trade package by just sabotaging the situation.
He did. No, absolutely did.
He suppressed his value in a way I don't think we've ever seen.
I understand Kevin Durant saying, hey, listen, I was going to cost a lot, and I don't want to hamper the Warriors. That's all great. I'm not buying that was the only reason he did not want to come back here. I just don't think he wanted to play for the Golden State Warriors. I don't think he wants to come back here and play for this organization anymore. And that's okay. He left. He didn't want to. He doesn't want to come back. I think people are having a hard time coming to terms with that. Anthony Slater was talking about it yesterday. He's like, yeah, I think it's more likely that he opts out and goes, or he tries to get traded to another team this summer than the Golden State Warriors. I don't buy that he wants to come back to the Warriors.
Well, if the Jimmy Butler thing has taught me anything, who knows? I mean, I didn't see Jimmy Butler being a Warrior. I didn't see the Warriors getting him for as little as they did. I didn't see it working out as well as it has on the early returns. I mean, I'll never say never.
Mo is on 580. Joe Shasky, he wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Mo? You're on the Morning Roast.
Mo?
No money, no problem.
What's up, Spadoni? What's up, Chesky?
What's up, Doc?
I just want to say, anybody who wants KD back is a bunch of idiots. That ship sailed. We don't need him. He didn't want to come back. It's fine. We got Jimmy Butler, and we're striving for the future after Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy's gone. And Jonathan Kuminga is the future. We need him to hit that superstardom, whether it's in the playoffs this year or next season. Like, I don't want those low years again. Like, I grew up on Monte, Andre Biedrins, Darrell Wright. I don't want all that. I don't want to be watching mediocre basketball, fighting for a 500 record. Jonathan Kuminga is the future, and you got to keep him, and you got to pay him. And if he has that if he breaks out the rest of the season, you got to pay him what he deserves.
There you go. That's Mel on 580. He thinks Kuminga is the future. Now, do I think he's the future number 1 or 2 on this Warriors team, post Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond? That's a little strong still. Could he get there with maybe a deep playoff run here and he shows some promise in these next couple months, Joe Shasky, then you pay him? Possibly. I think maybe you're looking at him as being a number 3 kind of a player if you're looking at that. But again, a number 1 or 2, the future of the franchise, I'm not putting the keys in his hands just yet. Again, the guy is still so damn young. And like we're talking about him like he's 26, 27 years old. He is so young still. Jonathan Kuminga. He has a lot to prove. these next coming months, Joe Shasky. There's no doubt about it.
I was trying to look up because I screenshot somebody had all the financial projections for, what would a contract extension for him look like, and how many teams in the league would be able to afford that without dipping into the luxury tax, because we know teams are just hesitant to do that, right? Obviously, Boston's trying to get out, and this is probably their final year with their team the way it's constructed, because they can't move forward with it being that expensive.
Was that crazy, or did I see like Jason Tatum trade rumors on my timeline?
There's so many.
I was like, what is going on?
Because teams are, again, this is what makes the Warriors unique. I think a lot of teams are afraid to be a repeat offender, and the Warriors, with their financial situation, there's no other avenue but to go repeater over the next 2 years. They're staring it down the barrel, and it's going to lock all their draft picks and everything. And so the moves they make this offseason are going to be important. But for this year, Kuminga left his team. When he was hurt, he was like the number 2 leading scorer, right? On a nightly basis, I'm saying, not throughout the totality of the year. And we were asking him, hey, be an ultimate two-way player. When Steph's off the floor, carry the offense. Now he's coming back to a team where that's not what his role is going to be. And I think his role is changing. And it's going to be difficult for him. I think he can do it. But now the job is defend on the perimeter, rebound a little better, and then when Steph's off the floor, you and Jimmy in that two-man game. And that's where I think Jimmy's really important for Kuminga. You and Jimmy in that two-man game, high pick and roll. Can we work Jimmy off the block and have you splitting off that action, at the top of the key, diving toward the hoop? Do you have Quentin Post out there with them as a stretch big because you have 2 non-shooters? What are the combinations you're going to have alongside JK and Butler when Curry's off the floor? That's what I'm looking forward to tonight, if he does play.
Anthony Slater, who joined us yesterday, Joe Shasky, talked about how he feels Butler will help Kuminga when he returns.
If Kuminga could just find those little cutting slots, like Jimmy Butler's a really good passer. I mean, even talking to people within the team, coaching staff, like that, I think has been what has surprised them most, is just like that secondary playmaking, that simple playmaking. He's not a spectacular passer. And when you hear of like the Jimmy Butler of the past, that's not the first or like 10th thing you hear on how good he is, but he's really finding guys. And I think that's where Kuminga, if he kind of learns to move off of Jimmy Butler, might find some easy buckets. And then on the other end, the idea of him having Draymond back there helping, but also Jimmy Butler, who we've come to realize is one of the better help defenders, in the last decade of the NBA. I believe he's a 5-time all-defensive guy, mostly because of his help side instincts. You would think Jonathan Kuminga can play more aggressive as an individual defender, not necessarily worry as much about the blow-by as long as he knows where he's sending his guys. And I think if Jonathan Kuminga wants to earn the big contract, I think him showing down the stretch of the season he can be a really good individual defender because of his physical tools. That's a box, a very valuable box to check.
And he's going to have all the opportunity to do so, Joe Shasky, because he's going to be going up against some of the best in the West. And that's all the young talent there is in the league. A lot of it is in the West. When you think about those 6'5", 6'6", 6'7" guards, the Shays of the world, right? You think of, he's going up against, Jamal Murray, a guy that's going to be a little smaller in size, but guys like that potentially you're going to be playing against. Luka, maybe you have to be switched on if you play the Lakers at some. Anthony Edwards, those are some of the players that you're going to have to guard, and he's going to have to earn his payday this summer. Absolutely.
I mean, a team like the Lakers is the kind of the team that you absolutely need Jonathan Kuminga defensively more than anything out there. There's no doubt about it. You can't have pods out there. No. At least defending those guys. It's an unfair match. I mean, it's not a knock on pods. I think it's an unfair matchup for almost everyone in the league. But if you have LeBron and Luka simultaneously, it's Jimmy guarding one and Kuminga guarding the other.
Right.
And I don't know who Draymond's guarding, but you don't really want him out on the perimeter guarding those two guys. I know that OKC is a team that similarly has multiple wing offensive players that really scare me. That's kind of why I like Denver, like Michael Porter Jr., Jamal Murray. That's an interesting one, I don't know how you defend them. So that's why I like the Memphis matchup for the Warriors.
Sure. I think everyone is looking at Memphis.
Come on.
And they're looking at the Rockets, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's the Rockets no one believes in at all. They're a year away, probably another big acquisition, a big star that can go there because they have a lot of young talent. Right, but just knowing Fred VanVleet's a nice veteran piece, but he's not a superstar.
No, the other guy that we haven't really referenced, and he's been playing, I would say 10 to 15 minutes a game, GP2. And I feel like GP2 does kind of he's doing currently the stuff they want Kuminga to do for them. Meaning offensively play the 4, defensively play the perimeter. I think that they're going to overlap. And so like if Kuminga doesn't, get a lot of runway in terms of, playing time stuff, GP2 is going to eat into some of his minutes, just because the coach trusts GP2. Like, I get it.
And that's that word again, trust, right? The trust factor with Jonathan Kuminga when he returns, Joe Shasky, with Steve Kerr within this coaching staff. Like, that's going to be the big thing for me in all this is the players, sure. It ultimately comes down to the players always, but it's the coaching staff putting them in a position to succeed. That's going to be the key, and it's going to be the matchup. It's going to be Steve Kerr. And thankfully, Steve Kerr has been in a lot of these situations before as a player and as a coach. So I could not feel more comfortable with Steve Kerr. Again, I know everyone wants to crush Steve Kerr all the time. We always go to the coach. It can't be Steph's fault. Can't be Jimmy's fault anymore. It's got to be Steve Kerr's fault if something happens. Oh, this rotation. Oh, those minute allocation. Oh, I get it. But that's going to come down to Steve, to whomever on that coaching staff when it comes to when Jonathan Kuminga does return and when they do get into these playoff series or play-in game scenarios, what's it going to look like down the stretch? If he's particularly not shooting the ball well, but if his defense is giving you so much, you can't take him off the floor. I understand that. But one of the callers earlier brought up a good point about their trepidation of Jimmy, Draymond, and Kuminga being out there late when you're down and you need some three-point shots. Yeah, you got Steph. They're going to blitz the hell out of Steph.
But why do you need a good, because that's a confusing
The lack of three-point shooting is concerning when those three guys are on the court alongside Steph, and then you can toss in Moses Moody in there, sure. Or is it Quentin Post who can knock down a three-point shot? Like, I hear you and what you're going to say, because I know I can get a mid-range whenever I want with Jimmy down the stretch, and that's okay. I think we're in this era of everything has to be a three-point. We're down so much, get the three. So like, no, give me an easy 2. Give me a couple easy 2s. Oh, we're back in the game.
Well, that's why when you talk about the Jimmy, Kuminga, Draymond lineups, I don't think you can play Pods or GP2 alongside those guys because you need a stretch. It has to be a Quentin Post or a Moody or someone who's going to be able to, even a Buddy, like I'm not saying at the end of the game, but at some point, a Buddy Hield.
Well, if Buddy can start hitting, again, we've been saying this for months, if he can start hitting some threes, getting into the postseason, oh my God, that unlocks so much more for this team, Joe Shasky. Not getting my hopes up. Continue.
No, I'm just saying, like, I think the lineup combinations you play with those two are extremely important. And Curry at times is going to be one of those guys. And so, like, you cannot play another non-shooter. And I think Jimmy, I don't view as a non-shooter. Jimmy, I view as someone who can be a post player, can be a playmaker in the half court. He's very different as a playmaker from Draymond Green. Draymond Green is a passer first. He'll create for himself a little on the fake handoff. Jimmy can do it in so many different ways. And what I love about Jimmy is he'll take a guy off the dribble and get a cutter coming downhill like Jonathan Kuminga involved. And so I think it kind of negates this stretch shooting that everyone's desiring.
He's that playoff performer towards the end of a game that you've been desperately missing. That guy that you give him the ball, get out of my way, he's going to figure it out. And you got him alongside Steph now, who is a killer at the end of games. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about my chances, whether it's in a play-in or playoff scenario.
His passing,
whoever.
His passing is just so much better than we all. Like, I think some people knew him in his game very well. We can all admit, like, he's a great passer. No. He's just a great passer.
Ken Vallejo wants to join in the conversation around Jonathan Kuminga, Joe Shasky. What's up, Kenny? You're on the Morning Roast.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, I'm just looking at, we got Jimmy Butler on the team. Jimmy Butler addition has made everybody around him better.
This call will be recorded.
I don't think Kuminga coming into the Warriors is a problem, because you got to look at how he was playing before he got hurt.
Can I ask you a question? Are you calling from jail?
Where are you calling from, Ken?
I'm calling from Highway 37.
Oh, because he said it was recording.
Yeah, this call may be recorded.
Yeah,
we just want to let you know, Ken.
Yeah.
Oh, no. That's
no longer being
That's
recorded.
the iPhone doing this thing.
Oh, why is it doing that?
Because it's an iPhone. I don't know.
Oh, I've never heard that on iPhone. It's crazy. Continue.
No, Kuminga you're inflecting talent into the team, the lineup. So in the NBA to win, you got to add talent. Kuminga is a talented player. With Jimmy Butler on the floor, it's spacing, and he's going to have an easy transition to me. Yeah, they need to figure out the role. And these next 23 or 4 games that's the audition to figure out how they're gonna use it and how they're gonna work it. But night in and night out, closing the game up with the strongest lineup, that's the advantage. So I see him coming in, bringing talent and energy that's gonna make them better. I don't see it as a Kuminga problem or a problem. He's ascending in his rebounding. His defense has gotten better. His shooting is better than it was. But that dude is athletic, and he goes to the basket. With the floor space, it's going to be a problem.
Well, they definitely need athletes against specific teams.
Yes.
There's going to be a time and a place. Offensively, they're going to need his athleticism. To me, it's evident. In a playoff series, a 7-game series, you can't have enough perimeter defenders. GP2 will get run. Kuminga will get run. Butler will get run. Yep. Like, you can't have enough of those guys. You'll need pods to play some defense for you. So, yeah, and we know that's not what Steph's going to hang his hat on.
No.
But you need to have the right guys around him to be able to have him stand on that guy in the corner.
Correct. Adam in the city. We'll get to you on the other side. We got the injury report coming up here. 888-957.
I thought he was calling from Pelican Bay.
He's like, that's the iPhone. I don't know. I was like, I've never had an iPhone do that to me ever in the history of having an iPhone the last 15 plus years or whatever. Never heard that ever.
Do you ever, the old Mac Dre album?
I thought it was a payphone almost. They still have those?
Well, speaking of payphones, Mac Dre did a whole album from jail, from phone. But like, it's like, survive, hey, pick me up a little later. We're going to go trick-or-treating. That's what that reminded me of, the stupid doo-doo dumb album.
Injury report time, Carter. We got it. God. Let's do it. I've never heard that. This call might be recorded. I was like, I'm a little concerned. Maybe it was a work phone. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe I don't know, for work purposes. I don't know. By the way, opening day approaching sooner rather than later, Joe Shasky, and all hopes of a fully healthy roster for the San Francisco Giants on opening day. Well, it went out the window yesterday when manager Bob Melvin said that backup catcher Tom Murphy will likely begin the season on the injured list. The great Tom Murphy was diagnosed with a herniated disc in his back and was set to receive an epidural injection. Murphy has been dealing with back issues all of spring training after being diagnosed with an oblique strain last week. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We'll put a bow on this Kuminga conversation, this Durant conversation. I think the ship has sailed with Kevin Durant. Joe Shasky's saying never say never like Justin Bieber. He still thinks there's a chance that he could return, and he would be all in on him coming back in the summertime. Plus, wait till you hear what John Lynch had to say about Brock Purdy's contract talks. That's what's coming up in the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. No Magic tonight, 4 o'clock tip right here on 95.7 The Game. Your home for Golden State Warriors basketball. Warriors live starting at 3. I'm talking about the one, the only, the tanned. Joe Shasky's back, baby. Let's go. You're back, Joe. And vibes are good. Vibes are great with the Golden State Warriors. Vibes are, with the 49ers. We'll get into that. But I want to say this, as this segment's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer, Joe Shasky, as we are streaming on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And you look great. You feel great. The vibes are great right now. And I think Jonathan Kuminga coming back, Joe, is going to provide even more good vibes to the Golden State Warriors. But good morning to you, buddy.
Good morning. Yeah, just a brief aside, because we won't get time to talk about it today. Tomorrow we're going to talk to Bob Melvin, right?
Yeah. The manager of your San Francisco Giants.
Yeah.
Bob Melvin at 8 o'clock, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game, Joe Shasky appear on the River Islands guest line.
Just give me I want 45 seconds and we'll get right back into basketball.
All right, I'm counting right, 2, 1, go.
Okay, Tom Murphy is making $4 million a year. No one in baseball is giving this man $4 million a year. And the Giants are claiming they're broke and can't broadcast their own games because it costs too much. Yet you're giving $4 million to Tom Murphy. You're paying $1 million this year to Mark Melanson to not play on your team. And you're saying it costs too much to broadcast your games from spring training? I mean, shut up. Seriously, just shut up. I don't even want to hear it. I can stream my 8-year-old team on Game Changer. I watched my niece play on the NFHS basketball website in Hawaii, and it was just one single shot, and it was great with 2 announcers and everything for $3.99 a month. And you're blowing $5 million on Mark Melanson and Tom Murphy and claiming you can't afford to broadcast games.
All right, it's been more than 45 seconds. I gave you the extra 10 seconds there.
It's 2025. It's 2025. I shouldn't have to watch an Alex Pavlovich, God bless him, a video of him, of one of the beat writers, posting a video of a home run from a kid we all want to see at bats from. The Padres don't even have a broadcast partner, and they're broadcasting 20 games. What are we doing?
How'd Bryce Eldridge look yesterday? What do you do?
He struck out a couple times. That's fine. That happens.
We'll never know. It wasn't on TV.
There you go. Yeah, so it doesn't really matter.
Never happened.
Exactly. It's like a tree falling in the forest. If it never really saw the game, did it really count, Joe Shasky? When it comes to spring training, did it really count? I count the same thing in spring training. And again, we'll get to the Giants at some point.
Yeah, but I want to watch.
It's fine. You want to watch? Again, it doesn't mean spring training in baseball means absolutely nothing.
Okay, but just hear me out. Every single team in baseball, except 6, had their games on television. Let me read you off the 6 that didn't have their game on TV Saturday.
Training. Okay,
on Saturday. The Royals and White Sox. Okay.
Yes.
You can make your own, guesses from there. The A's.
Sounds about right.
The Giants and Reds.
A lot of cheap ownership.
Yeah, it was A's Tigers, I believe.
Yeah, that's what the says those teams, I say cheap ownership.
Okay, so that's
the Giants have been spending
if that's
a lot
what you want to be, if that's the bucket you want to be in, I mean, come on. I'm one of your consumers. I want to watch you. I want to support you. Put the games on TV.
You literally are supporting them.
What are we doing?
Decked out in orange and black right now. You look great. You're wearing the Hawaiian shirt. And you know what? Let's go back to a team that gives us
into basketball.
That gives us good vibes, Joe, because I don't want to be in the bad vibes of the orange and black. And they're kind of in the middle part of the vibe check. I don't know where to be with the San Francisco Giants. And maybe, as Larry Bear said it a couple weeks ago with you and Bonte when Bonte was in, don't be a stranger could be the theme of the Giants season. And Bob Melvin's not going to be a stranger. He's going to join us tomorrow, 8 o'clock.
I'm excited for that.
Cannot wait to talk to Bo Mel. A lot to break down with this Giants squad heading in to opening day here in a few weeks and maybe a month. What is it? End of March is usually what it is now?
Technically,
I think we're about a month out, actually.
March 18th is when the league season starts overseas.
That's right,
and then
Japan.
they come back, and then there's still more games.
Cousin Nick Friedell's going to go to those games in Japan because he's a Cubs fan. He's going to take his mom. I guess they're going to Singapore this week. They're doing Bonte, the European extravaganza. Yeah. They're having the Asian extravaganza.
Wow.
If you're Nick Friedell, yeah. So he's chilling.
Wow.
Yeah, your boy Nick Friedell. Yeah, I know you love some Nicky Friedell.
I do.
He was good.
Michelle was so sad that he came and into town and we left. She's like, and she's been just trying to.
Are they best friends?
Well, she just loves Nick.
Who doesn't? Like he has that personality. He's he's a gravitational pull. It's the voice, I think, first and foremost, but he's a very, very kind guy as well. Adam in the city, also a very nice guy. Adam, is he in the knockout? I think Adam's back for the knockout tournament, by the way.
Knockout tournament Monday?
I'm going to be there. Nice. You're going to be there. Yeah. Sam Lubman's going to be there. We'll see if he's doing the granny shot or not. What's up, Adam? You're on the Morning Roast.
Granny shot.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. And Shasky, welcome back. I want to know before I get into my point, I know that Sam participated. Are you, either Joe's, going to actually participate in the contest this year?
I think so. My jumper's not great, but it's serviceable, Adam.
Okay, serviceable. All right, we'll see.
Love to hear it. I just wanted to call in because I've been listening as I drove across the Bay Bridge today about all these Kuminga takes, and I'm honestly just kind of baffled that a player that was playing his best basketball before he got injured, that started to get to the free throw line, double-digit times a game, all of that, and now that this Butler trade's happened, the Warriors are playing well. Now everyone is scared for Kuminga to come back, and he's going to mess up everything. I'm like, I don't understand the thought process, because you guys mentioned in a point earlier, okay, if they put out that Draymond, Kuminga, Butler lineup, people are just going to blitz Steph. It's like, okay, well, then Steph's going to get that ball to Draymond. Now you're playing, 4-on-3, and you have, two of the best cutters, but you're going to give the ball to either Draymond or Butler to make a decision with a cutting Kuminga, maybe Moody's out there to hit the three in the corner, whatever. But it's like, I don't understand why that would be a bad lineup, especially if they do blitz Steph. You're now having two of the best decision makers make a move from that play. And with Kuminga and his abilities, I feel like he's going to be getting a lot of open looks, and his role is going to be a lot easier for the team. I just wanted to make the point that I don't understand the fear of Kuminga coming back. I think if he comes back, he's going to provide another boost with that athleticism that we don't have at that spot from a player like him, and it's just going to make us better.
Adam, will you at least acknowledge the situation that he's, stepping back into is a different one than the one he left it?
Absolutely. It's a completely different team. He was looked at as like the second leading best player, during that time. Now he's not that anymore. He's got, we have Jimmy Butler, and I completely understand it's a different situation. The ball movement has been different, all of that. But I think that he's also been itching to get back onto this team with how good they've been looking. I mean, you see him on the sidelines. He's pumped when Post is hitting a three, when all the other guys he's probably going to be taking minutes from are doing well. I just think he wants to join in on the fun.
No, I agree with that. And look, I want to make it very clear. I'm not here to say that I'm like some JK hater. I'm one of his biggest fans. I'm just saying that the situation that he's entering is a little delicate, because vibes are really good right now, and nobody wants to hear the party pooper, right? Nobody wants to see the Debbie Downer, and I'm not saying that's what he is. I'm just saying, like, things are going so good right now for so many guys on the team outside.
Jonathan Kuminga.
He is a big element of what they want to do, and so they need to keep rolling. Like right now, if he comes in and there's no hiccups whatsoever, this will all be a moot point. That's what we all want. We all want that. Nobody wants him to not be a big part of the team. But we also have to acknowledge, it might be a little delicate. You don't want to trample onto the flowers.
It's, anytime you've missed a huge chunk of work in any capacity, Joe Shasky, whether it's here, you're a host or you're a producer, getting back into the swing of things, feeling like you missed out on a lot. Not saying he has, because he has been there. Yeah. I want to say not that he's been traveling all the time, but he has been there on the bench supporting the players. He's been doing his workouts on the sides. He's been around the players. So there is part of that. It's not totally like you or I missing the station for a couple months at a time or a month and a half at a time. It feels weird coming back sometimes. So he has been around the guys, but playing is a different beast. And not wanting to make mistakes when you come back, right? And I don't think he's going to be that. I think he's going to be his same confident self. I hope he's his same confident self, because that's the one thing that you don't want to lose if you're Jonathan Kuminga right now, is the confidence. Because he was playing with so much of it prior to the injury. And that's where I lean on. Again, I think Jimmy's going to be great bringing this guy up. Again, we're talking about Jimmy Butler, the leader, which is just so funny, just a few months just removed from everything that took place in Miami. But Jimmy Butler, the leader, I can only go off what he said. And he said he's going to fit right in, and it's up to him to, ingratiate him into this lineup. into the closing lineup potentially, because I think he's going to be coming off the bench. I don't think he's going to be in the starting group. They're going to be doing some different matchups here and there depending on the opponent. But it's up to Steph, it's up to Jimmy, it's up to Draymond. And again, I keep going back to Steve Kerr. It's up to Steve to empower this guy. And I heard Steve Kerr's comments.
And it's up to him to embrace the different things that they're going to ask him to do.
But I don't want to solely put everything on a young Jonathan Kuminga's plate, because that makes it feel like it's all on him to make this thing work. No, there's other players involved here too.
Absolutely.
And I think we're giving them all the benefit of the doubt, and we're a little hesitant to do it with Jonathan because, in fairness, we haven't seen it yet. He's still so young.
I just think,
and we haven't seen it with this version of this team.
Yes, that's it.
Yes.
And I think that fans are so happy with what we've watched. We just don't want anything upsetting it. And I don't think that's
life. That's life, right?
No, but I don't think that's a Kuminga specific thing. I think if Guy Santos was out for a couple months, if Pods was out for a couple months, and they were playing really well, over this short period of time, I think the conversation would be very, very similar. I think is where we're going at.
Absolutely.
Even if you like the player, you could still be like, oh, what's it going to look like? Like I remember when Jay Rich broke his wrist, right? Mm-hmm. Jay Rich broke his wrist. Well, Monte really started to ascend at the time, right? And Monte and Biedrins were a really big part of that team, and it was like, whoa, like. This is still Jay Rich's squad. You know what I mean? At least he's a big part of what they want to do. And acclimating him and then still, trying to bottle up what made Monte such a dynamic and lovable guy off the bench. Like, it's delicate. That's all we're saying. This is a delicate balance.
Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina, he has some thoughts on the Jonathan Kuminga situation. What's up, Tim?
I want to hear it.
Good morning, guys. Hey, listen, I don't want to get overconfident, but I want to make like 3 quick points. Let's remember, Shasky, that we beat one really, I'm going to say, good team out of here. Now, the Rockets win was a good one. The rest were kind of trash wins. So let's not think like we out here world beaters. I get it, okay? Number 2, let's not shortchange the young man. Let's not shortchange the young man's ability to adapt. His whole career has been him, pretty much his success with the Warriors has pretty much been him playing off of others. All the way back to filling in for Wiggins years ago. It hasn't just recently before going out did the team begin running the offense and things through him. But his career, his bread and butter has been playing off of others. So, yes, I understand what you're saying. It's a different team than what he's left, but that's what his bread and butter has been. He knows how to do that. And number 3, we actually got 3 players on this team that at any given time we can run the offense through, that at any given time can get you to 20 to 35 points. We need that. Like, guys, I mean, that is a level we don't have. There's no other players on this team besides Butler, Kuminga, and Curry the luxury of having that. Like, we're not in no way, shape, or form to make it seem like we don't need this guy to get to where in the hell we got to go. So, yes, we might have to do some things and make it comfortable for him to come back. But if anybody is calling the station and thinking, okay, we don't necessarily need him because how good we doing to go against the heavyweights, come on, we all fooling ourselves. Let's remember, the team they've been playing lately, there's not been many centers on the court. Kuminga eats and swallows teams up with no centers. So let's not think that. And he also sometimes does it with teams with centers. So let's not shortchange his ability to adapt. His career has been based on that. And I think we always kind of, I mentioned on Willard and Dibbs the other day that I think the young fella should get royalties from the station on how much he's talked about. But I know you guys have said it in a positive way, but we don't have to shortchange the young man's ability to adapt. He's been doing it his whole career, guys. So I like the caller just said earlier, who the hell cares that Draymond, him, and Jimmy on the floor is not three-point shooting? We have got this fascination that there can't be success without that. You got to be out of your mind thinking a four-man lineup with Steph, Dre, J.K., and Kuminga wouldn't be successful, guys. I mean, I think we overthink it sometimes, and we definitely give way too much credence to three-point shooting. And I think that's kind of been proven throughout some of these teams that's not like that. I think SGA is proving it right now that the game doesn't have to be all about launching.
No, it's a good point, Tim, and I appreciate you calling in. The 3 points plus another fourth one there from Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina, one of our best. But it's a good point. instead of everyone being all worried about it, you should be excited about it. And he does bring up a good point too, Joe Shasky. They haven't really beaten anyone great yet. Like that's not no fault of their own. I'll say this, the team looks a lot better because they were losing to teams that we don't consider good. Like they were losing to some of these bad teams that they were since beating now. They were losing to some of these teams. Like they lose that game against the Bulls when Jimmy Butler and Steph had that 20-point comeback. They lose that game without Jimmy Butler. Steve Kerr said it. They probably lose that game.
Sure.
So like, I'm not going to totally poo-poo that, but at the same time, it is in the back of my head, starting on this road trip where they're still not really playing world beaters.
But let's, okay. The eyeballs tell. Forget the opponent.
Well, it's hard. Hold on. It's hard not to, like, the eyeball will tell you one thing, but you do have to bake into it.
How many great teams are in the league?
The entire West pretty much is pretty good ahead of you.
Well,
you haven't really played them.
They played the Kings.
I said ahead of you. Okay, the Kings are not ahead of you.
But the Kings have, and the Dallas Mavericks are ahead of them. Like, the Kings have given you fits, and they destroyed them. Now, it's a different version of the Kings because they've made a lot of trades.
Again, that version of the Kings that destroyed them had De'Aaron Fox on it. Zach LaVine and that team is different version, Joe. I'm sorry.
So the only way they can get any kind of love now is they have to play OKC in a row and then play the Boston Celtics and then play Cleveland. Like, there's like 5 really good teams in the league. Everybody else is kind of meh. You know what I mean? Like, forget the opponent. They're playing great defense.
Yeah.
They're playing connected, good offense. They're taking good shots. They're playing a rejuvenated brand of basketball. Yes, does the opponent matter if you're only playing, I'm just going to throw a team out there, garbage team X, yeah, of course that would matter.
The Sixers. They're going to be playing on Saturday.
Okay, sure. And I actually went to the Sixers game earlier this year where they blew them out. Yeah. That was probably the best game of the year, right? That was the home game. And Embiid was the only thing that was rolling for Philadelphia. But like Joe, I'm just looking at how they're playing, and their vibes are really good. And all they can control is how they're playing. And the schedule is the schedule. It'll get tougher as it comes. They look great right now.
It's okay to say both. It's okay to say that the Warriors have been playing well and they look a lot better. They just haven't really played that many impressive teams.
So what win would be impressive for you?
Why two things can't be equally true, Joe? Like,
because I'm not Ralph. So what win?
Wait. You've been impressed by the level of
the Dallas game? Yes, because Dallas just recently, Kyrie destroyed them, like single-handedly destroyed them.
They don't have any centers on that team. Like the Dallas.
Well, they didn't have centers in that game that they lost.
That's great. And that was a game that the Warriors should have won.
On them.
Yeah, they did in the first half. In the second half, you really didn't do much. Again, you got the Magic coming up. They handle the Magic, and the Magic aren't a very good team. The Sixers aren't a very good team. The Hornets aren't a very good team. The Knicks in New York on the back end of a back-to-back.
It's a great test.
That's going to be a great test for me. So, yes, I'll be looking at that. I'll be looking at the Pistons coming here, who all of a sudden... You laugh.
I'm saying
Pistons are a good team.
But what mental exercise are we doing where they have to look good against certain teams?
I'm not saying you have to. I'm saying I'm interested to see how they look against teams that we're actually going to be watch coming playoff time.
Is this the best basketball you've seen the Warriors play in the last couple of years?
They were really good at the start of the season at 12-3. So probably since then. Well, probably since the 12-3 start.
Moody looks good.
Yeah.
Pods looks good. Butler looks good. Curry looks good. Dre looks good. Quentin Post looks good. Guy Santos looks good. Like, I can't remember a time where 7 or 8 dudes were all playing good all at once.
I can remember a time when you said this time last year.
As we're saying out loud, Shasky and I, that we both believe this team could make a deep run to the playoffs.
Absolutely.
You said that this time like last year.
So, that was then, this is now.
Okay, yeah, but you said, when's the last time you felt this good? Well, this time last year you felt that good.
That was a long time ago. 365 days is a long time ago.
You said years. That was a calendar year.
Well, guess what? I'm retconning it. Okay. And so what I'm saying right now is that I now think they're playing better than they were back then.
Okay, that's fine.
I believe way more.
That's great. You can. I'm just saying. They haven't beaten anyone that I would consider impressive.
Steph hasn't been this efficient in so long. He hasn't been this happy in so long.
Again, I am loving what they're doing right now. I'm not raining on your parade. It's okay to say that they're playing really well, and also say they have a little soft spot on their schedule right now. But again, we weren't saying that prior to the Jimmy Butler. We were saying this team can't even beat the bad team. So I hear you. Leroy's in Oakland. He wants to join the conversation. What's up, Leroy?
Hey, Joe. Joe, man, I've had my cup of Joe, and I'm ready to go.
Let's go.
Glad to have you back, Shasky. And I just wanted to say that, with Kuminga coming back, like, he can score, especially, going to the bucket, not necessarily, shooting the jumper and stuff. He has to work on that. But he's just a natural scorer, right, because he's athletic. Mm-hmm. And I'm more interested to see how he's going to play defensively.
Totally agree.
Coming back, because I think that this is what the team needs from Jonathan Kuminga, just to be a relentless defender, a relentless rebounder. Start being contagious as a hustle guy. You know what I mean? Start just going out there and letting that athleticism show more on the defensive end, more on the hustle end than scoring, because he can naturally score. And hey, Shasky, I like the toughness that Jimmy Butler has brought to the team.
Totally.
You know how guys are tough, like Pods is tough, Moody is tough, guys are tough, Quentin Post seems tough, but Jimmy has come and brought that out in the team, right? They're playing tough. And one more thing, guys, when the Warriors guards are rebounding, when combined they're getting 20, 22 rebounds a game, it is awesome. We usually win. So I like the toughness that Jimmy Butler has brought, and I like the guards rebounding, and I hope Kuminga can just come in and just start going to work in other areas other than scoring, because
Leroy,
he's a natural scorer.
Before you go, I love the toughness thing, because when I'm going to make a cross-sport analogy. When Dre Greenlaw's on the field, boy, the Niners feel so much tougher.
The swag was
so much tougher.
Yeah.
Like, they're going to punch you in the mouth and run through you. With Jimmy on the floor, you're right. The whole team feels just way more physical.
No, it's a good point, and Leroy had to hop off there. But I'll pick up what he was saying too, Joe. And we haven't really mentioned it. It's the team getting to the free throw line now more with Jimmy. Jonathan Kuminga was doing that before he got hurt too. But
he wasn't shooting it well.
Well, he was. He was shooting it a lot better prior to the injury at the line. But that's what I'm saying. And hopefully you'd think the one thing he could do rehabbing from this is just at the free throw line, just shooting some, right? But just getting to the line and even if he's not making them, Joe, because I know that Jimmy's going to be making them and some of the other guys are going to be making them, getting the other team in foul trouble. That is so huge and just a missing element from this team. Again, we keep bringing up the team in the West, but the Lakers, what they just killed you with was getting you in foul trouble early and constantly, and you weren't able to do that to the Austin Reeves, to the LeBron Jameses, the Anthony Davises, and now, obviously, you got the foul baiter number one in the league, Luka Doncic.
The thing that getting teams into the bonus, like when your team gets into the bonus, it takes away that aggression out on the perimeter for all those other guys, because they don't want to get a cheapie where they're reaching and now it's 2 free throws or 1 free throw. And then so there's no doubt about it. Getting into the bonus is extremely important. And then it helps you set up your defense.
Yep, absolutely. We're up against it, Joe. What do you say we on the other side put a bow on this conversation with Kuminga? Got a little. I say hangry. That's just me right now. I'm getting a little hangry, getting a little hungry. That 8:30 starts hitting, Joe, 9 o'clock. And you just get
now. I'm
starving right now.
You guys always made fun of me.
Well, during your Tom Murphy soliloquy for a minute, I was smashing some Flamin' Hot Cheetos. Again, Flamin' Hot Cheetos, Carter, at 8:30. Unhinged behavior from your boy. But that's what's coming up next. We're gonna get to some Niners as well. That's what I wanted to talk about. John Lynch, his thoughts. Joe Shasky, I know you bleed red and gold, and this is a very, very tense offseason approaching for the San Francisco 49ers. I don't want there to be any drama, though, right? I don't want there to be any more drama, and hopefully we can nip that in the bud in these next coming months. That's what's coming up on The Game, brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. Joe Shasky in the building, back from Hawaii. Joe Spadoni hanging out with you. We've had a lot of fun because the Warriors are a lot of fun right now. See how that works? You talk about a fun team, you have fun doing it. You talk about a team that's not very fun, you're not going to have a lot of fun doing it. Now, we try to be positive all the time, Joe Shasky. I pride myself on trying to be a positive person.
Okay.
More often than not. I try the vibes when I get in here. I hope you guys look at me and you think, hey, that's Joe. We're going to have a good time. That's how I want to be presented and how I feel.
I do think that way.
Thank you. But there's times when it's even I am coming in and it's like, oh my God. Like, did you watch that Hornets game last night? Did you watch? I know we're getting paid to talk about this. Can we talk about literally anything? Like, that is where we were at.
I know.
We're the home of the Warriors, and it was hard talking about the Warriors. That's not how it should be. And now it's a total 180. We're starting a 5-game roadie here. We'll see if Jonathan Kuminga returns tomorrow. In between then, because it's Saturday, they have the game, so they have a day off tomorrow. So hopefully you get the notification. Oh, Kuminga set to return against the Philadelphia 76ers on prime time on Saturday night in Philadelphia. I'm hoping we get that. And then, after all those good vibes, and we're going to put a bow and we're going to take the Uncle Gene here. After all those good vibes, we're going to be shifting to a team where the vibes, I don't know where the vibes are. Maybe we do a vibe check with you, Joe Shasky, because you're the king of vibes right now coming back from Hawaii. In regards to the San Francisco 49ers, I don't know what to make of them right now, which is crazy because we're just a year removed from them being in Allegiant Stadium in a Super Bowl against the Kansas City Chiefs. It's crazy.
In the words of 2 Chainz, it's a vibe. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. You don't even know. You don't know that reference?
We do.
Carter does.
Give you a 2 for that. You need to say it with your chest, though. You need to get into it.
I don't have the voice of 2 Chainz.
No one really does.
Let's put the Niners to the side for a second. You brought up the Hornets. I was watching that game the other night, and I'm thinking to myself, there are only 2 fan bases in my life that I've never come across. And I ran this by you guys at the break. And I mean this with all sincerity. I've been going to games my whole life. I know a lot of different people who are fans of a lot of different teams.
Sure.
And when you go to games, you see, fans of other teams. I went to the Giants home opener a couple years ago. They started the season off against the Royals, and then the year before, I think it was the Rays, the Tampa Bay Rays. I actually met people who were Royals fans and Rays fans. Like, if you can believe that.
I've seen Royals gear. Like, that's a legitimate
sense.
fan base.
But like the Rays, I was like, no way. And like, I saw 3 different people wear the old school Devil Rays jerseys and were like, yeah, I'm legitimately a Rays fan. I have never in my life met a legitimate Charlotte Hornet fan.
Ever.
People used to wear the starter jackets back in the day.
Because they're sick, right? Yes.
No doubt. I have never in my life met a legitimate Charlotte Hornets fan. The other franchise that I've never, and I've been going to these games forever. I have never met a true Arizona Cardinal fan.
888-957.
I've met a Diamondback fan.
If you're listening right now.
I've met Suns fans. I have never met a Cardinal fan. They almost always root for whatever team they came from. They moved to Arizona and they're like, oh, I'm still root for the Eagles, or I still root for the Bears, or whatever.
Have you ever met a Washington Wizard fan?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
And
because they're a Washington fan.
I was going to say, they get lumped in with the Washington Commanders, right? The Washington Capitals. Okay. All right.
I've never, ever, ever in my life met a Charlotte Hornet fan. Have you? Have any of you?
No, but I'm calling them out right now at 888-957-9570. If you're a Charlotte Hornets fan listening, or if you're an Arizona Cardinals fan listening, call the show right now. We want to hear how you got your fandom.
So we should have asked him in Raleigh if he knew any Charlotte Hornets fans.
Well, when I think of that state, I think of college basketball.
You think of Duke and you think of North Carolina.
Yeah.
Or Wake Forest, right? Literally.
Yeah.
Or do you think Carolina Panthers at all? Have you ever met a Panthers fan?
Well, Curry. Curry's a Panther fan.
Well, there's one right there. Steph grew up a Hornets fan. His dad played for the team, Joe. Of course he was a fan. Like Clay was a Laker fan because his dad played for the team.
I'm not saying there aren't fans. What I'm saying is I've never met one.
Okay.
Have you?
No, I haven't. I just gave out the number. Okay. Maybe Uncle Gene's met one. Yeah. Gene Oakland. What's up, Gene? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Can't say I've ever met a Carolina fan though myself. But anyways. Okay, so listen, I want to say something about the whole Kevin Durant discussion. And I want to preface it by saying, I love Durant. I love when he was with us. I hated when he left. I consider him one of the 10 most, greatest players of all time, along with people a lot smarter than me. But, and when this trade happened, before it happened, I was getting a little excited about getting Durant back and also saying, please, no Butler. Now I've completely flipped on it. And I'm looking more carefully at both players since. And I have a bit of an issue with, certainly with flipping Durant for Butler. Kevin Durant, for all his brilliance, is really an ISO player with an ISO personality. All right. You're kind of a Hall of Fame version of Andrew Wiggins, if you will. So, he's never really carried his team to a championship as Jimmy has. He doesn't really involve his other players. He basically he's out there. I remember when he was playing with us.
Real quick, Gene. We could all agree the best player on those championship teams from 2017 and 18 was Kevin Durant. To just say he never led the team, it's kind of a little bit of it's disingenuous.
Multiple daggers in LeBron's face.
Just a minute. Let me explain. No, he was obviously the best player on the team. Okay. He was the best player on a team that had 3 future Hall of Famers in their prime. I mean, they already had a group that possibly could have challenged for a title. They wouldn't have had Bogut, but he just made a great team dominant. All right. But once again, where has he really, dragged his team to the finals? I mean, just look at right now. All right. With Phoenix, he's certainly not making a huge difference there, even though he's going out and scoring his 25 to 30 points a game. And if we try to make a deal for him at the end of the season, we're going to lose Kuminga. We're going to lose some of our current guys, the young fellas that are really developing, and probably draft picks. So at this point, I'm kind of out on the whole thing. I want to see what Jimmy can do. Let's see what he does against how we do against Memphis and Denver and the Lakers with him, and hope for the best.
Thanks. That's Gene in Oakland. Hey, I hear him. I wasn't, again, I'm more in the camp of I just don't think Kevin Durant wants to come back to the Warriors. I'm not here to dump on the guy when he was here, because I do think when he was here, I don't think he was appreciated enough, if that even makes sense, Joe Shasky, because what he was able to do when he's part of this, and the reason we're talking about Kevin Durant, if you saw his comments he had at the Draymond Green show on the podcast, he seemed to leave it a little open-ended if he would want to come back to the Golden State Warriors at some point this summer or another team, because the writing is on the wall. He's definitely leaving the Phoenix Suns this summer. I think we can all agree on that. He gone. His relationship with the owner / governor of the Suns, Matt Ishbia, is fractured. He's leaving. I don't think he's coming back here, but if he does come back here, yeah, it's going to be awesome, and I'm going to love to cover it because we're the home of the Warriors, and it's going to be content galore. Are you kidding me? Because I remember those times, and when you were, we literally started working the station together that final year when they reached the 2019 NBA Finals against the Toronto Raptors. So, yeah, I do think there is a level of fandom, though, Joe, like Gene, that say, you know what? No, I'm out on that whole experience again.
Let's see how this season plays.
Well, that's the big part of it, right? We're riding high, though, Joe. Hey, we're both saying Western Conference Finals. Come on, I'm saying that.
Well, we'll see. I mean, like
right now, what would you bet on right now? Season ended right now. Where are the Warriors going in the playoffs?
At minimum, second round.
Okay, it's pretty good. At minimum, second round.
Yeah.
At most.
I mean, why couldn't they get to the finals? It's Steph Curry.
Get to the finals, okay, but not win it.
I mean, who knows? Once you get there, I mean, you got a puncher's chance.
Sure.
Look, Cleveland looks really, really, really good. Boston obviously is outstanding. So, you'd be a long shot against either one of those teams. But getting there would take a big bite out of you. You're an older team, Like, what does the path look like to just get there?
Right.
There's like, I think about times when the Warriors just getting to that finals against Cleveland took so much out of them in 2016 that by the end of that 2016 series, they were completely beat up. Iggy hurt himself. Bogut, I think Iggy had the back. Bogut had Bogut had the back and Iggy had the foot. I don't know. They both were really, really injured. Obviously, Steph was hurt. It just takes a lot out of you.
Speaking of Iguodala, he had his jersey retirement ceremony on Sunday, Joe Shasky.
Great.
You have any thoughts, I was going to say, on Andre Iguodala and his legacy? And when you think of Andre Iguodala, what do you think first? You think of I was going to say, do you think the negative thing first where he got blocked by LeBron? Or do you think of him winning the finals MVP, which was literally because he guarded LeBron James is why he got it. And a lot of people were upset about that. A lot of the Curry fans were said Steph should have got it because he was the best offensive player, but they felt like it was a formality award for him because of what the job he did. Because LeBron was the best player in that finals overall, but
held LeBron to 35, 12, and 12.
I sound like I'm saying all this as it sounds like I'm crushing Iguodala. I apologize,
it's absurd the way we voted.
Right.
Not we, but
how do you remember Andre Iguodala, the Warrior?
Well, it was interesting to me that everybody was saying like he chose to come here, and like he wasn't the Warriors' first choice, which nobody really brought up. Like the Warriors were trying to go after Dwight Howard.
Yes, they were.
And like the consolation prize was Andre Iguodala. It's so funny how the two like woulda, coulda, shouldas that ended up being, or actually three, that ended up being the most incredible non-deals of all time. Taking Monte for Bogut as opposed to Steph for Bogut. So, I mean, like, that's a crazy woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Yeah.
Not trading for Kevin Love and giving up Draymond and Clay. Thank God they didn't do that. And then thank God they didn't get Dwight Howard. And they got Andre Iguodala. And that he actually went to the bench. I think it was one of the greatest things that could have happened to this team. So, yeah, it was just interesting. I mean, he's obviously so deserving, and they don't win anything without him. And the guy is basketball savant. And in terms of his pacing and understanding, like, hey, let's slow this down. Let's get a good shot. The way that he has to jump to his apex for his jumper, on his shot was always something that I found funny. Brilliant passer, excellent defender. Just such a great calming presence for this team.
Did not trust him at the free throw line. I'll say that. He always would get me a little nervous. He do a little of the 50-50. Kind of like Jonathan Kuminga has a little Andre Iguodala at the line with him. I think Iguodala is a much more skilled offensive player. Or should I say Kuminga, right? Kuminga is a much more skilled offensive player in my mind than Iguodala. But Andre, when he came into the league, I think people forget this, like, he was in such a tough spot because he was taking over for Allen Iverson. And taking over, we shouldn't view it like that because no one can take over for what AI meant to that team and to that city and to that area. What he meant to basketball and to just, I had AI shoes. He was one of my favorite players when I was a kid, Joe Shasky. I was a kid when I was 7 or 8. I was watching Allen Iverson. He was, everyone wanted to be like him. Of course. He was 6'1", whatever.
Did you see the new Allen Iverson shoes that came out for golf?
No.
Yeah, they're golf.
I need to look
questions or something.
Oh,
hold answers.
Hold on.
Yeah, look them up. They're golf Allen Iverson shoes.
I say all that to say he had the same initials. They thought they were getting the next AI.
He was a great defender.
He was a great defender, but he wasn't that. And I think a lot of people viewed him in that lens, and he never lived up to that hype because no one's going to live up to that hype. He was a top 10 pick coming out of Arizona. And he was just a solid player, whether he was on there, whether he was on the Nuggets.
No, he was a great player. I would say the word
for the Warriors, he was a great player. Yes.
He was so good in Philly, and he was so good in Denver. That Denver team was awesome at the Niners that the Warriors knocked off. That Denver team was so awesome.
That was his only All-Star appearance, by the way.
What?
2012 with the Denver Nuggets.
That team was awesome. They were really, really good. And that Warrior team knocking them off was their, hey, we've arrived moment. And they should have beat the Spurs. I'll go to my deathbed saying that the Warriors had the Spurs beat.
Who was my guy on? It wasn't Iguodala, was it? Someone who
it was Nene Hilario.
That's who it was.
Nene Hilario.
Not Nene. It's Nene.
Whatever.
Watch me whip. Watch me Nene.
Who was the animal? Fareed.
Yeah, Kenneth Fareed.
Yeah,
that's
the Manimal or the animal? What was
the
his
Manimal?
nickname?
The Manimal.
The Manimal.
Yeah. They would always do the highlights. They do the
It's funny that Draymond gets criticized for calling KD in the parking lot when Iguodala literally walked over across the course I gotta team up with you. You know,
we got a big one right now on the line.
He's also on my all-time palms up team.
Okay,
palms up, complaining to the officials.
No, he's an all-time complainer.
All-time palms up team.
Him, Luka. Who else is out there? LeBron, low key, is always complaining. Chris Paul's a great one.
Chris Paul.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of some of the Euros that
James Harden.
James Harden's a good one.
James Harden doesn't have to do palms up. He just gets the call.
He does. No, he does the head back. He does the beard back, the brush back. Donnie Westside is calling in right now.
Donnie
Westside, Joe Shasky.
What?
Hey, is this true, Donnie? You grew up a Hornets fan?
I did. I loved Larry Johnson from the UNLV growing up. I heard of the Runnin' Rebels and thought that was just the coolest name, and fell in love with the spread offense, the shoot it from anywhere on the floor. All the old guys.
Okay. And that's your story about growing up a Hornets fan. There he goes.
I mean, in all fairness, there's not much else to say about being a Hornets fan.
Hey, I kind of like
just recapped all of Hornets history right there.
Larry Johnson was sick though. And I always forget Larry Johnson because whenever I watch, like Benny occasionally wants to watch Space Jam, the first one, right? And Larry Johnson is part of that, the guy, the Monstars that get their powers sucked away. Yeah. He's one of those players.
If I was going to put together the original NBA jams, some of the greatest teams of all time.
Larry Johnson?
Oh, the Hornets squad was ridiculous. Larry Johnson and Alonzo Mourning, and maybe you go with Muggsy Bogues.
Muggsy, I love this. Again, part of that, the Monstars crew, Muggsy Bogues. That gets
they had sick unis, dude, when they first came out. Everybody had their starter jacket.
They still do have sick unis, but then they wear these hideous mint chip
the mint one I'm not mad at.
Like, just come on. Like, and I do think it's cool how they go into like the honeycomb kind of look. Yeah. I think that's cool. They're playing on the Buzz City. Like, I think that stuff's cool.
Come into the hive.
But that's literally all they got. They don't.
It's Jordan's legacy.
See, that you got to separate church from state here when it comes to joining the play. It's not all encompassing. I'm not ruining it.
What do you mean?
Steiny says the same exact thing you do, and it drives me nuts.
How does it drive you nuts? I'm like
this hurts Bobcats, Jordan's legacy because he wasn't a great owner. Please, the fact that he wasn't
just like Derek Jeter's legacy is that he was a failed Marlins executive.
No, the fact that he was an owner after what he did is insane. The fact that Michael freaking Jordan became an owner of a team, the sole owner of a team. That's the accomplishment. I don't care if they failed. It's Charlotte. They're going to fail forever because that's just who they are. All right? Get off my guy, MJ.
Dude, it's okay. It's part of who he is. It's not in the first 4 or 5 paragraphs, but when you get to like the 6th, it's like, Jordan, horrific owner. It's okay. It's part of who he is.
I say elite businessman.
Unlike Tom Brady.
Elite businessman.
Unlike Tom Brady, who happens to be in Montana at the same time as Matt Stafford.
Do you want to get in?
Some owners know how to make things work.
Well, and some reporters get verbally accosted in a Starbucks in Indianapolis because of the Tom Brady reporting. I don't even know if it was because of that. Talking about Jordan Schultz and Ian Rappaport of NFL Network. Like, again, if you're just joining us and you're just saying, what are you talking about? Apparently, Jordan Schultz, who covers the NFL, is their insider, the NFL insider. He's basically their Adam Schefter over at Fox Sports. And Ian Rappaport, everyone knows Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, longtime insider there. Apparently, they have some beef, though. And Ian Rappaport was minding his own business at Indianapolis Starbucks because it's the NFL Draft Combine. So they're hanging out, right? They're just hanging out.
I get.
Jordan Schultz walks up to him and apparently berates him for a minute straight and then leaves in front of a bunch of other reporters and media heads and all of that. And that's it. Okay. Is there anything wrong with that? He had beef. He didn't hit him. He basically said it felt like, oh, here it is. I have the exact thing. This is from Pro Football Talk, our guy Mike Florio.
Oh, Florio got the exclusive.
Again, one of the best pieces that Florio has ever written,
Florio
by the way.
So much.
This is what Schultz said.
Wait, before you say that, this is why I love Florio. He came running up on me, Bonte, and Sam. Was like, which one of you was the one talking smack? And Bonte like pointed me like this guy right here. And we shook hands. Everything was great. But this is why I like him, because in real life, he came right up to us.
Is he taller than he's?
I think he's about my height. What do you think?
Okay, he's a little bit taller. I thought he was about 6 feet.
Okay.
Oh, was he? Okay.
Okay, fair enough.
He had a presence.
5'10", 5'11". It's only a couple inches, right? Yeah. But this is
I play bigger than my size.
This is size matters. This is what PFT I guess said. Guard. We're told that Rappaport was talking to an agent. Schultz approached Rappaport and said, quote, "We need to talk." Rappaport replied, "We're told, quote, we don't need to talk." Schultz then made accusations about Rappaport, we're told. Rappaport, in regards to the accusations as unfounded, that's what Rappaport said. There was accusations that Schultz made that were unfounded. Then the two men were face to face. Schultz said, quote, "If you have anything to say to me, say it to my effing face. If this continues, we're going to have a effing problem." Rappaport then asked Schultz to step back, and then Schultz said, "If this happens again, we're going to have an effing problem. Now I'll step back." And then he walked out. Hey, Schultz, where did that come from?
I love it.
Like, what could have sparked, like, I'm trying to think now, guys. We could do a group exercise. What could have sparked Jordan Schultz to go off on Rap Sheet like that? We're getting into the minutia here of everything. Like, was it the Tom Brady, report that he's standing by. He's saying, no. Tom Brady and Matt Stafford went skiing together and they hung out at Tom's house in Montana.
You know what my theory is on all this?
And then Rap Sheet had to do the backtrack because he's trying to save face and say, it wasn't like that, trying to protect the shield. He's an owner. Is there tampering involved? I don't think there's tampering because the Rams gave permission for Stafford, correct? So I don't know if even tampering's involved in that.
Everyone's tampering all the time.
What could have happened? I'm asking you. What could have happened there?
This is what's happened. It's called society doesn't realize that in real life you get punched in the face. Right? No, this is the truth. Like I
or
truly
verbally
believe
accosted in this case.
No, I truly believe this. This is my honest to God opinion, okay? I think that when we all grew up back in the day, okay, we would go out and we would play outside. And let's say I would play with the Spadoni family or whatever, and we'd be at the park. If I was talking too much, one of you, your brothers, or one of the friends, someone would put me in my place.
Check you.
Exactly.
Yes.
And then I would be like, whoa, like I could get hurt. Wow, my words have actions. My have consequences. My actions have consequences. I truly believe we've become a society of everything is anonymous and online and protected, and you don't think that you can actually run into someone in real life. That's what I think. And I think what has happened here is these two massive followings online and egos, and people tweet things and they feel some kind of way and it's received a certain other kind of a way. And it's like, oh, okay, well, real life is different from online. And I see this with kids more so because they talk a certain way when they play the video games. I'm like, yo, if you talk like that to someone in real life, they will punch you in the face.
The Twitter fingers. That's what we call it now.
100%. And I just think that society in general, we have forgotten that in real life, you got to have a little layer of respect to real people. Otherwise, someone will get punched. I'm honest to God surprised we don't have more of this in media.
Well, again, I mentioned it. I was questioning if this was the catalyst for all this verbal accosting. I just love that. It just sounds hilarious. Verbal accosting. The catalyst was that report on Wednesday that Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford met with the Raiders minority owner Tom Brady in Montana. And then Rappaport subsequently downplayed that report and said it was a chance unplanned meeting. And Schultz is like, yeah, okay, it was a chance unplanned meeting that Tom Brady and Matt Stafford happened to meet at a ski resort. Please. And I'm with Schultz on this one. This is totally just protecting the shield and trying to backtrack anything and downplay everything. And Rappaport has a huge relationship with all of these agents, all these owners, everyone. So he's going to do what's best in his interest for them. But I'm with Schultz on this a little bit. Should he have gone at his face in public like that? Maybe that's strong. I don't know the relationship. Clearly, the relationship was at a point where Schultz felt like he needed to do this.
Can we agree that Rappaport clearly tied in, big professional, whatever.
Yes.
Could come off a little
smug.
Upper East Coast smug. Well, just a little Ivy League-ish.
Sure. But he's been doing it for longer than him. Schefter.
I also believe him to be a huge mouthpiece, specifically for he is an agent mouthpiece.
Yes. Well, you saw how he reported the Shedeur Sanders not throwing at the combine thing. He's like,
no, I didn't. I missed it.
Oh, here, let me pull it up because
I didn't.
The way he worded it was hilarious.
I've been kind of off the grid outside of some Warrior games.
What you got on this, Sammy?
Oh no, I was just wondering if the reason was like fantasy football related, a la Jock Peterson, Tommy Pham, but. Tommy Pham probably thinks Jordan Schultz handled it really well.
That's it. Like I've been in group threads where two guys are going at it, and it's like starts off funny.
Yes, that's our thread.
And then I'm like, hey, yo, these two are gonna like beat the crap out of each other when they see each other. It's getting a little too far. We've all been in those situations,
right? Here, I have it right here. Give me 1 second. All right. So it was Colorado quarterback and potential top pick Shedeur Sanders plans to focus on his interviews and with teams at the NFL Scouting Combine, helping them learn him and what he brings to a franchise. He's not going to throw. And the way he basically worded it was such that he could have just said he's not throwing at the Combine, but he had to do such a soft landing, and it was clearly given to him by Shedeur Sanders' team, Deion's team, whoever it is. It's like, it's okay to just say he's not throwing at the Combine. It's not. It does. Not everything needs to be sugar-coated all the time. But we're in this sugar-coat society that, you know what? Even guys like Joe Lacob have to do at times. He's going to do some sugar-coat jobs. As I'm trying to filibuster here as I'm finding it. I don't see the sugarcoat job anymore. Is it gone? No, it's not. It's right here.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
You know who doesn't sugarcoat anything on the station, Joe Shasky? It's Brian in Palo Alto.
Oh.
What's up, Brian? How you doing, man? Long time no talk.
BPA, before you go, I hope you know something good has happened. I know Abdul Carter's foot is a little injured right now. That might be a good thing for the Niners, because if he falls to us, I am taking him at 11.
Of course, you're going to take the injured player. That's
He's
on
an
defense.
absolute baller.
Yeah, do that. It's going to end well.
He's not falling to us.
I know, but God, I would love that to happen.
Not going to happen. Man, Gene Hackman, I was just reading about. What a bummer.
Yeah, rest in peace.
That's, man, Hoosiers are so fundamental in my development. But, yeah, I was thinking, I wonder what the odds are that Kuminga gets re-signed by the Warriors. Feels like that's going down. Feels like this is like a pretty, narrow window. He's got to try to come in and be sort of complimentary, right, to the sort of the new pecking order, and yet prove that he's a $40 million player, right?
I agree.
It's an almost impossible to ask. And I think the odds are very low now that he's going to be able to prove that he's worth $40 million by the end of the year. And that, the odds are much higher that, there's going to be a sign and trade maybe to go out and get, with Kuminga and picks, to maybe even you could package people up to get Durant or to go get a center. But I think that's basically what they're going to say is Kuminga, that fourth key piece that makes us a championship team, or is he not? And then we need to go get that. A lot of people talking about that, but I think that's what's going to happen.
Brian, aren't you fatigued by the Kevin Durant stuff? Just a little
I'll
bit.
never give him up.
He's not coming back. I feel like he has to shout it from the mountaintops. He doesn't want to do that, which is why he's saying, oh, it was actually going to cost me a lot. And I was looking out for the Warriors' best interest. He just didn't want to come back here. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna handicap that. He did say if that's how it goes down the offseason, then that's how it goes down.
Exactly. It's not a ringing endorsement, but I hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, but I just think that's where we're at now, right? The bar has been raised.
Yep.
It's no longer you can no longer say, let's take a developmental or a potential gamble on a $40 million player that has not proved he's a $40 million player. And now it's we're going to spend our money on the guys that are known knowns. And I'm happy they did that. Obviously it was sort of overdue in a way, but yeah. That's just what I think goes down. I think it's a very low probability Kuminga is a Warrior next year.
Hey, Brian, you trading Brandon Ayuk?
Yeah, I'm sure if somebody wants his blown ACL, MCL, PCL, sure, I'll trade him. God, you're right. Vibes on the Niners, not great.
Yeah, let me give you my bring that up one more time on the Ayuk thing. I'm going to give you because I've been thinking about this long and hard.
Okay.
God, Brian and Palo Alto gave us about 15 different sound bites.
As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Yeah, rest in peace, Gene Hackman. Very, very sad. Actually, I woke up to it on TMZ because, of course, TMZ has all this now. And you wake up, and it's not just him, but it was his wife who's 30 years younger than him, and the dog all passed away and found dead at their home in New Mexico. They're not suspecting foul play. I'm not going to speculate on what it could be. Just sad. That's just a sad situation. And the guy,
one of the great actors,
one of the greatest actors of all time. 2 Academy Awards, Golden Globes, everything. You name it. I think of one of just a fierce actor and a guy that you gravitate to. It's Gene Hackman all the time. He's a funny guy too. He's really that's the mark of a great actor to me, is someone being funny and who could be funny and serious. It's a very fine line to try to nail that. Robin Williams was able to do it. At times, Jim Carrey was able to do it, but being a legitimate funny person, Gene Hackman could be that too. All right. Having said that, Joe Shasky, getting back to the sports and Brandon Ayuk. If you're just joining us, there's been teams, according to Diana Rossini. Let's see if I have the sound. I do. Let's let Diana Rossini of The Athletic speak on teams inquiring about one Brandon Ayuk.
They got to decide to cut bait and figure out a way to keep the pivotal players on this team, yet redo this roster a bit, knowing that they've got these guys that are aging and on big money deals, right? So we know that Deebo Samuel is open for a trade. He's been allowed to talk to other teams to see if anyone would trade for him. So we know that he's one of the options. Brandon Ayuk is a player that a lot of teams had interest in before he signed that deal last year. Remember, he signed that 4-year, $120 million deal. There's some teams poking around now to see if the 49ers would be willing to deal Brandon Ayuk.
And that was the other voice you hear there is Chase Daniel and Diane Rossini of, obviously, The Athletic. So teams inquiring about one Brandon Ayuk. Doesn't mean the 49ers are going to trade him, Joe Shasky, but the fact that they're sniffing around, maybe that does, maybe you start thinking about it if you're John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, just given where he's at and how much money's allocated to him going forward.
This is just my setting for the offseason for the Niners. I've been thinking about this long and hard. Anyone who's going to be a headache, I'm out on, period. I don't care who you are. Brandon Ayuk, Debo, I don't care. And everyone's like, Joe, the dead cap hit is $39 million. And?
I'm out.
And? You know what Russell Wilson's dead cap hit last year was?
Like $70 or $60 million. 85?
$85 million. Now, last year alone was 53 for them, okay? Because they rolled it over 2 years. They made the playoffs. They did. All right? They made the playoffs, the Broncos. So I would just say this. Yes, the dead cap hit is a huge number, and I wouldn't want to do it. But if anyone's going to be a headache, if they for whatever reason, there's residual from last year's offseason to where they feel like, I don't know, someone feels any kind of way. Like, I'm over all the drama. Debo, if we can't work out a trade partner, so be it. We either cut you or we get draft capital, fine. Brandon Ayuk, if you're going to be angry, or if there are people that are a part of the team that are angry over how it went down last year, whatever, like, fine, goodbye. And I like Brandon Ayuk. I would like him to stay on the team. Right? That would be my preference originally. But if there's going to be any drama, I'm out on drama, period. That's why I'm out on diva wide receivers at all. I don't care who they are. I'm out on them. This team needs a drama-free offseason. And I'll go a step further. If Brock Purdy is going to be a problem when it comes to his contract, you know what, Brock? You can look around too. No, I'm being dead serious. This team needs to just, guys, do you want to play?
Purdy ever show
does anyone want to play football? Or does everyone just want, I need to get the full bag? Can someone just come and play football? Finally, yesterday, you know what John Lynch said? Trent's ready to play football. Well, thank you, Trent. You waited till like 2 days before the season started last year, and you had an awful year. Now, I know there was some stuff on the side. I am all about the path of least resistance this year for the Niners. Whatever that entails. Anyone who's going to be a giant thorn in my side, like, just take a hike.
49ers have no one to blame but themselves in regards to all this because they've fostered all of it. They are to blame when it comes to the negotiations. Sure, you want to blame the player, fine. But they've done this year in and year out when it comes to negotiations, whether it's Nick Bosa, whether it's Brandon Ayuk, whether it's Trent Williams. And we'll see with Brock Purdy, as John Lynch says yesterday, they have started negotiations with the quarterback.
We have started negotiations. We're talking. I won't go into negotiations like always is our stance. I want Brock to be our quarterback as long as we're here and beyond, and we'll leave it at that. I think the final thing, there's no guarantees that we get something done, but my experience has been when both sides are motivated, there's ample opportunity to do so, and we've been able to do that.
I think he's drawing a line in the sand.
Yeah.
And I think he's basically saying, and like, look, they've made, I'm talking about the Niners, have made their own mistakes. Whether it's Bosa, Trent, Ayuk, Debo, we could pick a lot of different points over the last 3 years where they've wafered on whether they even want someone.
They have no one to blame themselves, just so.
Right? And but then they've also screwed up in terms of like understanding that person's value and where they are in the league. And hey, Ayuk, go look for a trade. And they just done a lot of weird stuff. I think they've learned from some of their mistakes, and they're drawing a line in the sand. They're like, look, Purdy, we're going to give you a sweetheart deal. You're going to get a big-time pay raise. I don't know what that looks like, all right? I want Purdy to take whatever money that they have because I want my team to be able to, like, all right, let's take a deep breath. We got the quarterback settled. Now we know how much money we can go get in free agency because free agency is going to start soon.
Yeah.
And they need to know how much money they have to be able to play with, not just for this year, but the following year and the year after that. Like, what are you going to do with Javon Hargrave? I don't even think they really know yet.
I think it's been known that he's going to be a post-June 1st designation. I'm pretty sure they're going to cut him.
That's what they think.
I mean, based on what John Lynch was saying yesterday about Javon Hargrave, like, you know, when he says like certain players like, oh yeah, we love to have him back. We certainly see a situation where you have them back. he didn't say any of that for Javon Hargrave. It's just like, we'll see what the market is. There's a lot of guys out there. It'll be cool, but we'll see what happens, which tells me, yeah, he's gone.
Sam, did they speak? Did anyone ask him about Brandon Ayuk?
So
did anyone ask him? I don't see any cuts in regards to Brandon
notes. Ayuk. I had it right here.
Because that's one that's clearly
He was asked briefly about it. We do have a cut on there that we could play, but I can.
Here's just I wrote down things. He was asked about the Purdy stuff. He confirmed that they've been talking. He confirmed that Trent Williams will be back in 2025. He said CMC's healthy and should take part in the offseason program. I don't know what that means, okay, because they said that last year. They said that they're going to try to honor Debo's request in terms of a trade, but they didn't guarantee anything.
I think they're going to cut him, personally.
They gave us further elaboration on Brian Griese and why he stepped away, that he basically was going to retire maybe the year before because of some family stuff.
Yeah.
They didn't dive into it, and that they encouraged him to go take an interview with the Jets, and he declined. I'm talking about Griese. More. They said that they've already been in talks with George Kittle. They're trying to reach a deal with Greenlaw, but it sounds like he's going to test the market. And then Brandon Ayuk has a checkup on his knee that's coming up soon, but there's no timetable. They will have a better feel for where he's at and the offseason workouts and all that stuff after some check-in with his knee next week.
Got it. Before we hit this break, Joe, let's go out to our guy, the voice of our show intro, Philmo Mike. What's up, Philmo?
Oh, what's up with it, man? I just want to say, man, Shasky, I miss you. Thank you. I see you have fun in Hawaii. I don't know what island you was on. I could tell you can go. It's a strip club on Honolulu called Ballerinas. You should check out. You're not with your wife and kid. But anyway, it go crazy, bro. Anyway, I just want to say, Spadoni, bro, you doing a hell of a job, Spadoni, bro. For real. Oh, I'm just keeping it real from someone that I was seeing your grind. And because I've been radio, bro, 15, 20 years, and I ain't never really made my break. So I appreciate y'all letting me, you feel me, do what I do in the morning and you know what I do on the other station. But I'm just saying, Spadoni, bro, keep it up. You got 2 kids. Keep grinding, bro.
Yep.
And keep doing you, bro. Real talk. I'm super proud of you, and I barely know you, but I know you.
Hey,
real talk. That's all I wanted to say.
That means a lot. Hey, Philmo, you saying that and someone like you and who's been through the grind and who's been doing everything and who's one of our diehards, that means a lot coming from you. Because the salespeople and anyone on the corporate side, no. Philmo Mike says, I'm doing a good job. That I will take. I'll take that to heart, man. So I appreciate you.
Nah. You doing your thing, bro. You doing your thing, bro. And it's beautiful to see. And everybody in the Bay proud of you, bro. Real talk. Keep doing you, bro.
What do you think about Brandon Ayuk?
He's gone. That's what he thinks about Brandon Ayuk.
Gone.
He's done. He's gone in 60 seconds. Nicolas Cage. Talk about great actors.
I don't want no 1 minute, man.
11 minutes? You could do better.
You don't remember Missy Elliott?
No, I remember Missy Elliott. Absolutely.
That was a banger.
Yeah. But it was
1 minute banger.
Oh my God. Hold on. I'm trying to think. Is it let me work it? Put that thing back in reverse.
Yeah.
There you go. That's the one. There,
she got a lot of them. I don't stand the rain. When she's in the blow up doll thing.
When you were doing that right now,
you knew exactly what I was doing.
When you were doing that, just now looked like you were doing Surfing USA with that shirt.
Surfing USA.
Beach Boys, right?
I love the Beach Boys.
Who doesn't love the Beach? Good vibrations, baby. It's good times. It's good vibes right now. With Joe Shasky.
You guys all missed me.
We did. Hey, I genuinely did miss you, Joe Shasky. I miss talking sports with you right now, and we're going to continue to do it on the other side. I want to give my thoughts on all of these comments from one John Lynch. We have more to hear from John Lynch. We'll put a bow on this discussion and lead into Steiny and Guru at the top of the hour, and that's what's coming up on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
tradition in tournament play to not talk about the next step until you've climbed the one in front of you. I'm sure going to the state finals is beyond your wildest dreams, so let's just keep it right there. Forget about the crowds, the size of the school, their fancy uniforms, and remember what got you here. Focus on the fundamentals that we've gone over time and time again. And most important, don't get caught up thinking about winning or losing this game. If you put your effort and concentration into playing to your potential, to be the best that you can be, I don't care what the scoreboard says at the end of the game, in my book, we're going to be winners. Okay? All right. Let's go. Let's go. Let me hear it.
Hoosiers are so fundamental in my development.
Oh my God.
That's all time. R.I.P. Gene Hackman, 95 years old, passed away this morning. And yeah, it's Hoosiers. Did they originate the slow clap right there? Is that where it really kind of came from, the slow clap? Because everyone else started to do that after that movie came out, I feel like, as like a joke, but then it turned into like a thing, right? And then obviously I did not know that about Brian and Palo Alto. I mean, it's just a fundamental part of Brian's life was the movie Hoosiers.
So when I think of Hoosiers, I think of the teacher rolling in the old. You guys probably are way too young.
I've never seen the movie, so there you go. Yeah.
What?
Never seen it. Yeah.
Time out. You've never seen Hoosiers?
Never felt the need to.
You've never seen Hoosiers?
That's a penalty right there.
I mean, it's an all-time
Stop.
sports
You didn't even see
movie.
Wayne's World when I referenced it earlier.
You never saw Wayne's World?
Yeah, stop.
No, that's me.
Yeah, no. You didn't even get they didn't get the reference when I said game on when they're playing hockey in
Game
front of.
on!
Thank you. See, they didn't even get it. They don't get it.
I've at least seen the movie,
They
but you haven't
also
even seen
never-
Hoosiers, so
when I
let's not
say-
distract from the fact here.
When I say the bum is on the Swedish, do you get that reference?
Yes.
What is it?
Tom Green.
Thank you. They didn't get that last week either.
That's my brother. My
Thank
brother
you.
loved
Yes.
Tom Green. Tom Green, some would say, sparked Joe Rogan's career.
The podcast.
Yeah.
He was kind of the first kind of big guy to start doing the podcast was Tom Green. Anyways,
Can I
Hoosiers.
just get back? Hoosiers, I can't believe you never said. When I think of Hoosiers, I think of grammar school St. Gabe's, them rolling in like 5th grade or 4th grade or whatever it was. They would roll in the TV into your room, okay? They had this on a television with a VCR, this giant VCR. This thing was humongous, right? And they would roll it in and we'd like watch a movie, you know, and they'd be all like fuzzy and stuff. We watched Hoosiers as a class one year. It was awesome. And Hoosiers is a classic.
Okay, sure.
I don't know if it's aged well. I haven't seen it in forever. So we'll see.
Maybe tonight I'll watch it in his honor. R.I.P. Gene Hackman. All right.
I think Lex Luthor is his best character.
Have you ever
Because
seen?
I'm also, that's like that's the first movie I memorized as a little boy was Superman. That's
I
why I
want to
love it.
say his best role that I saw him in was probably Mississippi Burning when he's an FBI agent going down to the Deep South. Who was it? Rupert Anderson was his name in the movie. He was real all time. This is Gene Hackman, you know, effing stuff up down there and taking it to some of the dirtbags down there in Mississippi. All right. We have some history in actual sports going on today, by the way. Real quick, Jake Knapp. You ever heard the name? Well, if you haven't, you do now. Shot a 59 today at the Cognizant Classic at PGA National, Joe Shasky.
Wow.
The 15th time that someone has broken 60 in a PGA Tour event. First time in 9 years since Jim Furyk shot a 58 at the Travelers Championship. That's pretty incredible.
The Cognizant Classic, is that a senior event?
I'm not cognizant of it. No. This guy's like in his 30s.
Okay, I was going to
This
say,
guy's-
because I'm not even a...
It
This
might have
is
been
why
known as, they're changing the names all the time for
the
these
PGA.
things.
It's
Exactly.
just so,
Bryson
I mean-
DeChambeau hit a 59 about 2 years ago and lived.
Yeah, but they said that it didn't
It
count.
doesn't
'cause
count.
It was
It's
live.
Exactly, it doesn't. So it's yeah. I don't live for live golf.
Bryson is infinitely the most popular golfer currently not named Tiger on the planet.
Well, he should probably join PGA Tour then if he wants some more.
He doesn't
exposure,
need to.
because he's on
His
the CW. He's on the CW
His
right
YouTube
now.
page is more popular than anything the PGA Tour puts out, period.
Okay. Do you don't think they need each other then?
No.
Okay.
I think he makes so much money off his YouTube page, it's crazy.
Great. Go to the YouTube page. There's a lot of people that leave certain businesses to go to YouTube pages. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Okay, it's fine.
Just saying.
30 years old, Jake Knapp from Costa Mesa, California. Went to UCLA, Estancia High School. So good for Jake Knapp. Shot a 59, like Joe Shasky did at Kapalua, right, Joe? 59?
83.
Okay, close.
Yeah. With rented clubs.
There you go.
Yeah.
Rented club. Okay. Where'd you get shoot from?
Dude, the ball.
83 is still pretty good.
Ball flies. Yeah. So now, look, you have to understand, at Kapalua,
Gotta understand.
the elevation is crazy, right? I'm talking about like from tee box to green.
Yeah.
So you have some of these, like you're way up
It's
high.
intimidating.
Well, so it's misleading as well. So like my brother hit a 378-yard drive, right? Or 380 or whatever it was that he ended up
Smoked
with.
it.
But it's also downhill, wind at your back. You know what I mean? Like it's all the variables.
Okay.
You know?
Everything baked in.
Exactly.
Fast greens, fast fairways.
Yeah, fast fairways, everything. But so, but it was still almost a 400-yard drive. It was very impressive.
That is impressive. Ben in Berkeley wants to join in the conversation. He's thinking a little outside the box with this one, but you know what? I'll take some outside the box thoughts on the 49ers. What's up, Ben? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
What's up, fellas? Spadoni and Shasky just killing it. I was going to say, you got Purdy, right? And the Niners, you guys want a drama-free offseason. And even if you're listening to Lynch, he said there are no guarantees. It's almost like he's talking about the problem here is guaranteed money. And I'm starting to think, Purdy is he's so good that you want to keep him, but his flaws are a good reason right now where we might want to get rid of him and see how many first-round draft picks we can get and see if we can get a first-round draft pick out of college, because this guy, he's going to get you he's going to get you where you want to go, but you're not going to win the Super Bowl with him. That's what I think personally. He's so good. You have to keep him, but in reality, you got to let him go and get what you can get for him right now, and don't lock yourself up for the next how many years do you guys want him for? 6 years?
No.
No.
I don't want any player in the NFL.
I'm good for like a 3 to 4 years, maybe. 3 would be the sweet spot. I don't know if they're doing that, but you can make contracts up now, Ben, and keep Ben on the line, please, because he has something he else wants to say in regards to who he thinks the 49ers should target. But Ben, I think most people would be comfortable with 4, but maybe that 4th year is you can get out of it. So really it's a 3-year deal, and you bake a lot of incentives and a bunch of money, you front load it, and then maybe you can give yourself some flexibility. I think that's the term people want, is flexibility with this contract, but we'll see what happens.
I agree. I think they should go get Shedeur Sanders. He's worked with a lot of pro quarterbacks. He's worked with Tom Brady for a while. He's worked with Russell Wilson. But on the other side, I want to say, rest in peace to Gene Hackman. You guys are right. Lex Luthor was definitely his best role. He was extremely scary as the sheriff who whipped the duck with Clint Eastwood in that movie, but he was also in a very famous movie called The French Connection. And definitely Hoosiers was awesome, man. Hoosiers is every man's story. He's all of us coaches that know we could make it, that will never get our chance. He got his chance, nailed it. I'm sure both of you guys would be killer basketball coaches at the NCAA level and have a heck of a staff. But, all of us, he did it he basically lived the dream for all of us. And that's why we got to watch his movies. We were fortunate. And come on, that movie, once you get a chance to watch that movie. Oh, and he's got Dennis Hopper in that movie. That movie with Gene Hackman, those two guys together, that's really what makes that movie so solid, because when you have the Lone Ranger and Tonto, that's what you need. You always have a hero and you have a best friend. And those two actors were like superstars. They were like the Michael Jordan of acting. Dennis Hopper and Gene Hackman in the Hoosiers. That's insanity.
It is. Ben in Berkeley. Appreciate it. Just some of the movies here for Gene Hackman. We'll get to the take about Shedeur Sanders over Brock Purdy in a second. Trust me.
Have to?
No, we have to. Okay. Because there are some Niner fans that feel like maybe they should draft a quarterback instead. They're not going to, spoiler alert. They're just not. So maybe if you want to say that, you don't want to even entertain it. But I'll listen, you call into the show, I'll speak on it, okay? You want me to react to a take, call in with one. I will react to it. That's the time I give you, and we're the people show, Joe Shasky. So just top 10 movies. This is what I'm seeing from Express.uk, a UK publisher. 10 best Gene Hackman movies. Crimson Tide. All right.
Crimson Tide's a great movie.
One. A Bridge Too Far. Classic. Yeah. I think we constantly say A Bridge Too Far when we're making sports analogies all the time. Superman, obviously, Joe Shasky. This one's super underrated, and I was mentioning the comedic side of Gene Hackman, which I think is very underrated. The Royal Tenenbaums, hilarious,
classic.
Luke Wilson, Owen Wilson, Ben Stiller.
What's the name of the guy?
Houston.
What's the name of the person who makes those movies?
Yeah,
it's a specific type of movie.
Wes Anderson? Wes Anderson. There you go. There's like Paul Thomas Anderson. I don't think they're related, but Wes Anderson.
Thank you.
Bonnie and Clyde. Classic. The French Connection, as Ben referenced to. The Conversation, which is a Francis Ford Coppola production back in 1974. Mississippi Burning, as I alluded to. Young Frankenstein, or Frankenstein. That was kind of his first breakout role back in 1974 on the comedic side. Young Frankenstein, you think of all the legends in that one alone. Gene Wilder on line one, and obviously a Mel Brooks production.
Unforgiven didn't make it?
Unforgiven's number one.
Oh, it's number one?
Number one. Yeah.
That would have been one of my...
Yeah. All time.
So I'll give you, when I think of him as Lex Luthor...
And he won, obviously, an Academy Award for that one.
I think Superman 2 is one of the greatest movies of all time, and I know everyone's going to laugh at this. Like, it's just, Zod is hilarious. It's just all time. So they go into
Terrence Stamp was Zod. That's right, the British guy.
Yeah. They go into Superman's ice chamber, and Lex Luthor is the one who found the ice chamber, okay? The palace, if you will, of Superman.
Fortress of Solitude.
Thank you. And I'm just trying to, say it for those that don't know. And they go in there, and you got to remember, in Superman 2, he gave up all of his superpowers so that he could marry Lois Lane.
Oh.
And, that way they could...
Just like them, man.
Boom, boom.
They're going to take your powers, too. They'll take the money. They'll take all...
And then he got beat up at the diner. And anyway, long story short, he looks up at the television. Oh, my gosh, Zod's taking over. And he goes to fight Zod in New York. And then he ends up having to go back to the ice chamber, to the palace of... What was it?
Fortress of Solitude.
Thank you. And so at this point,
Sam is literally disgusted that you don't even want to say Fortress of Solitude back there.
Everybody knows that Superman lives in the Fortress of Solitude. It's like common knowledge.
Not everyone does, because Superman's kind of no one cares about anymore. Just low key, no one cares about Superman anymore.
I disagree with that.
They're trying to.
That's what I came up with.
Batman.
We're gonna call Batman own his basement under his house.
But Superman came out in '79, and so for me,
I'm so sorry
it was out in
Superman
VHS
so much.
So this was the
Get
one.
the names right.
So they got Lex Luthor, who's trying to become the ruler of Australia. That's what he told Zod. I just want this tiny little island called Australia.
We'll call it the Gulf of Australia.
Exactly. And then basically Superman dupes Lex Luthor, who he knows is going to double cross him. And he goes into the little molecule chamber. And instead of Superman losing his powers, he reversed the machine and they all lose their powers. It's an all-time scene. My favorite scene of all time.
Okay.
Of the Superman
That's
universe.
Great. I love that. Rest in peace. Again, we're talking about it because Gene Hackman passed away, who was one of the great villains in Lex Luthor.
And at the end of it, after Superman goes like this to Gene Hackman, he goes, "So you were in there while we were out here, and everyone loses their powers." It's just an all-time scene by an all-time actor.
The all-time spoof on it, though, was South Park doing it with Christopher Reeves and the stem cell research.
It's not fair.
No, you have to talk about it, though, because South Park, Trey Parker and Matt Stone are geniuses. And then whenever Gene Hackman would show up, he'd be like, Hackman. It's the funniest thing ever. God, I love South Park. Those guys, they're just always on the right side of everything, aren't they? They're just such geniuses. You know, they reopened Casa Bonita, the episode that they spoofed famously with Cartman. That's a real place in Denver, Colorado.
I didn't know that.
And they bought it and tore
not
it up.
City Walk?
No, well, it's not how it's pronounced.
I know.
You can't say it.
I'm not doing
or
it.
City.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, you can't say that. Yeah. But Casa Bonita, that is one of my bucket lists, just to go there to see what they did to the place, right? The sopapillas. Yeah, I can go for some of those right now, by the way. God, Mexican food's so good. Where were we? Brandon Ayuk? 49ers? John Lynch on if Christian McCaffrey's going to be ready for the offseason.
I think so. I think at least parts of it. We'll be judicious and follow, the medical folks' advice on that. But Christian's, he's done a great job doing the rehab. He's tireless. If anything, you always gotta say whoa to Christian. And as my friend Mike Tomlin, it's a lot better to have to say whoa than it is to say sick him. So Christian is a whoa guy, and because he's going to do everything possible to give himself a chance.
Protecting him from himself is going to be a big part of all this, Joe Shasky, because we know that Christian McCaffrey is a workaholic. He trains harder and faster than anyone else on this team, but this is where he's got to take a step back here. Because if they don't have a healthy Christian McCaffrey, and that's the question. I don't know if they're ever going to have a fully healthy Christian McCaffrey again. Bilateral Achilles tendonitis doesn't just go away forever.
Was he talking about the tendonitis, or was he talking about the knee that he hurt in the Buffalo game?
I think he's talking about everything. To be quite frank, he's just talking about his health overall there. Like, again, I bring up the bilateral Achilles tendonitis because I know that's something that just doesn't go away.
Yeah, but he looked so good before getting hurt in the Buffalo game that I'm just curious if he's, okay, to your point, is he talking about the whole body?
I think he's talking about
just the knee.
His health status, right?
Okay.
Now. His health.
Gosh, man, they need Christian in the worst way.
So if they're relying that heavily on Christian McCaffrey, you got to have some sort of backup plan.
Well, Jordan Mason is a restricted free agent. I don't even know if I don't know if I could trust him.
Well, you got Garendo.
Yeah, but can I trust him? He played like 5 games and was hurt multiple times.
So where does that leave us?
I like
free
agency.
Garendo. Do you target someone? Is there someone out there that you can target?
I mean,
is there any like Aaron Jones is old? Like, are you going to go out and get Aaron Jones? He was just really good.
Though.
He was. Draft, because they always feel like they draft a guy in the third or fourth round, right?
This is going to be like, people are going to say, yeah, you need offensive line. And I agree with you. You do need offensive line. And you definitely need defensive line. Definitely need defensive line. But on this team, I would support the argument that one of your first couple picks is running back. On this team.
Dare I say, if he falls to number 11, Ashton Jeanty?
If that's who they like, I'm not opposed to that. Like, I look at what they did, the kid from Detroit who's named Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah.
They had the 6th pick. They traded down. And I believe they went 11 or 12. And they got Laporta in the 2nd round. And they got Jahmyr Gibbs, who they wanted it with the 6th pick anyway. I'm like, if I'm the Niners today and you're asking me, I'm like, hey, trade down. Unless Abdul Carter falls to you and you can like move up a couple slots.
I love Abdul Carter and he's amazing. When I see the word stress in foot together with an injury, that scares the hell out of me.
Niner fans know very well. They drafted Michael Crabtree at a stress fracture, and he actually wasn't bad for the Niners.
Wasn't bad.
Didn't play for the first 5 games because of a contract dispute, not the actual foot dispute.
No. But again, stress and injury scares me. If he falls you have to, right? Best player available.
If it's a tight end, I take a tight end. If I would like to trade down. To me, trade down is because they need a lot of players. I think
it takes 2 to tango, obviously, for trading down. If you're in a spot and another, like let's say Shedeur Sanders falls, and let me see where the Niners are picking right now, and then there's a team that wants to trade up with you to take it in front of someone else. Sure, absolutely. If you can add another 2nd or a 3rd round pick, you do that in a heartbeat. Are the 49ers in a position though to take a best player available, if it is an Ashton Jeanty coming out of Boise State, a running back? Like, are they in that position? Because you just alluded to it. Like, offensive line right now feels like if I'm paying Brock Purdy, I need to protect them. Yeah. And Trent's getting older, and they said Trent's going to get back. Actually, I think, do I have the sound of Trent Williams? I don't hear, but Trent Williams is going to be back. He'll going to be fully go, hopefully. And hopefully he looks like the Trent Williams of old. Again, he is getting old, so it's hard to say that. But even a diminished Trent Williams, you got to think is still a top 10 left tackle in the league.
Okay, so let's break this down. How many carries do you think the 49ers as a team had last year?
Oh God, I'm not good at these.
And they were not winning games. Remember, they were throwing a lot.
Let's say they were doing, let's do the math here, 20 to 25 times 300?
457.
Okay, so
there's no way you're giving, even if CMC's fully healthy, there's no way you're giving him 457. Let's just say 400.
Yeah.
For this argument. You're not giving him 400 carries.
No.
Now, you're probably going to give him 350 to 425 if he's healthy all year. Combined touches, that includes passes and stuff. So you're still looking at 150 to 250 touches for another running back. Like, yeah, they need another running back, probably. If they don't think Garendo can stay healthy.
Well, and they think they are a run-first team.
Yes.
So, like, that's the... I get it, because I think if you're a fan, you're looking at it, and if you're a 49er fan, you should know this, and they do, but, Brock Purdy's not going to be throwing the ball 40 times a game. That's not what this team is about. That's not Kyle Shanahan's philosophy. Now, if I'm paying him this much money, there's going to be games where I'm going to need him to, and I'm going to need him to take over with his arm. Like, if I'm paying you that much money, you're going to need to do that, because I just saw Jalen Hurts do that. When push came to shove, he won games with his arm. I'm going to need Brock to do that if I'm paying him Jalen Hurts type of money. And again, the Eagles are a run-first team. And that's why I think it's so frustrating if you're a Niner fan watching this past year, and this postseason in particular. It's because you feel like you were the Eagles and you left the Chiefs off the hook. Like you felt like you were heading into that game. Clearly they weren't. And I think this Eagles team, that defensive front alone was it's just stacked. They didn't need to blitz one time. Vic Fangio ate Andy Reid's lunch that day. He did. And it goes back to defensive coordinator. They got Robert Saleh back there now. How is that going to look to have Bobby Saleh back in the building? I'm very curious to see how that's going to go, because they just revamped their entire coordinators. Joe Shasky, they got a new special teams guy they got from the Jets. They can bring Bob Saleh over, and now they elevate Clint Kubiak as OC. We know it's really Kyle Shanahan, but we saw when they moved off of Mike McDaniel when he was the offensive coordinator here. Baldy was with us. He said that they felt like they missed him, and maybe I know not that they're going to miss. Or they're going to gain something with Clint Kubiak. I don't know if they are. By the way, how many Kubiaks are there? I feel like there's like 50 of them around the league.
Clip.
There's only 3 of them, but I feel like I just hear the name Kubiak all the time. But I say all I have to say, there's just a lot of questions that need to be answered with this team in the offseason.
Okay, like the Eagles, it's funny that you say like the Eagles, like they just play football different than the Niners. Yes, last year they ran the ball like crazy with Saquon, but like they also target those 2 wide receivers a lot.
Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown.
Okay, so this last year, and this is a stat that I just done. How many catches for Ricky Pearsall off the top of your head, you think?
Jeez. Let's go the last couple of games. Go mid-30s.
Yeah, 31 catches. Okay.
Much better than my other guess.
31 catches. How many for Jawan Jennings the year prior? Because Jawan was their best receiver this year.
I'm going to say around the same. Maybe late 28.
Remember, he was their best receiver in the playoffs. The playoffs doesn't count.
No, it doesn't count, but 28.
He had 19 catches the year prior. And was your best receiver this year. So, look, I'm not saying that Jawan Jennings is as good as Ayuk or even Debo was in their prime. But what I'm saying is on this team, this offense is going to kind of make some of these receivers look a lot better than they are if they're just out there in the number 1 or number 2 slot. They went to the freaking Super Bowl, and Kendrick Bourne was their leading receiving target in that playoff run before, even though Debo was quote unquote the number 2, and the guy that they traded for, whose name is evading me, was the number 1, who they got from Denver that year. Come on,
Emmanuel Sanders.
Thank you. Kendrick Bourne led them in receiving in the playoffs that year. So like this team is just different than the way other teams play football. So that's why I'm so out on wide receivers, even though I heard, the Niners might be in on a wide receiver in free agency. It's like, how many you need? You don't throw the ball that much.
Well, we just found out that it matters, though. Like, specifically in the high, like you just referenced the Eagles. They're not the Eagles, but the Eagles are a run-first team. And when you have a back shoulder in your back pocket to A.J. Brown.
Their offensive line is significantly better than yours.
Again, which is
That's the area you need to invest in, not wide receiver.
We've established that. Yeah, absolutely. You're paying Brock Purdy that much money. You have to get the trenches shored up there. And again, I referenced the sound earlier. We'll play it. John Lynch on getting back a motivated Trent Williams here.
Trent's playing, and he's ready, and I think he's really motivated to come back. And when you're that's rarefied air that Trent lives in, and when you're a player that has experience playing at those heights, you don't want to play unless you're playing at that level. And I think that's where Trent's at, and I think we're going to see a real motivated Trent Williams to come back and have a great year, and that's a good thing for us.
I want to see a motivated 49ers team. That's the word that you need to I want to see a team that does not look dejected, that does not look like it's a me-first team, that does not look disconnected. I need a motivated San Francisco 49ers team, and it starts with my team's best player on offense, which is, outside of Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, who is getting older, but getting him back, Joe Shasky, and hopefully his mentals are okay, because given what tragedy took place in his life, losing, a child, horrible. And I think I speak for you here when I said the guy needed time off. That's fine. Yeah, given how this seems like him, Charvarius Ward, same thing. Say it for both those guys. But getting him back, if he's physically great, huge for Brock Purdy. I mean, I could not imagine if you're Brock Purdy having a guy like that on your left side just gobbling up anything that's coming over there. Be huge. Now, over to the right tackle. That's going to be the key. I mean, Colton McKivitz. I need to get my Mel Kiper on and start researching. Maybe we get Jake Hutchinson on, who's been tapped into all these guys, our 95.7 The Game 49ers Insider. Let's get Jake on here because I need to start some of these tackles. I don't know. I can't do tackle breakdowns. I don't do the film there.
One
Joe.
of the guys that they're targeting is a guy who hadn't played since like week 3 or week 4. The kid from Ohio State. So
he's been hurt, or he just was.
No, he was hurt. He got hurt like in the week 3, week 4. Like there's a lot.
I hate taking injured players. I hate it.
Nick Bosa was injured.
Yeah. Again, he's been injured.
Okay, time out.
We're all in on Nick Bosa.
Time out. Like the Nick Bosa rhetoric is kind of interesting to me. Like, yeah, he had a down year. He's still one of the best players at his position in the league.
No, he is.
Right? Like we talk about him like he's a scrub.
No,
it kind of like bugs me.
He's not a scrub, but he signed the contract and hasn't lived up to that year he had the contract.
Sure.
But that might never happen again. Khalil Mack was a DPOY and was a first team All-Pro 2 positions. After that season, never lived up to it.
Yeah, but 25 teams would take Nick Bosa in a heartbeat.
Yes. Speaking of
even at the price point he's at.
Speaking of Khalil Mack, I'd take him on the Niners right now. I'd be reaching out to him immediately.
Which goes back to my whole my finances thing. Like, I'm not spending money on skill position guys that I'm never going to throw to. Like, it's such a bad investment. That's why the Ayuk thing in retrospect is just they just botched that whole thing. Like last year was the offseason to either move off Debo or allow the Ayuk thing to, play its part and move him. It just didn't make any sense at all. Look, there's an argument to be made. You take the tight end at number 11, right?
Tight end
on this team that runs the ball the way that they do. Yeah, another H-back.
It's got to be a blocking tight end. Got to do both.
All these guys are rugged that are coming out this year. Right. There's like 5 or 6 tight ends.
The Penn State guy. He's like the consensus number 1. Penn State. What's his name?
Number 11.
Thank you. Tight end draft. I'm looking up right now. Here it is. Tyler Warren. There we go. Tyler Warren. He's not doing drills at the combine, by the way, but he was invited to the NFL draft. So there's that. That was the headline. I just typed his name in. Tyler Warren. Are you a Tyler Warren away? I mean, again, we'll see.
Look,
George Kittle's getting older, though. Like that, you got to start thinking about some of these guys that are getting older on the 49ers. And George Kittle, he's not Travis Kelce, where his game and Travis Kelce reportedly going to come back to the Chiefs this season.
Shocker. He wants to be in front of the camera more. Of course.
Well, that's not all who will be on the camera.
Him and Taylor, right?
I'm about T-Sizzled out.
T-Sizzle? That's Terrell Suggs, please. Respect to the real T-Sizzle, graduate of Ball So Hard University. But George Kittle's getting older, and he's a guy that the wear and tear on his body, because he is a legitimate blocking tight end, like a Rob Gronkowski, it's probably not going to age as great as Travis Kelce's game or a Tony Gonzalez's game aged later into their careers, Joe Shasky. So yeah, Tyler Warren, I'd be intrigued. I think a lot of people laughed at the Raiders last year for taking Brock Bowers because they had Michael Mayer. And I get it. The Raiders were awful last year. I get it. Brock Bowers also had the greatest rookie season for a tight end in history. And that's a foundation piece for them going forward. So I'm not going to scoff. I'm not going to scoff at anyone taking the best player available. If it is Tyler Warren, take him. The Niners absolutely should look into that. And we know Kyle Shanahan's philosophy, Joe Shasky. He doesn't like taking offensive linemen very high in the draft.
Except McGlinchey. And then passing on Derwin James and Minkah Fitzpatrick.
And that's why it's so funny. I think he learned from the McGlinchey thing and got so frustrated with it. That's why he said that with TK. Was that last summer where his philosophy was, I don't want, unless they're as he said, a lock-in Hall of Famer, which, come on.
It's just absurd. We don't take any quarterbacks number 3 overall unless they're a lock shoe-in Hall of Famer.
Trey Lance.
From a Division II school.
We see him throw that ball. He knew.
Hey, Trey Lance is available.
Trey
Lance is available.
You want Trey back?
No.
Trey area?
Although I watch McVay get his hands on him and make him look good.
And Jimmy's going to be the starter?
No way. I don't believe. McVay's so full of it. There's no way he's going to roll into next year with Jimmy G as the starter.
The arrogance of a Sean McVay. You're talking the arrengance of a Kyle Shanahan.
I can just picture Puka like, I've never been hit this hard in my life.
I'm going to die out there. We gotta say aloha to all of you.
I got to get out of here before I lose my effing life. That's what he said. I can't believe that, dog.
It's not very mahalo of him.
No. What was I going to say? Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay. The Matt Stafford thing, as we got a couple minutes here, Joe Shasky. Are you buying that Matt Stafford's going to be anywhere else but in LA next year?
Matt maximized my contract Stafford. You know, good for him. I mean, the guy, he's got his wife on her podcast doing work for him. He's got his agent setting up meetings in Montana at some exclusive place with Brady there. I mean, this man knows how to squeeze every dollar. How much money has Stafford? I got to look this up. How much money has Matt Stafford made in his career? Matt?
No. Let's you try to guess. Let me pull it up right now.
He's made over $500 million in his career.
$500 million?
Yeah.
I don't know about that. Not 500. Keep going.
450.
Lower.
430.
Lower.
399.
Lower.
380.
Closer, but lower.
360.
364 career earnings.
And that doesn't even include his Nike contract.
Stafford. He's made a lot of money. Yeah. And you know what? If it's the Giants or the Raiders trading for him, he's going to get a lot more.
Exactly. So he'll be making that $500 million I was talking about.
He might at the end of it, which is insane. What's Kirk Cousins at? Real quick, as we're just having some fun here with some.
Well, he had
contracts.
the 2 guaranteed years of money, but he didn't get the big. See, Stafford got the big signing bonus as a rookie. So I bet
Cousins is less.
I bet he bet $200 million.
Almost 300.
Really?
294 for Kirk bleeping Cousins in his career, and he's going to get more. By the way, he's out there. Joe Shasky, backup. He's going to get a starting job somewhere. God, where's he going to get? Pittsburgh. Does he have Pittsburgh written all over him?
Cousins is out there. Okay.
Perk. I almost said Perk Cousins. No, that's not what he is. 36 years old. He's. You know what? For Kirk though, coming off, I'm going to give him a little bit of a pass this past year. Because Because he came off an Achilles injury, and we all expected a guy that was 36 years old to just look normal. Listen, I think we all got jaded because how dare they pay him that money? Yes, the Falcons, I don't know why they're paying him, but we were crushing Kirk because he signed that contract. You can't crush the guy for signing it. Of course he's going to look that bad. He was coming off an Achilles injury at the age of 36. He's a quarterback with limited mobility to begin with. I think Pittsburgh would do great by getting a guy like Kirk Cousins.
Oh my God.
You laugh. I think he would be.
So Kirk Cousins is
an improvement over
water
Russell
gun
Wilson.
fight with Joe Burrow, with Lamar Jackson. I'm out on that.
Okay.
Let me give you this one. This is the analogy on Kirk Cousins, okay? I don't know if you've ever met some people like, I don't like fish. I don't like seafood. And
I don't like salmon, but I like fish.
Okay, I do too.
Yeah.
There's a big difference between delicious, so tasty, good seafood and overcooked rubber.
And we know that, especially growing up near the coast in Northern California,
Exactly.
we know good seafood.
Exactly.
Yes.
Kirk Cousins is that calamari that's been sitting in the deep fryer way too long, and it's just rubbery. It's just so rubbery.
Is he the Red Lobster?
He's done.
Okay.
He's completely cooked.
So is Fast Five, I guess. God, you know what I can go for right now, Joe Shasky? A nice hot bowl of clam chowder and a bread bowl. Maybe I'll go get that. That sounds delicious. At not even 10 o'clock in the morning. Carter always looks at Carter. You've been doing this shit for a while now. Your taste buds shift. Careful, everyone. I said shift for a while. Your taste buds haven't changed at all?
Heard. You said you wanted sushi yesterday at 9:30 in the morning.
I could have gone for some.
We've been up since 3:30.
I've been up since 4. Yeah,
exactly.
That's 6 hours.
Exactly.
This is lunchtime.
For people that wake up at 7 or 6, this is lunchtime. Exactly.
How long have you been up for, Carter?
Same as you.
What have you been craving?
Definitely not clam chowder or sushi right now.
I'll eat anything right now.
There you go. Relax.
I won't eat that.
It's Fast Five, by the way. We give our final thoughts of the show. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now, Joe Shasky.
Look, this is the analogy that I would make. Maui's awesome. It's amazing.
Okay.
Maui is amazing. We had a great time. Just an unbelievable, spectacular time. Kauai is my spot. Man, the Grand Hyatt at Kauai. I want to give a shout out to the Grand Hyatt. It's one of the most spectacular pieces of property I've ever seen in my entire life. One of the greatest trips I've ever been on. I love you, Michelle. I love you, LJ. It's one of my favorite trips of all time. I love your mom, my brother, my sister, their families, their kids. Great trip. Thank you to the listeners for allowing me some time off. I needed a reset. I'm ready to go. I'm ready for Giants baseball. When the dog days are here, I'm going to be here.
I hope the Giants will be here too, and we can talk about them. I hope.
Well, they might not broadcast their games. I don't know. It might cost too much.
Well, we'll see if Bryce Eldridge is going to be available for them at some point this year. I know you're hoping for. I know we didn't even touch on this because I have Bob Melvin tomorrow, Sam Lubman, at 8 o'clock. Huge shout out Sam Lubman for booking that. 8 o'clock, Bob Melvin, Morning Roast tomorrow, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Cannot wait for that. And his thoughts on this team, where he feels this team is at. New leadership. Buster Posey has been there. How much conversations has he had with Buster in regards to the makeup and foundation of this team? Willie Adames, how has he fit into the clubhouse? All of that. I'm very excited, Sam Lubman.
My final thought, it's going to be with Gene Hackman. And we were talking about some of our favorite movies. I want to highlight 3 movies of his that I really like. They're all some of his more comedic ones. First one was Ants. He was the bad guy Mandible in that one. Such an underrated movie. Came out about a year before Bug's Life, which a lot of people more remember Bug's Life, but Ants, such an underrated movie. The Replacements. Coach Jimmy McGinty, one of the best football coaches in all of cinema history. Love that movie. And then Welcome to Mooseport, the last movie he ever did. Very underrated comedy he does with Ray Romano. So, yeah, R.I.P. Gene Hackman, man. 95 years old. Quite a legend.
Ray Romano.
That was his last movie, right? Welcome to Mooseport.
Yeah, he's trying to take my girlfriend. What's going on? Everybody loves him.
He's such a one-trick pony.
Yeah. He's always at the AT&T Pro-Am at Pebble Beach. He's a big golfer. Run Ray Romano.
Everybody loves Raymond. It was a watchable show.
It was only funny because him and his brother, the big guy, I never forget the actor's name. He has his brother is huge. Exactly. Just always depressed and sad. What do you got, Carter?
I'm going to actually go off of. Yeah, I know.
No, we're all watching it. It's hilarious. Pat McAfee is putting up the tail of the tape with Ian Rappaport and Jordan Schultz right now, and it's quite hilarious.
All time.
And they're interviewing Rap Sheet while they're doing it. Continue, Carter.
Yeah, I'm going to go off what Sam said. I'm going to shout out Gene Hackman, too. It makes me think of my dad. My dad was the one who showed me Hoosiers, and that was his favorite movie ever. And Enemy of the State was also one of his favorite movies ever. So rest in peace, my dad, and it definitely makes me think of him.
Hey, I love that. Rest in peace. Absolutely.
That was well said. And,
you know what I say real quick before you go, Carter? If you're not sad, it feels like that a part of them goes away. I almost want, I try to embrace that sadness. I know that sounds negative. It's not. That's not what I mean. It's
no, you should do that. You shouldn't with certain emotions, as I've been doing therapy for a little bit now, and you should try to highlight some things that you're feeling. You shouldn't push them away.
Yeah.
And because it makes who you are. And honestly, it's therapeutic. Again, I go back to that word, highlighting certain emotions that you're trying to repress. Don't do that. And you know what? I've had a little bit of sadness because you haven't been in here, Joe Shasky, and now I'm happy again that you're back. That's my final thought. Joe Shasky's back, baby.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Right. Let it shine.
Okay. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Mark Grandy and Daryl the Guru Johnson as Guru and Grandy.
Yes, he can. The Grandy man can.
That's right. Who can make a sunrise? Fremont Bank is here for you, here for good. Jimmy Buckets. Game day, baby. Yeah. Game day, baby.
Grandy in the house, baby. Holding it down.
Goo and Grandy with you here on Steiny and Goo, 95.7 The Game. Steiny is out east playing some golf. Evan is home sick.
In
so
sick
I'm filling in.
Yeah,
Pinch
no
hitting.
doubt about it. Get better, E.
Yeah, get better, E. We got a lot to get to here over the next 4 hours. Goo, the Warriors in Orlando beginning a 5-game road trip. Can they keep their winning ways going? 6-1 with Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
Goo.
As Steiny would say, Jimmy Buckets. Yeah. I'll tell you what, Grandy. And first, let me just tell you this, because we got down an hour, 60 minutes. Shout out Dan Rather. Yesterday, we did an hour. You remember that, right?
Yeah.
I do interrupt, and I'm going to interrupt you, but it comes from a place of excitement. So I'm going to step on you.
Hey,
you can step on me.
This is your show, Goo.
Oh, wow. I never thought of it
You
like
steer
that.
the ship. You take me wherever you want to go.
Look at my man.
And we'll have some fun. I know. You go ahead.
No, I'm just going to point out Jersey Ken's in the house, too. Kenny.
Ken.
How we doing today, fellas?
Yeah.
Doing great. It's a
We're
beautiful
ready.
day in the Bay.
And what did I do? The Guru computer early, I said, Grandy, last year this time, Steph had some, we'll call it H2O in his eyes when they were in Orlando last year. And now it's tears of joy, man. When will this thing stop in regard to the euphoria of what the Warriors have found, and how would you describe what they found?
It's a really good juxtaposition of the last two times the Warriors were in Orlando. March 27th, 2024, a little less than a year ago exactly.
Okay.
Draymond Green got ejected from the game in Orlando about 4 minutes in. And this comes after Draymond had been suspended a couple of times already that year. And Steph Curry, as you said, on the court, I don't think crying is the right word, but
there was some moisture.
There was
in the tear ducts.
Yeah, no doubt. It was rough for him to handle. Warriors came back and won that game, but still, that was a moment in the season last year where we say, ooh, this thing might be done. It might be cooked.
Grandy.
Steph is nearing tears on the court 4 minutes into a basketball game, and now less than a year later, we're talking about how they might have a legitimate shot to win the Western Conference, Goo.
Yeah, and it's not you. It's not me. It's not any of our other co-hosts here. It is Draymond Green, the heart and soul of the team. He put the spotlight on his back when he said, this team's going to win a championship. So I'm juiced that they up the ante, and also that our eyes, Grandy, are treated to meaningful basketball, because this could not keep going. And when I say this, last year, that season not culminating in the playoff berth, and it looked like they were just still stagnant, and now all of a sudden the vibes are just immaculate.
It is immaculate. I mean, everybody's saying the right things right now. Everyone's playing the right way right now, and they got another chance to prove themselves. I think today's really going to be interesting, Goo, because you have an Orlando team that's a little under 500. They've kind of been floundering of late, but they're the opposite of the Warriors. They have only size. The Warriors have no size. It's going to be interesting to see how the Warriors attack this one today, because you've got your tallest player in your starting five is Jimmy Butler at 6'7".
Yeah, not ideal.
You've got Wagner, you've got Banchero, you've got a couple other big dudes on that Orlando team. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, but I expect the Warriors, they're favored by 5. No gamblers, losers, nobody cares, but I'll just throw that out there.
You put a little something on it?
My neighbor did. But I'll say this to that. My confidence level, shocker, Grandy, is just through the roof, man. I love what's happening here, and all I got to say about Jonathan Kuminga, because I can't stop thinking about him. I'm not ashamed in that, but that's all that's left outside of the Warriors working on their rapport and fine-tuning their identity with their new teammate. That's the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco.
An early rat.
Is how Kuminga's going to get reacclimated into this, the gumbo. And people get, it's going to be easy. It's going to be simple. We don't know. And I'm rooting for him, because I think at coaching Vallejo, if you're out there, I'm calling the shot. When I think of the Warriors going on this run and doing what Dre's saying they can do, there's no doubt Kuminga has to be in the starting lineup or the first man off the bench balling like he was before he left. And I don't think that's not an indictment. It's just an expectation.
I don't think he's going to start. He's definitely not going to start when he comes back. And he's out tonight officially. He's not going to play tonight. We know that. He might return as early as Monday.
That's against Charlotte
Saturday,
again.
excuse me.
Philly.
Philly,
which
and
is
then
the real Charlotte.
Monday, Charlotte, Tuesday, Knicks, and then Thursday in Brooklyn against the Nets. That's the 5-game road trip.
Brooklyn in the house.
Not today, but there's a chance at any other point this road trip that Kuminga's back. I don't think he's going to start when he comes back,
right.
And even if he plays great off the bench, I mean, you remember what he was doing before he got hurt when he was legitimately scoring 20 every single night? That was off the bench too.
No doubt.
And now you got Jimmy Butler, so I don't think he's starting for the rest of the season unless there's an injury or something else that goes on.
Now, how much of that is physical? You think they're going to slow play this? Or you just
Maybe
think
at the
because
beginning,
the way
but-
they're gelling right now, hey, let's not mess with it.
I think it's because they're gelling right now, no doubt, but also because even when he was playing great before the injury, he came off the bench.
Right, I got you.
And now you throw Jimmy Butler in the mix.
I got you.
I don't think he's going to start. Doesn't mean he can't have a major impact. But let me ask you this, Goo, and to all of the listeners out there as well. We want to hear from you as always here on Steiny and Goo. 888-957-9570. Let's throw Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler out the window for a second.
Oh, okay, the big three.
And we could say any other Warrior, but let's focus on these four.
Let's do it.
All right? Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Pajemski, and Buddy Hield. Who, if you could get peak of their powers, best performance they've ever had in their NBA careers, out of one of those four dudes, which one would you pick in terms of them being able to help the Warriors make a deep postseason run?
Wow,
Who's the most valuable of that group of four?
And I'm going with the guy with JK. It is JK to me, and it's no shade at any of the other three, but this is the guy that makes the Warriors different. This is the guy that had sweet nothings were whispered to him at the podium from Curry, and Draymond basically giving them the keys. It's at different junctures this season. So, again, Grandy, if the Warriors are going to be a problem, he has to be leading that young brigade. And, again, it doesn't have to be as a starter, but he's definitely, I would like to see him out there in closing minutes because he gives them something that the other three youngsters you mentioned at times do. But Jonathan Kuminga is different than those other three. So I don't even think it's close, Randy. It's Jonathan Kuminga for me. So I'm curious to see how you answer it.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I mean, my mind immediately goes to, all right, well, at their best, if you can guarantee me that they're going to play career level basketball for the rest of the season, I ask myself, who is the best basketball player of that group? And I think it's Kuminga.
There's no doubt about it.
I mean, he's got the highest ceiling. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Nothing against any of the others, but these other dudes aren't a legit 6'7", 6'8" like Kuminga and can jump out of the gym and can get to the free throw line and has the tools necessary to become an elite defender, especially on the perimeter. So if you're asking me that, I think I got to go Kuminga, but I could also fire back at you and say, Goo, well, is Kuminga maybe a little bit, is his skill set, does it become watered down a bit now that you have Jimmy Butler? Because those are two dudes who kind of do some similar things in terms of the way in which they go about their offense, right? Neither of them are going to be floor spacers. They're going to slash. Okay. They're going to cut. They're going to drive and get to the rim and get to the free throw line. I felt like Kuminga was infinitely more valuable before the Butler acquisition. Not that he's not valuable now, but before Jimmy Butler, no one on the roster could do what JK could do. Now Jimmy Butler kind of can.
No doubt. But isn't there a power in multiple? You know, you never have enough to, I feel like I'm on Bear Bryant, but talent supersedes everything. So if I got one of something in regard to Jimmy Butler, why can't I have 2, 3, or 4? And let's put another right on the table. I don't even know if it qualifies early. You get the traps. Kerr said he had young Jonathan Kuminga watch Butler's film and tape. So what's next to that? Or what's second to that? Actually being out there on the court. And Grandy, I don't want to know what religion you identify with or how you do all that, but the Warriors have been born again. So that's why I'm thinking, well,
they're reincarnated.
No doubt. Well, I'm Team Drake, but that has happened. But you can't tell me everything has come up roses with everybody's playing better, and we kind of just wonder, well, how much of it is Butler? And some of it is Butler, and probably most of it. Are you telling me, Grandy, on this glorious Thursday before a payday Friday, that it would stop with Kuminga like there would be some and it's a possibility, but I think it's highly unlikely that everybody's been sprinkled from Jimmy Butler for the better. Kuminga comes back and the Warriors suffer. It could happen, but partner, I don't see it happening. Why would it?
I think there's a couple of reasons why it might, and we can get into that when we come back. But I think I can also play a couple. I think I can also play devil's advocate with you and tell you why Podziemski would be incredibly valuable if he plays his best basketball. Even. I mean, Buddy Hield, if he shoots 40+% from deep the rest of the season, that makes this team different too.
No doubt about it.
That makes this team different, no doubt. Moses Moody does everything at a pretty good level. Nothing elite, but he does everything pretty darn good. Yeah. I mean, those are all really valuable pieces, so we can continue to get into that. 888-957-9570. Of that group of four, Moody, Kuminga, Pods, and Hield, if you could get career-high type of play from one of those four dudes, which one do you want it from? Chucky, Coach, I see you on hold. We'll get to you when we come back. Yeah, you called out Coach and
I didn't call him out. I wanted to hear from him, but because he's pro Kuminga. He's Kuminga's biggest fan, man.
Yeah, all right, we'll hear from Chucky and Coach, and Dre just called in. We'll hear from all of you coming up next. It's Guru and Grandy. I'm in for Steiny/Evan.
Let's go.
We got a fun Thursday planned, and what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And that segment was sponsored by MB Jesse Painting. We got more coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Guru till I die. It's all Guru all the time.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's how I feel, Guru.
Look at my man.
Guru all the time.
Gassing me up. I'll take it.
This is fun for me. I've never gotten a chance to do a show with you.
Yeah, you're a youngster. I'm a little older than you, just by a little bit. But can I run something by you real quick? Hashtag random.
Yeah.
So last week we had, it was raining. It was raining hard out here in the Bay. So this coworker, yes, sir, will remain nameless, but I just need your help. He lent me his umbrella.
Okay.
It's been about 6 days. The umbrella's in my trunk. I stare at it daily and nightly, and I just can't put it in my bag and bring it back. So today,
why not?
I looked at the person and I go, without saying it, I still got his umbrella, and he's not saying.
That's on me.
How many more days before the dude cusses me out? Because if he does, I'm like, you know what? I deserved it. Bring his umbrella back, Grandy. I'm going to write myself a note.
You have to make sure you bring it back before it rains again.
Well, there we go. And maybe because it's not raining, that's why I keep
I got to look up the 10-day forecast.
Nobody
I don't want rain.
And he looked at me this morning. I go, good morning. And I said,
yeah, it's supposed to rain this weekend.
Okay, so I'm bringing it tomorrow.
Bring it tomorrow.
No doubt. You remind me.
Okay.
All right.
I'll do my best. Yeah, you got to bring that.
We'll see. Yeah.
We will see. We'll check in tomorrow with Goo at 10 o'clock if you remember to bring in the umbrella. But it's Grandy and Goo here with you on Steiny and Goo. Steiny back east playing golf. Evan under the weather. Get well soon, E-Dog.
It's going around.
It is. It really is going around. I had a little something last week. I don't know if I gave it to Evan.
But the way you wiped Evan's station down, you and the boss, you would have thought he had the cooties.
You got to be safe. You got to be safe.
Man, I got you.
You better be careful.
Stephen A.
You got to be careful.
Cut that hair, man. No, but go ahead.
We're talking Dubs, and they're going down the stretch run, final 24 games of the regular season. And the question that we threw out to begin, Goo, was throw out Steph, throw out Dre, throw out Jimmy. Of Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Pajemski, Buddy Hield. You can get all world level play from one of those four dudes the rest of this season. Which one do you want that from? And you and I both immediately said Jonathan Kuminga. I think because he's got the highest ceiling of any of those four dudes. And that's a legitimate all-star if he meets his potential. The others can be really solid players if they play at their best. Nothing against them, but they can't really match the level of a Kuminga if Kuminga puts it all together for a stretch of a season.
No doubt, but I do, on that point, I do want to commend Pods and Moody because it's no shocker, right, Grandy? They're both playing their ass off.
They've been great.
And Pods, since the injuries come back, I was worried about him. I was like, this might be more than a sophomore slump, but bottom line is Moody is taking advantage of his opportunities, and I do wonder, obviously, if his minutes are reduced somehow because of the reemergence of Jonathan Kuminga, what it will look like, but I guess it's not one of those things. It's Steiny, so he's the master at it, of the domino effect. The bottom line is Kerr's got to assemble a team, and they got to get the most points every given night, right? So it's not about feelings. It's just about, I guess it is, a gut feeling from the coach on who needs to do what, and I would like Kuminga to start going into the playoffs that I'm assuming the Warriors are going to qualify for, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah. We'll see. Warriors are in Orlando today. Tip-off is at 4, which means Warriors Live starts at 3 with Willard and Dibbs. Warriors Live presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Let's go out to the phone lines. Again, let's say you can get all-world play from one of Moody, Kuminga, Pajemski, and Buddy. Which one do you want it from? Up first is Chucky in Oakland, 888-957-9570. What's up, Chucky?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, before I give you my point, man, Guru, man, you just hit me in my cardiac muscle.
What happened?
Man, come on, man. Get that man his own
Hey, Chucky, you know what? I'm going to bring it back today, Chuck. I'm going to bring it back.
Hey, man, when Sonny and Evan be like tag teaming on you, man, saying something about you, I'll be saying, come on, man, they be doing too much.
I got you.
All
right, Chuck, it'll be returned in the morning, family. It's done, baby.
Yeah. Okay,
I got you.
My thing is this. Before Kuminga started playing good, I'm talking about before he started playing good, I was always behind Kuminga, man. I remember, I want to say Steiny And I want to say, Evan, they was like kind of second guessing his mental acuity, you know, and his court sense. But I knew that he was just young, man, and he was just learning the game, like the other bigs. You know, he started playing ball late. But I think out of Moody, Podziemski, and you said Hill, I believe Kuminga is the most important because now that we got Jimmy Butler, I think Kuminga is going to feed off of Jimmy Butler, man. What he brings to the table and Kuminga's skills, anybody that play above the rim, you already got to look at them. But he learned the game, and I think Jimmy Butler, he different from Draymond. Draymond boisterous when you be trying to tell people what to do, but Jimmy Butler plays. And I think Kuminga going to feed off of Jimmy Butler, man.
Yeah, we agree.
I hear you, Chucky. Yeah. I think
so. That's
think
three. How far you think we're going to go in the show before we get another a different answer? And I'm not mad if it's different, but I feel like it's kind of obvious, man. Like he touched on it. Chucky did. How can everybody else be a better version of themselves because Jimmy's around? I just will find it and want to know the answers, and maybe it'll be all on Kuminga. We'll see when we watch it, but how could that stop with Kuminga? You know, he's got to feel the effect or bump.
Let me throw this out to you because I don't think it's a coincidence that Moody's been playing better, that Podziemski's been playing better, that Hield's been playing better once Jimmy Butler got into town. It's also not fair to say that's the only reason, right? Those dudes are playing a lot better, specifically Podziemski and Moody, and they deserve some credit for that. But Butler's a big impact on that.
Butler did it, yeah.
So you would think that the same thing could easily happen for Kuminga. But Kuminga is an entirely different player than Podziemski and Moody. Podziemski and Moody never in their wildest dreams could ever dream of being a number one, being the guy that goes out and gets 20 points on his own every single night.
Free throw line 10 times a game.
Kuminga can do that. Kuminga was doing it before he got hurt. He had over a stretch of 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, no, let's go back even further.
Okay.
Over the course of his final, let's see, how many games is this? Final 6 games before he got hurt. I'm not including the game he got hurt in because that happened in the first half, not a full game. So the final 6 full games that he played 31 minutes a game, averaged 24 points per game, 8 rebounds, 3 assists.
Come on, man.
He shot 52% from the field and 35% from downtown. This is not a knock on Podziemski.
35.
Not a knock on Moody. Those dudes are never going to average 24 points over a stretch like Jonathan Kuminga has the ability to do.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
No, I love
these
it.
Are
you're right.
These are entirely different players. And you ask Moody and Podziemski, fall in line probably isn't the right phrase, but like to say, hey, know your spot, know your role. You're not the number 2. Hell, you're probably not the number 3. Get yours when it comes to you. Let Steph, let Jimmy, let Dre do the heavy lifting. It's easier for those dudes who can't dream of being a number 1 in the future to do that. But you got Kuminga, who has the potential to be an all-star in this league, to be a potential franchise centerpiece, to be like the face of a franchise in the future, and by the way, who's trying to get a gigantic contract extension this summer. It's going to be harder for a guy like that to find his right spot behind Steph and Dre and Jimmy.
Wow, you're on fire, man. We need to call the fire department because Too Short, the great rapper from Oakland, said, get in where you fit in. And that's what these youngsters will do. But there's a skill set in that too, Grandy, of knowing how to do that, right? And knowing when to do it. And you're talking about all of a sudden, you know, me just bilateral tendonitis with Curry. I haven't mentioned that in over a month. He's been so happy and spry.
Playing back-to-backs.
Dre, all of a sudden, his offense is there. He's scoring double digits and it's easy. You know, it's not just the jumpers. The lane's open, and it's just the impact of Butler. So I can't wait, especially with the coach that's won 4 rings in Kerr that says, hey, not to Pods, not to Moody, and not to anybody else, young Quentin Post or whoever, Santos. He said to Kuminga, with that frame and that body he has, study this dude. This dude can tell you how to throw your weight around and be stronger and taller than you are in the paint and get to the free throw line. So just from that standpoint, I'm excited to see that manifest because I don't see how it cannot.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, if you get Kuminga playing the right way and in the right role, he's going to make this team loads better. There's no doubt. 888-957-9570. It's Guru and Grandy with you here on Steiny and Goo. Let's go out to Vallejo. The coach is standing by. Guru put up the bat signal, and Coach has responded. What's up, Coach? You're on Steiny and Goo.
Hey, Hey, guys, how you doing?
All right.
I didn't see the bat signal in the air. I was at Costco, and I looked up, and there was a bat signal.
You got to be excited because your boy's on his way back, man.
I'm very excited, and to kind of add on to what Grandy said, Kuminga was 3 for 3 from three-point range before he got hurt, okay? I mean, everything was on the upswing for Kuminga. He was arguably the Warriors' best player the month before he got injured. So I think Kuminga, I'm with you, Goob. Kuminga should start, but he should start for Podziemski instead of Moody, and here's why. Moody right now is the best Warriors three-point shooter, okay? And with Jimmy Butler and Kuminga putting pressure on the rim, you got your spacing with Steph and Moody, okay? Moody is a knockdown three-point shooter. He's almost shooting 50% for the last 5 or 6 games. So that's the way I would go. Plus, you would be a much better athletic and defensive team with Kuminga out there with Jimmy Butler. I tell you, they'll put so much pressure on the rim, they will get the other team in foul trouble so often. So by the time Steph gets there, Kuminga and Butler already put the other team in foul trouble, and Steph and Moody can knock down the free throws. So I would put my best athletes out there, and if I was Kerr, I would start Kuminga, and I would start Butler at the 2 or Moody at the 2, whichever way you want to do it. Moody already said 2 through 5 is the same thing in the Warriors system. So I would start that big lineup, because if Draymond is starting the center, you need another big out there, and Kuminga is that guy. So that's the way I would go, guys, and I'm really enjoying your show.
All right, awesome.
Appreciate it, Coach.
I hadn't thought of that. Your thoughts on that? Keeping Moody in there and maybe having Steph be the 1 and then
he said Butler as the 2. I mean, it does make the Warriors bigger. I don't think,
longer.
Yeah, I don't think they do that, though, because I think they're pretty happy with Podziemski as a secondary ball handler and creator next to Steph.
And been kind of defending his man a little bit,
but
nobody's giving him. I'm just saying, you don't stop the likes of Kyrie and the couple of guards that they played the last few games, but he's held his own. I'll just say that.
And I don't think I know what Coach is saying, and Moody has said this, playing 2, 3, 4.
I hadn't heard that.
Is kind of the same thing. At least offensively, it's a little different defensively. You're guarding, obviously, generally different guys if you're asked to guard the 2 versus the 3 or a 4. But offensively, it's the same kind of thing. For whatever reason, Steve Kerr and the Warriors seem set on Moody being a 4.
I hate hearing that, but it works.
They also feel the same way about Kuminga as the 4.
Yeah.
So if Kuminga's starting, not necessarily what I would do, Goo, but what I think the Warriors would do if Kuminga's starting, it would be 4 Moody, and they're going to keep Podziemski at the 2.
Yeah.
That'll be my guess.
If I had to bet, I think that's what we see too. But also, I would just tell people like Coach that think, this is about health. Health is wealth. What load is Kuminga going to be given early on? Like, is this ankle tender? Grandy, your man has been out for a while.
January 4th was
physically,
his last game.
is he going to be able to? All right, first game back, whatever it is, Saturday night against Philly, I'm able to go 30, or are they going to slow play it because he can't go 30? So it'll be interesting to see that ramp-up period if they need one at all. But, I mean, it's like a Rubik's Cube to me in regard to if you feel like you need more length, you could insert Kuminga back into the starting lineup, and bam, you would scratch that itch, right there. But when I think about Moody, who's been a godsend, Grandy, at 4, just the old school basketball in me, I don't like it. We've been getting away with it, but let's just say Dallas had Lively, AD, and who else? Gafford.
Yep.
Then you pay for stuff like that, and they haven't really come across a team that's made them pay going small because that's what they are naturally. But I'm just telling you, 10 games in after the day does come that Kuminga's back, Grandy, I want him in my starting lineup. That's just, I always want to start my best 5.
Moses Moody as a starter. Warriors are 10-0 though.
Yeah.
How about that, Goo?
No, that's heavy.
It is.
But how much does it weigh in the eyes of Steve Kerr and company?
I don't think any changes made to the starting group until and if they ever start struggling.
Okay.
If they keep winning basketball games, if they go 4-1 in every 5 with this group, they're going to keep it the same. One thing that might change is maybe Draymond picks up a knock and they say, all right, Draymond, you're back to the 4. We're going to start Looney at the 5.
Which we're going to see. Yeah, or TJD. Those days are coming. They're not gone.
Even that would probably mean Moody to the bench because they don't want to play Moody at the 2 or the 3, and we know they're going to start Hield, or pardon me, we know they're going to start Jimmy, and we know they're going to start Steph. Yeah. So the question becomes, are you benching Podziemski and playing Moody at the 2? or are you keeping Podziemski on the floor and moving Moody to the bench if
Yeah.
you're going bigger and starting Looney or somebody else at the 5?
And I'll say this about Moody, and Steiny and I basically did table tennis on it. Steiny's come around on, dude, bring something to the table. I never was an advocate to say he was an all-star, but dude, the dude is balling. He's scrappy. He does it all, but he also mastered, even when he wasn't getting a lot of run, he would let that thing fly. And to me, Grandy, that's half the battle upstairs of he knew what time it was in regard to I ain't going to be out here 28 to 30 minutes. It's happening now, but before he would make the most of it. So I'm saying all that to say is what if he is the first man off the bench? He lets it go. So he would go look for his more confidently than maybe if Pods went back to the bench. I don't know if he would sulk. I'm not saying that, but there could be a possibility, and Kuminga for that matter.
I mean, if you're asking who's the most likely to maybe be upset about a lesser role, I mean, I hate to say it, but it's probably Kuminga,
No,
right?
there's no doubt. We can go back to last year or his representation just about how he was used and whatnot, so he doesn't bite his tongue.
But part of that is because of what we all know that he can be in this league. He has the ability
balling.
to be better than anybody else.
You and Coach hit it. Before he got hurt, he was balling.
Yeah, he really was. 888-957-9570. If you could get career-high type of basketball from Moody, Kuminga, Pods, or Hield the rest of the season, which one do you want it from? Who's most valuable to this Warriors stretch run? 888-957-9570. Dre in Oakland is up next. What's up, Dre? You're on Steiny and Goo. It's Goo and Grandy with you on this Thursday.
What up, Goo? What up, Granny?
Hey.
Appreciate taking the call. Can we get a moment just for a breath of fresh air for Warriors and Warriors fans, just for having options? We're talking about all these different lineups, and they all could work, and I don't think that was the case before. So that's just like a breath of fresh air and just kind of builds the confidence. I'm along the lines of what Coach was talking about, and it's even when Wiggs was here, is something I wanted, and that's in terms of putting like Wiggs at that too. And if I had to pick out of those players, I actually would pick Buddy Hield. And hear me out. If Buddy Hield hit his highest potential and was shooting lights out from 3, man, is that an option to spread the floor? Even if Kuminga wasn't doing his thing, there's somebody else who could do his thing with Jimmy Butler in there. But if Buddy Hield shoots lights out, man, does that floor get spread? With that said, that's Buddy Hield off the bench, using him at times, right? Career high off the bench. I still, like Coach said, I still want to see Jimmy Butler at the 2. He can do that. Yeah. I think what we've seen out of Jimmy Butler is just what he can do as far as what is needed. I think he can do more depending on what happens. So let's put Kuminga in there with Jimmy Butler. And it's not like they can't shoot. Right? They all can pass. This is a motion offense. We don't have to have somebody standing at the 3-point line all the time to generate buckets, right? These guys can move in and out. Draymond can be at the top of the key and facilitate. Butler can be at the top of the key. I don't know about Kuminga's passing, but that's why I picked Buddy Hield. If the spacing's not there, put him in. And he's shooting at an all-time high. Man, it's unlimited. So I would pick Hield just because I don't see any other player who could do what he can do if he was playing at his best. And I think that just opens up the options. I still want to see that big lineup like Coach said. And, let's see what happens. Let's Kerr not be afraid of not having enough shooting on the floor. And let's see what happens. Let's make that work. So that would be my pick. And, I'm along that line. Put the best on the floor and let them ball.
Appreciate it.
So, Buddy Hield.
Well, I'll say this, and I keep to our guy that's gone, that you're filling in for, Steiny. I love him to death. He that was his answer, was Buddy, because of the shooting. And I'll say this, and I said it before, Grandy, tell me what you think. I mean, Buddy Hield should send Steve Kerr an early Christmas card. I know it just passed, but just for the upcoming year.
Real early
because
Christmas card.
He's held on and given him ample opportunity to kind of, get out of the slump per se, because we know he started off like gangbusters, but to the caller's point, something's already happened that had nothing to do with Kuminga. And that was the fact that Buddy has still struggled to the point, Grandy, he had to take him out the starting lineup. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know, Pods, he's doing no wrong right now. And I would just tell Buddy, hey, we got 24, 23 left. I don't know how many, Grandy, around 24 left. But you got to break out of this thing before game 1 of the playoffs and hopefully not play in. because to the caller's point, he can be right, but the players are like stocks. And right now, to me, Buddy's is down, and you got to get hot for the coach to, make that jump now to where he would sit Pods down and insert him back into the starting lineup. But there's going to be a game or a series, and you're right, where Buddy's got to snap out of it, and I just don't know if we're going to see that. I'm hoping.
Well, don't look now, but Goo, this is a decent sample size now. Buddy in his last 11 games.
Last 11?
Last 11. So this goes back to the final game in January. So this is a month worth of basketball now. It includes the All-Star break, so not a normal month. But in his last 11 games, he's shooting 39.4 from deep.
Now, I did not.
39.4.
Wow.
That's pretty darn good. Okay. You'll take that for the rest of the year.
So he's better than I've thought my eyes tell me.
Over the last 11, yeah.
Yeah, no. 39 is 39.
4 for 9, 4 for 9, 5 for 8, 4 for 9. A couple other things. So 1 for 6.
So he was snapping out of it before Butler got here.
He was shooting better.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
Wow.
And I think one point that Dre is spot on about, and this is the point I made about Kuminga and Butler specifically, when it comes to a roster and you break down the characteristics, the skill set that each player has, where the Warriors are weakest still is shooting.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt about it. That's why Moody's been.
Yeah, and who's the one, and Moody is part of it. Yeah. Who's the one guy who maybe you can rely on to be a better shooter than they have for the rest of the season?
You got him.
It's Buddy Hield. Yeah. And if you get Buddy Hield shooting 40% from deep for the rest of the year, whether he's starting or coming off the bench, I would imagine he's coming off the bench for the rest of the year. That gives the Warriors an extra dynamic that they haven't really had all year.
Yeah, you're on fire, and he can get hot with the best of them.
He can.
Yeah.
He can. Let's sneak in one more call before we go to a quick break. Kurt is in Oakland. He wants to talk about Jonathan Kuminga. What's up, Kurt? You're on Steiny and Goo. It's Grandy and Goo with you.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. Yeah, Kuminga can come off the bench. It'd be easier for him because then he can just focus about scoring. Moody and Pods understand a key thing in starting with the others is they understand spacing. They understand mismatches. If Jimmy has a mismatch, they get out of his way, but they make sure that he has an out so they can get the ball. He can get the ball to them, and they could swing it back to him. Curry's in one of his dribble modes. They could set a screen, or they know how to spread the floor. Kuminga doesn't really understand that yet. When he drives to the lane, he wants to scream for a foul. Well, that disrupts the offense because instead of screaming for a foul, you miss the shot, you go back up and get the ball. But it's just, and on defense, yeah, he's a phenomenal athlete. We get that, but he doesn't understand defender rotations like the others do. They're not great defenders, but they're good. I mean, Jimmy and Green are, but the others help out, which makes it easier on them. But Kuminga just needs to come off the bench because then he can actually be free reign and just worry about scoring rather than anything else. But that's just how it works.
No, that's a fact.
Interesting, Kurt. Yeah. I think there's also something really interesting with what the Warriors are doing with their rotations because they're playing Steph essentially with a bench group.
Yeah.
And you put Kuminga into that bench group, it becomes easier on Kuminga if you've got Steph on the floor
Clarity,
with you.
Right?
And during those minutes, he can be the number 2.
And even without him, the non-Steph minutes, it becomes something that we love again, you know?
Yeah,
back in the day, I was like, oh my gosh.
We can get into that coming up on the other side. And we got more calls to get to. D, Christian, I see you.
And somebody we're going to give some love to, too. You know who it is.
Oh,
but we'll do it on the
we
other
got to
side.
do that before we get on out of here today. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
It's Goo. It's Grandy, Steiny, and Goo here on 95.7 The Game. Make sure you download the free Odyssey app and check us out on Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Steiny and Goo back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
I went down to Palo Alto and played golf at 6:30.
Oh, you were up with the chickens.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What time do you think Steiny got up today to play golf?
I'm gonna say 5.
Wow.
He's an early he goes to bed at 7, so he's an early riser. Man.
Steiny's enjoying himself. He'll be back next week, right? Monday?
No, he's off. He'll be back then the following Monday.
The following Monday.
So it'll be Evan and I.
Off.
Yeah, look at him.
Enjoy
when you're
yourself,
the man, you can do that.
Enjoy yourself.
Warriors might be 5th when he gets back.
Oh,
but I know
5th?
Houston's 5-4 games ahead.
Oh yeah, let me look at the standings real quick. 5th. I mean, maybe by the end of the year, Goo, but in the next week and a half,
give it to me.
The Warriors.
They could be 6 in the next week and a half.
5 games out of 5.
Yeah,
the Lakers are 5th right now. Lakers are probably gonna jump Houston.
You think they got action with Luka?
Yes, absolutely.
I want to say yes, but that Anthony Davis collaboration with LeBron, because he was so different than Bron, I like that, and I think this sounds crazy. I feel like they cancel each other out, Luka and Bron.
I mean,
you know what I mean? It can definitely work, but I'm not as confident
defensively, there's no doubt.
Okay, there we go.
But if you're talking about teams I believe in the West, I mean, it's OKC, it's Denver.
I'm with you.
I don't believe in Houston.
And I don't believe in Memphis yet.
I believe in Memphis more than Houston, but definitely not as much as OKC and Denver. I probably believe in the Lakers more than I believe in Memphis.
All right.
I might believe in the Lakers the third most in the West.
Right.
And then you get down to do you believe in the Warriors more than the Rockets?
Oh, of course I do.
Do you believe in the Warriors more than the Grizzlies?
Yes, I do.
So you think the Warriors...
That's that pedigree.
4th is what you have the Warriors in the West.
No doubt about it. Yeah. And the world is on the bandwagon.
I think a lot of people agree with you.
And this is what Steiny hates, and this is the difference between himself and me. It's just so fun thinking about the possibilities. That's a positive exercise. But he'll be like, what if somebody gets hurt?
You put it into the guru computer,
but anybody gets, Bron goes down, the Lakers are done. You know what I mean? So it's for everybody.
I don't want to say it, but you say the same thing about the Warriors.
And look at Kuminga.
Yeah.
That had to be more than just an ankle sprain.
Well, it's just a severe ankle sprain.
Man, something. He's been gone.
I mean, grade 3, I think, was like 6 to 8 weeks. And we're sitting at, what, 7 weeks now?
Man.
So, I mean, that's...
And counting.
Yeah. And hopefully, I mean, he's probably going to miss a week more max. You expect him back at some point. Not today. He's out today, but as early as Saturday. If not Saturday, maybe Monday.
Yeah.
I mean, and then they play again on Tuesday. I would expect him to play at some point, either Tuesday or before Tuesday.
Yeah, I love it. And I came in waiting on you, or you were waiting on me, you and Kenny. And this is #random again, but just help me out, because you know I'm getting old, man. I might forget. But what I want to do, and the fact that I'm feeling so giddy, along with the rest of the world in Dub Nation, about where the Warriors are all of a sudden. I just came in, Granny, and the first thing I said to you know what? We got to give Joe Lacob some credit. And this ain't kissing ass. I think of Eddie D in the Niners, and he got hated on and some stuff happened, and that had to come to an end, then the salary cap or whatnot, how great he was. But I remember Joe Lacob getting booed on Chris Mullin jersey night, the retirement.
Come on, people.
Remember that? It was like, come on. And what he's built since then is incredible. And now to go out there and swing, and we thought he missed in regard, which ended up being blessings with marketing and Paul George and Kevin Durant per se.
Zach LaVine.
No doubt. And to get Jimmy Butler, and I believe they didn't have to give up a king's ransom, so that makes me more excited. But we really got to just focus in on what Joe's done, where the Warriors are at now. And Grandy, I just want to say thank you, 1. And then 2, can you imagine if somehow the Warriors were able to pull this off? This would probably be the greatest title in sports, man. Just with the birth certificates of your top 3 players in Dre, Steph, and Butler.
Well, Willard and Ibs threw out an interesting question yesterday. I don't know if you were listening, Goo. I know you always listen.
I might have been in the gym. It sounds like I was in the gym because I would have sided them. Okay. No jeans. Yeah.
They asked if the Warriors were to win the championship in 2025, would this be the most surprising title in Bay Area sports history? And, people went back to 1975, the Warriors, when Rick Barry and company swept the Bullets. Obviously, before my time, I from everything that I've read, very, very surprising. You throw out the 81 Niners when they won their first one.
Dallas started the dynasty.
The 2010 Giants, the 2015 Warriors, like the beginnings of all those stretches, like those were all surprising. But considering what this team was in early February, Goo, if they turn around and win a championship, this might take the cake.
But I want to take a couple candles off because I'm with you in the we're baking, right? So I want to say hell yes, but we didn't have the luxury of having Jimmy Butler from the start of the season, right?
Yeah.
So he's here now. But when you just take a step back and kind of forget about how he got here, I guess, Grandy, what I'm saying is the basketball part of this now, to me, is not really truly surprising at all. And you could just look at Jimmy Butler's resume. Now, what just kills me is the fact of what went into him being available for you, right? And we know some stuff went down, and let's just say it, the Warriors got lucky. But the basketball part of this is not, if they pull this off, Grandy, gonna surprise me like, here I go, 2022 did. Even when they got off to that great start, I thought that thing was like, yeah, this is cute, it's fun. Y'all ain't doing this.
They were the 3 seed, Gil.
Yeah, but they were the 3 seed, but there was no Durant. I just didn't think they could sustain it. So I'm bringing that up because I'm being honest, Grandy. I don't think it'll be more surprising than 2022 because.
But if I ask you on February 1st.
Oh, well, then hell yes.
Incredibly surprising.
Oh, my gosh, yeah. Right, because we didn't see this happening. But as far as now and everybody being scared of the Warriors, and it's not just us, it's the world now. I get that, and it's kind of obvious.
Yeah, yeah.
But that takes a little of the surprise element after you got Butler on whatever they do, and that includes winning the title.
Yeah. Christian, I see you on hold. We'll get to you in a second, but Guru, you gave flowers to Joe Lacob. Yeah. I want to play this piece of sound for you really quick. Joe Lacob with Tim Kawakami on the TK Show. Came out yesterday. You can listen to it on the free Odyssey app. Just search TK Show. Great conversation as always, Tim Kawakami and Joe Lacob. Tim asked, and you will hear Tim's question in this cut, Tim asked Joe Lacob about the impending Jonathan Kuminga contract extension that would likely put the Warriors up above the first apron, which means they're going to be paying another hefty luxury tax bill if that happens. And TK asked Lacob if he's willing to do that once again, and here's how Lacob answered that.
He's a restricted free agent coming up this summer. The numbers that he's going to demand or get, I'm sure, are going to be substantial and would give you 4 players making a lot of money. Are you committed to meeting that market price? Might even take you to the first apron, Joe. I mean, is that something that you're ready to do?
I don't know. Why don't you look at history and then you can make the answer to that. Yes. You can answer that question for yourself.
And that's exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, man.
Has there been another owner in sports, specifically maybe just basketball or even specifically just the Bay Area, that has been more willing to pay an exorbitant amount of money year after year after year to support a good basketball
team? That's why
team?
I went to Eddie D. And people call me and help me. You know, I forget. Maybe I'm forgetting somebody, but I think of Eddie D. And let's be honest, those aprons and all that crap was put in. I feel like they're the Joe Lacob rule because other owners were jealous and hating. But now he's bounced back and he's telling TK on his podcast that, dude, I'll go in the red again.
I'm gearing up for it again.
And that's all. I love it, man.
You can't ask for more from your owner.
I guess that's what all I'm trying to say.
You cannot ask for more from your owner. And honestly, the conversation about the front office in general, leading up to the trade deadline, was so incredibly wild to me. I know.
Talk to me.
I know there's been some down years, and the last one in 2022. Number one. This is what happens when your stars get old.
Yeah, the price of a dynasty.
No doubt. And number 2, it's not as if they're not trying and they're not paying a ton of money to get it done. And the only thing you can ask your owner, the owner is not in charge of the day-to-day basketball decisions. And obviously he has a voice in it and he's an involved owner. You can say it's a good thing. You can say it's a bad thing. Frankly, I think it's a good thing. I want an owner who's involved and who cares about the day-to-day.
I love that part too.
But number 2, Guru, if the only thing an owner can do is be willing to invest in the team, and Joe Lacob, whenever he has sensed an opportunity to win a basketball game, to win a stretch of games, to improve the basketball team, they have been willing to do it. And that's the bottom line, the only thing I can ask. The fact that so many Warrior fans out there, and if you feel differently, hit us up, 888-957-9570, have been frustrated with the last couple of years of the leadership and the direction of the organization.
Oh, man, come on.
Do you want to go back to Chris freaking Cohan, Goo?
We don't. That was Steiny's era, no doubt. Great timeout. No, we don't. I mean,
do you remember when they would advertise to buy tickets and they would say, you can come to a Warrior game to see Kobe and to see Shaq and to see Dwight Howard?
That was real.
There was
I got Warrior tickets. Who are they playing? That was my. But that's what my
LeBron's
answer
in
was
town. All right, I'm
predicated on. No doubt, man. And Shasky has this little thing with me. He tries to, Guru, you're a Laker fan. No, the Warrior playbook out of a fandom was, we're not making the playoffs. You adopt a team. So I would adopt. I'm from the West, the best coast. I would adopt Kobe.
The Lakers.
I did.
Come on,
two of the greatest players ever played, and he brings it back. But I'm like, dude, we were never in the offs. Those were bad times.
Very bad.
Corey Maggette.
Corey Maggette, please.
Yeah. Bimbo Cole.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The question we've been throwing around, Goo, is don't include Steph, don't include Dre, don't include Jimmy. Let's focus specifically on Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Podziemski, and Buddy Hield. If you could get great play, career high type of play from one of those four dudes the rest of the regular season and into the postseason, which guy would you want it from? Which guy would have the biggest impact on the Warriors winning basketball games? You and I both said Kuminga.
Have we heard anybody else?
The majority of people have said Kuminga. Right. We did hear one caller say Buddy Hield.
Oh, you're right. Come on, Goo.
And we got someone else on hold who I think wants to give us a different answer. Uh-oh. This is Christian in Fairfield who joins us now. It's Steiny and Goo and Grandy with you today. Christian, what do you think? Out of those four, Moody, Kuminga, Pods, and Hield, who's most important going forward?
It's Pods.
Oh,
I ain't mad at it. Break it down. Yep.
Okay, here we go, Goo. When the Warriors won a chip without KD, they had elite defense. So you heard Kerr talk about Pods, Jimmy, and Draymond's defense together. And look at the West. Austin Reeves, John Morant, SGA, and Jamal Murray. If he can lock them up, and if he can keep SGA under 30 and Morant under 30, and then lock up Reeves and lock up, who did I just say? I left him out. Jamal Murray, it's over. There's no threat. We're going to win because everyone else just has to do their job. That's why we're winning by 30 right now. And people got to stop saying we're beating the teams we're supposed to beat. No, we're dragging these teams. It's not just beating them. We're not going and winning by 7. They got to give the Warriors a little more credit. These guys are sitting out the fourth quarter. But I think if Pod plays elite, keeps up to 15, 6, and 6, plays elite defense, we're going to go through. And Guru, we're third. We're better than the Lakers. They don't want to see us.
Okay, there it is. Wow. Listen to him.
I mean, Christian makes some good points about Podziemski. I mean, we think so much about what he does offensively, and he does all the small things, and he's willing to make the right pass and to cut at the right time and be in the right spot on the floor. He's quietly putting together a pretty good stretch defensively.
He's made me respect him. And, again, we haven't taken any calls with any slander because we all see it. And you are right. I was looking at Kyrie Sunday like, oh, man, he might, step into the booth, Grandy, and do what he did in late third quarter when they beat us not too long ago. But Podziemski is not a salami or chopped liver on the defensive end. He's just not.
He's not. He's been playing really, really good. And what's crazy, Goo, is you look at, like, Steve Kerr loves to look at 3-man groups, right? And you find which 3-man groups
Pods,
work
Dre, and
together.
Jimmy. Is that where you're going?
Yep. Those 3 have been elite offensively and defensively.
I think that tandem, is plus 80 early, those 3 on the court together.
Yeah. Pretty darn good, Goo. And that does not include Steph, which is what is making this Warrior team work right now because they are better than average with Steph on the floor, and they're also better than average with Steph off the floor.
And that is why they're better overall, is that was a nightmare.
It really was.
And now we're back to Barbosa, Speights, when the Warrior stars were just cheering on the youngsters, having fun because the game was, over. And we're seeing that again. What was the last time the Warriors blew out? We saw them lose that game to Utah. That was the final straw for me to where I was like, oh, this is over. This thing is dead.
But they made the trade for Jimmy right before that game tipped off.
You're right. Yeah. You are right. So I was thinking,
had 29 in that
I'm going to give you one more chance. So you're right.
Well, then they lost to the Lakers in L.A. when Jimmy was in the building, but he wasn't yet ready to play.
And Curry fired, 37 shot at the field goal attempts? He was letting them fly.
And then it all changed, and they're 6-1 since then. I'm going to pull a Goo. Hashtag random.
Oh, give it to me. I love it.
You mentioned the bench mob from like the early days. Did you listen when Andre Iguodala got his jersey retired on Sunday? And he went and thanked the bench squad, including Sean Livingston, and the Warriors crowd inside of Chase drowned him out They gave Livingston a standing ovation. Did you hear that?
No.
It was crazy.
How did I miss that?
I mean, Sean Livingston, legend.
No, he
Warriors
is a
don't
legend.
win a championship
Post game second to none. He knew what he wanted to do and where he wanted to go.
Did he ever miss a mid-range go?
It felt
did
like
he ever
did.
miss a mid-range?
And he wasn't chopped liver on D either.
Anyway, he was great. Great. A culture shifter as well in this organization.
Jersey going in the rafters?
Probably not. But honestly,
I'm just saying.
I love Livingston. But
you got me fired up
the way
about
that the crowd reacted to Iguodala shouting him out, it honestly caught me by surprise. Like, I know he's a fan favorite, but man, it was like he was one of the. It was like he was Steph or Clay or Dre. It was that big of a deal.
That's the ultimate compliment when the streets recognize you. You know what I'm saying, Grandy? And for that to happen, and I was unaware it happened. I mean, that's got to feel good for him. But, dude, he was steady Freddy, whatever you want to
Shout
call
out
it.
S-Dot.
Yeah, you
John
go.
Livingston. 888-957-9570. If you could get career-high type of basketball from Moody, Kuminga, Podziemski, or Hield, one of those four dudes the rest of the regular season and into the postseason, who would have the biggest impact on this Warriors stretch run? Back out to the phone lines. Jason in Tampa is standing by. Jason, what's up? You're on with Goo and Grandy. What do you think?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Hey.
So I think my answer is specific to this team, right? For this team, I think Moses Moody is if I can get career, numbers out of him, I think that would be great because amongst everything else that he does, he's a really good on-the-ball defender. He's a really good wing defender. So if you take that with he's more efficient. He doesn't really turn the ball over a whole lot. But if you can take or at least if you can get his 3 points at a career high and even his mid range at a career high, I think that would be a much more impactful for the way the Warriors play, or at least their style of play. Moses Moody being more effective.
No, I'm not mad at it.
Yeah, I mean, now we have an answer for all four dudes from the audience, Goo. We got multiple people picking Kuminga. We got someone picking Hield. We got someone picking Moody. And we got someone picking Pods.
What if I told you that, I guess when it's all said and done, Grandy, that's a good thing.
It is a good thing.
Yeah, it's strength in numbers.
And we're throwing out this hypothetical. If you get great play from only one guy, I mean, they could get great play from a couple of these guys.
And that's why all of a sudden another chapter has been born when you talk about what we all thought the price tag would be for them to go get the likes of a player of the caliber of Jimmy Butler. We thought it would have to be Kuminga, Pods maybe, Moody. And to keep those guys, and now I'm just doing this having fun. I know these guys aren't going to take you to the promised land by themselves, but Grandy, Pods, JK, Moody, Post, Santos, if you allow me. Like, dude, those are six names about what I hear everybody saying, Steiny included. I don't care about the future. But it's just like you can't ignore. You got the youngsters, you're handling their business with the OGs. Like, it's a beautiful blend right now.
It really is. One of the other things that Joe Lacob talked to Tim Kawakami about on the TK show was about, because of the suppressed value of Butler, and it didn't take a ton of young future assets for the Warriors to get him.
Where are we going?
Just listen to what Joe Lacob said. He brought up the famous word, optionality again, Goo. Here's Joe Lacob.
We have optionality. I mean, one of the things about our position, which I don't think the media portrays entirely accurately or to its fullest extent, is that when you compare us to some other teams who have gone, quote, all in, we've gone all in on money more than any other team. We've paid whatever to bring people, to try to win. But we have all of our draft choices after this one's up this year, past this summer. Basically, all of our draft choices, with part of 2030, I think isn't ours. But basically, going forward, the vast majority of our draft picks we have a lot of good young players. We haven't given up any of them really, and so I think if we wanted to change things around at some point this summer or whenever, we have the option to do that. We have the assets to do that.
Shout out Joe Lacob's computer.
Dude,
if you were listening to the pod, you heard him get like 4 or 5 different emails over the course of 30 minutes. But he's right, Goo. I mean, they gave up 1 first-round pick, and it's for this coming year. They have essentially their entire cabinet of picks moving forward. And other than saying bye to James Wiseman a couple of years ago, they have still all their young assets as well.
And
like, they can do almost anything they want if a big name becomes available. Not that they necessarily feel like they might need to, but they have the ability. And Joe Lacob was talking about the other teams that have quote-unquote gone all in. Like, I'm sure that he's talking about the Phoenix Suns, who traded everything to get Kevin Durant.
The Sixers.
And to get the Sixers as well. But the Suns specifically, they have no picks coming up because they traded them all away to get Kevin Durant. And they did get some when they traded away originally, sending Cam Johnson and everybody else away. But they don't have a ton of future assets. They have money tied up on players that nobody wants, specifically in Bradley Beal. And he has a no-trade clause. It's a nightmare. They've gone all in. The Warriors, as Joe Lacob said, they've gone all in with money, but they still have all their young assets, and they have a lot more flexibility than really any other team that is quote-unquote all in with a bunch of veterans.
And we just giving this guy his flowers, and that was before I heard that soundbite. But help me out, Grandy. It sounded like he was saying, guys, Dub Nation, we could possibly go big game hunting again this summer. That's what he sounded like. In my head, you need to duck. My head might explode just thinking, okay, it's not going to stop just to Jimmy Butler. And that's why I was telling Steiny, he wasn't mad. But I was like, dude, I'm excited and fired up about the future. Like, I'm all in this year, but you can't tell me that we're not excited about the future. And that was before hearing the owner say, we might not be done. We have the necessary resources to have optionality to pull something off. And I thought about KD. I'll leave that alone for another day, but damn, Grandy.
I mean, it's a possibility. Did you hear KD on Draymond's podcast this week?
What'd he say?
He said, I didn't want to get traded mid-season, but, if it's something you figure out you might want to do, maybe in the offseason.
But what bothered me about that is, one, why? I get it, the kids in school, but the last I checked, he doesn't have any kids. I'm like, dude, if you want to win, but he did say something, and I gave him the bro hug through the phone. I saw the clip where he said, I want to figure this thing out. And if we don't make it, we don't make it. I don't want to just jump ship. He said we're healthy or we're getting healthier. And I kind of went Rodney Dangerfield again. I keep bringing him up. I respected that he wanted to see this thing through with Phoenix.
I respect it, but they're done. They're cooked.
And
they're
nobody
2-8
knows
in their
why.
last 10.
How do you
They
you scored 148 points against Memphis?
They quit on each other.
But you gave up 150. You think so?
The Suns had an incredibly embarrassing trade deadline.
No.
Like the Mavericks take the cake because of Luka, but what the Suns did, they made essentially everybody other than Devin Booker available to trade and traded none of them.
Yeah, and how does that go?
How do you go back and start playing basketball for
even
that
the
group
great
again?
Eddie Johnson, who covers them and the Morning Rose has him on, he's a ride or die. But even he can see that Phoenix messed that up.
They're done.
Yeah.
They are done. I think the Kings are going to get the 10th spot in the West by default because Phoenix is the only team that has a shot, and they got
He said by
chance.
default.
By default.
Yeah.
I'm not a Kings fan. I don't really believe in the Kings without De'Aaron Fox. They're going to get the 10 just because that's how bad and how broken the Phoenix Suns are.
Yeah.
Anyways, we can get into that. We got plenty more to talk about. I want to talk about Jonathan Kuminga specifically, but we can keep taking your calls on this question we've been throwing out for the first hour plus of the show. If you could get career-level production from Moody, Kuminga, Podziemski, and Hield the rest of the year, which one are you choosing? Who's the most valuable piece the rest of this regular season and postseason? Manny in Houston, I see you on hold. We'll get to you right when we come back from break. We got to take a timeout for just a sec. We will come back and get into more of that. It's Guru and Grandy with you on Steiny and Goo. And what's coming up on the game is that conversation brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. More next on 95.7 The Game.
Don't forget who you are, bud.
I've forgotten who I am.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Goo and Grandy with you here on 95.7 The Game. We got someone on the text line, Zucci Main 510,
Zucci,
who says, Goo, part of Steiny's curmudgeonness is he worked during the Cohan era.
No, wow. So, yeah, he's got scars.
Some of that rubbed off on him, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, that was a rough time.
He talked about, I don't know if you heard him, at the end of the year, they could always, the beat reporters go make their plans because there was no playoffs. So it always ended early. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Late April plans. No worries about it. You're not going to be busy if you work for the Warriors.
Hawaii.
Yeah. Or as they would say inside the NBA, they're gone fishing.
There you go. That's a pretty good bit.
That is a pretty good bit. And the All-Star players honored them in the middle of that championship game at All-Star Weekend with that fishing gear.
And somebody called me. Somebody had to get reprimanded, right? You do not have a celebration before the final game. Joker told you he got cold.
Of the game.
Yeah, whatever.
Even worse.
I just the timing is odd.
Really
I love
bad.
what they were doing, and those guys deserved it, but the timing was a bit odd.
But also, the show is continuing, just not on TNT anymore.
Yeah, that's another.
So, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. All right. 888-957-9570. It's Guru and Grandy here, filling in for Steiny, who's off on a trip out east, playing some golf. In for Evan, who's homesick. Feel better. E, get back soon. But what we've been throwing around, Goo, is if you can get career performances from either Moody, Kuminga, Pods, or Hield the rest of the regular season, who you wanted from? We got a couple of callers who want to weigh in on this. 888-957-9570. Manny in Houston is first up.
Manny.
What's up, Manny? You're on Steiny and Goo. It's Goo and Grandy today. How you doing?
Hey, what up, Goo? What up, Grandy? How are you guys doing today? Just a couple of points for you. Now, I think Buddy's the X factor because if we compare this squad to 22, I believe Kuminga will give you what Jordan Poole did. And also, if we remember at the beginning of the season, we tried Wiggs at the 2 and JK at the 3. With Jimmy at the 2 and without TJD in the lineup, is there still enough spacing? Because at that time, Buddy was playing his best and JK was at his worst. So I think at this point, we know what the young guns are giving us. And if they continue on this trajectory, all we need is that Otto Porter, Bielitsa vet presence. And I think with Buddy consistently scoring, there's no team that can stop us.
Yeah.
It's an interesting call, Manny.
And it's a Rubik's Cube right now of good problems to have because, Grandy, I mean, it could be Pods, it could be Moody, it could be Kuminga, what have you, and they all can work. You know what I mean? And right now we're seeing every combo with the Dubs work because of Jimmy Butler's brilliance and just part of the Warriors' way too. So, yeah, it's not – if you go this way, you're going to look back and say it was wrong. I just fall this under it's a damn good problem to have because it sounds like we got confidence, Warrior fans, in a lot of these youngsters.
I think what's interesting, and well, maybe Manny is maybe swaying me a little bit as it comes to Buddy Hield, is Buddy Hield shooting well the rest of the year would make life easier on Kuminga specifically because we talked about this a little bit, Goo, but the way that Steve Kerr is structuring rotations right now, he's essentially, so starting 5, which has been Steph, Podziemski, Butler, Moody, and Draymond.
Gotcha.
That group essentially plays the beginning of the first quarter, the beginning of the game, and the beginning of the third quarter, right? To start each half. And they almost don't see the floor together at any other point of the year or of the game.
Yes.
If there's a close game, a competitive game, they might close, but essentially they don't play together the rest of the game. And what they do is they pair Steph for the majority of his minutes with like almost an entirely bench squad. So they pair Steph with Buddy Hield and with Guy Santos and with GP2 and with Quentin Post. So it's 4 bench players and Steph.
Yeah, and 3 guys that can shoot it.
And it works well, and it's been working great. And then on the flip side, which is why the non-Steph minutes are working, is because they play the other 4 starters.
I love it, man.
Podziemski and Butler and Moody and Draymond, plus one other bench guy. It almost doesn't even really matter who it is. And that group is good enough because you got Butler.
It seems unfair at times now,
and
watching that early.
Pods and Moody playing well, and Draymond as the facilitator and the distributor and getting everything going. They're now good in both of those areas. They haven't really been in the past. And it's honestly kind of opposite of what they used to be.
No doubt.
Because
And I love it.
It was be great when Steph's on the floor and just like tread water when he's on the bench. But now they're above average in both. And what my long-winded point, Goo, is when Kuminga is back and you can throw Kuminga on that bench unit with Steph, you take him out, you take him in, and you take Santos out, you take Gee out. Suddenly you have Steph and Buddy Hield, and if Buddy's shooting 40% from deep, and then Kuminga, the spacing on the floor with Steph and Buddy shooting lights out, and then Kuminga being able to get to the rim.
I got goosebumps.
Like, that could work. It really, really could work. And maybe the way in which you fit Kuminga in better is you don't play him a ton with Jimmy Butler, because those two are kind of similar in skill set, and you can have Kuminga kind of still get off that alpha mentality when he's on the floor just with Steph and Buddy.
Yeah, and he can also watch me, OGs. Watch me. Watch the youngster put on the show for you. But I know I need to slow my roll with this one, Grandy, but just hearing you break it down like that, it's almost an embarrassment of riches. Like, it's headed, if this thing goes the right way.
Is it strength in numbers again,
all day long, man. All day long. Because the one thing we can say about this Warrior team and the mixture of guys they have, outside of Butler, nobody comes close. And I love me some Moody to Jonathan Kuminga's skill set, especially when he's coming downhill, man. And he had been, I won't dare say master, but he had been one of the top guys being able to get to the free throw line on this team. So I expect that to pick up. And I don't know if you noticed, since the inception of Jimmy Butler, I feel like Steph and everybody in the Warrior jersey is getting a better whistle. That's just me. It's what it looks like. But it's not like, oh, my gosh, it would be nice if we could get fouls. They're happening. And it's a continuous thing like, man, let's go.
Well, they went from
last.
Yeah, like terrible percentage-wise of the free throw line, but also just not getting many free throw attempts.
To first, man.
To most free throw makes,
Come
I
on,
believe,
man.
and second highest percentage.
I wonder why, Grandy. Just think about that from worst
Jimmy
to first.
Butler.
Man.
Or as Steiny would say, Jimmy Buckets. Exactly. That's the difference.
No doubt about
That's
it.
the difference right now. 888-957-9570. If you could get career type of games performance the rest of the regular season from Moody, Kuminga, Pods, or Hield, who are you choosing? Who's most important to go off the rest of the year for the Warriors? 888-957-9570. Up next is Trevor in Rohnert Park. What's up, Trevor? You're on with Goo and Grandy here on Steiny and Goo. How you doing?
Hey, good, guys. How you doing? What's up, Guru?
Hey, what's up, baby? What you got?
All right, man. So here's the deal. I know a lot of people are saying Kuminga, but I'm going to go a different way. I'm going to say Moody, and I'll tell you why.
All right.
Moody is a dog, man. When he's out there, he is fighting for every single minute that he has. The ball's on the ground. I see him diving for the ball, going and get. I mean, he's just like, he's out there playing rough, right? Tough ball that he has been. I mean, I think Butler kind of came in and he brought the toughness with him, and everybody's looking tougher. So that's a hard question to ask, but Butler and JK played very similar, like you guys said just a few minutes ago. So I think in the starting lineup, Moody is the key because he can shoot from the 3-point line. He plays tough. He plays good defense. I don't know if he's a better defender than JK, but he's a good defender. I think that's the key right there. And you can say Buddy Hield, but I think Buddy Hield's defense is almost not really there. So his shot ability, yes, we need that. But Moody, I've been watching him. You guys tell me what you think. But I've been watching the last 3 or 4 games. I've seen Moody like get intense out there. I mean, he's the guy. If he keeps it up, that's the guy right there.
No, that's a compliment to him, Grandy, to Moses Moody, and we.
Yeah.
You know, I know it's a different NBA. It's a positionless NBA, and I hate that stuff. But, you know, I was having some fun with Steiny before he left. I was like, who would you pick at the all-time greatest power forward? I think it was Duncan, Karl Malone, Dirk, or
KG.
KG.
Ticket.
And yeah, those names. And then when I hear Moody at the 4, but you got to move on. Modern basketball.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry. What if I laid this on you? This just would be my lineup. Curry at the 1, Butler at 2, JK at the 3, Dre at the 4 like he likes, and then Post at 5. Like, we might see that. That's just one lineup, and there's probably 10 other variations we can see, but that one excites me. And about Butler and Kuminga kind of being the same player, don't take this the wrong way because I'm not saying these two are that, but Jordan and Pippen kind of did the same things, but they were so great doing the same things at the same time, it worked. I'm just saying you can have a surplus of one thing if the timing is right and guys know how to do it. I'm all for it. I never want to hear, well, Grandy's like goo, so it can't work. More is better. I want more. If it's one thing, I want more of it because it makes you better, Grandy.
You heard it from Goo first. Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Kuminga, the new MJ.
If you go put that on social skin, you got that. No, I'm just. I just hate the and I get it.
I hear you.
You know, I get
I'm giving you a hard time.
You cancel each other out, but I'm just saying. I expect to see JK with Butler out there at the same time sometime.
Yeah, no doubt they will. I think the biggest thing for me is what the Warriors, specifically when Jimmy's on the floor, what the Warriors will be asking of Kuminga is entirely different what they were asking of him before he got hurt.
And
like, it's an entirely different thing. Very hard.
Yeah.
And then you throw in the extra added layer, Goo, that Kuminga's trying to get the bag this offseason.
No
like
and he's behind the 8 ball on that just because of the injury, you would think.
If he returns as soon as he possibly can after today's game, he's out today, he would have 23 games in the postseason left to prove what he's worth.
Man.
Like, there's a very real possibility that, I mean, honestly, I can't blame him. Like, I feel like I would do the same thing in his position.
Unless
I feel like I'd press a little bit. Okay. I would feel a little bit of pressure to try to get mine, but getting yours anymore might not be what's best for this team because now they got Jimmy Butler and they have a way to go score without Steph. They didn't have that before.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I'm going to go Dr. Darryl. I wanted to say Phil, but I'll go Dr. Darryl in this sense. Listen, we talked about it, and I saw you went to Curry's party for All-Star Weekend, you and Lucas, and I went to Kenny Smith's, little party, and I ran into Logan Murdoch, and he had some sound before the trade about Joe Lacob. There might be a struggle in regard to the scouts thinking Kuminga's ceiling and what Joe Lacob, a difference of opinion on what he could be.
Yeah.
But I'm saying to you and all listening, if the owner, who at the end of the day, that's really who's, opinion matters most or supersedes everybody's, if he is that big on Kuminga, I guess it doesn't matter if he did not, setting the world on fire when he comes back because the owner knows what he is on his best day or has visions of Kuminga on his best day. So I'm thinking if I'm Kuminga, you should kind of know that, and hopefully he doesn't press thinking, I got to get the bag in 20 or 25 games, which, that would be something I wouldn't want my player thinking about.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. And I want to play some sound. Steve Kerr talked about it. Jimmy Butler talked about it. Draymond talked about it. Joe Lacob talked about it. I want to run all that sound by you in a little bit, Google. We got some calls to clean up before we do that. 888-957-9570. Most important Warrior to play great down the stretch? Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Pajemski, or Buddy Hield. Let's go to Caleb, who's waiting in Livermore. What's up, Caleb? You're on Steiny and Guru. It's Guru and Grandy today. How you doing, Caleb?
What's going on, fellas? Grandy and Goo, the double G.
Talk to us.
Sir.
What's going on, fellas? So, look, Kuminga, I agree with the previous calls. Look, Kuminga is definitely the ultimate X factor. He is kind of similar to Jordan Poole in this way. Look, when the Warriors won the championship in 22, there was no one on the Warriors like Jordan Poole as far as his speed, his handle, his ability to get to the basket, like just the momentum and the excitement that he brought to that Warriors team. Kuminga is similar to that because of his athleticism. The fact now, I've talked about it previous times when I called in, the fact that Wiggins is gone now, Kuminga is going to be that defensive player. The Warriors don't have an athlete like Kuminga, so there's no doubt Kuminga he's obviously different than Jordan Poole, but he is definitely that ultimate X factor. But before I head out, one little thing. I saw the interview with Joe Lacob when he was talking about, the ability to make moves potentially in the future. I know it's hypothetical. I know it's crazy. But would you trade, though, speaking of Kuminga, would you trade Kuminga and Trace for good old Joel Embiid?
Nah, I'm done. I think, look at you.
Thanks for the call, Caleb.
I'm the biggest Joel Embiid fan, and I've resigned. And Grandy, I'm looking at you as you smile and think about it. No, it's over. That dude had no business playing in the Olympics. He did for his country. But the bottom line is we are watching another basketball Macbeth in regard to a guy's body just breaking down. And to Embiid's credit, he's gone out there. We saw last year he had no business out there. I don't think he bounces back. I think his career is really in jeopardy. So hell no would I trade for or even look into trading for Embiid. Why would you want those problems?
Yeah, what's the latest from Philly? That
he's going to need another surgery. That's for sure.
They haven't officially decided on it yet, though, right? They're considering their options.
Watch him try to play. It's over.
Yeah, I mean they're like 20 and 38 or whatever.
Came back on the Knicks last night. Couldn't actually win it.
New York Ken. Knicks still got the win. Don't worry. But it was a little closer than Ken was hoping for.
Stoney would say, "Guru, it's the NBA." But to that point, Minnesota down, 16 with 3 minutes left or 12 to OKC.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I'm like, OKC, I get it. You've earned it. But y'all ain't did nothing to have me scared now.
I think I lightweight jinxed that game. I think I lightweight jinxed that game, Goop, because I was getting a tweet ready to fire off. I was going to say, the Warriors, they jumped the Timberwolves in the standings.
It's your fault.
And then I held off on tweeting because I was like, oh my God, if I tweet this out and then OKC blows it, I am going to get so much blowback. So I didn't. It's still in the draft, so I haven't fired it off. And then I'm watching the game as I'm heading home from work, and slowly Minnesota comes back. They force overtime. They win in overtime. Oh, God, I couldn't believe it.
With no Gobert, Dante DiVincenzo.
And they didn't even play Ant down the stretch.
Yeah, he came back in but he got a big block.
Got the block on Shea to win the game.
I'm just saying, we talk about SGA and he might get his first MVP. He's great, but the bottom line is they ISO'd him. He was Steph Curry per se and hit the side of the backboard in what could have been a game winner. Yeah. And I'm just like, pressure. Not that that's why he missed it, but yeah, you guys got to show me.
Yeah, Leroy in Oakland, we're coming to you in a second.
Oh, man.
I got to ask you this, Goo.
I ain't got bread. No bread. Yeah, anything but that.
You're talking about OKC. Let's just say, hopefully the Warriors aren't the 8 seed and they come out of the play-in.
Oh my gosh, this is easy.
If it's Warriors versus OKC in the playoffs, who are you picking?
I can understand how the public would say OKC, but
you're picking the Warriors.
I would be. Come on now, does that sound crazy?
Okay,
though?
I asked you earlier who you believe in the most in the West. OKC. I believe OKC, Denver, Lakers, then Warriors. So you're picking the Warriors over OKC.
No, you asked me if they got tangled up with each other and they played the series. I give the Warriors a chance.
A chance, or do you think they're going to win? There's a difference.
I could see them winning the series, and I could understand them not being favored too. But OKC, the Warriors are the type of team they don't want to see. The Houstons of the world, who I don't even know what to make of them, but I wish the Warriors could get a chance out the chute that would be their first
The dream
playoff
should be
series.
Houston gets the 3 and the Warriors are the 6.
Yeah, and I don't think that's going to happen.
Probably not.
Denver is a problem. We have nothing for Jokic.
I would imagine Denver will be the 2. Memphis is probably going to be the 3, although the Lakers could sneak up there as well.
And Memphis has Jaren Jackson Jr. and Edie, and I know the whole thing with Draymond, but they got something the Warriors don't have in size.
No doubt. 888-957-9570. Most important Warrior to play great down the stretch out of this group. We're not including Steph, Dre, and Jimmy. Out of Moody, Kuminga, Pods, and Hield. Who you picking? Let's go to Leroy, who's on hold from Oakland. What's up, Leroy? You're on with Guru and Grandy here on Steiny and Goo.
Who's he going to say? I'm trying to see where he's going.
Grandy, Goo, man, you guys are awesome. Hey, I'm going with Pods, right?
Ooh.
Before I say that, hey, Goo, my favorite power forward of all time, baby, was Vin Baker, man.
Vin Baker, wow, okay. I'm not mad at you. Yeah.
Hey, Grandy, I've been hearing a lot about, Houston, the past month. Hey, the Warriors want to draw Houston. And I like Houston. I think Houston is going to be a tough out. So I think people need to pump the brakes. Yeah. I think people need to pump the brakes on that. Houston is pretty good. So I said Pods because of this. The Warriors, I think, are 4th in the league as a team in assists. And I'm looking at the Warriors and how they spreading the ball around. And usually it's Pods with 5 assists, 6 assists. Moody may have 1 or 2. Kuminga may have 3. But Pods have realized the value of playing point guard as far as getting everybody involved. And so I think if Pods can just keep having big assist game, 5, 6, 7 assists, and I really would like to tip my hat to Curry too, because Curry has been throwing dimes, man. Every time you look at the assist category, it's 7, it's 8 assists. So I say Pods, and then one more thing, guys. Everybody's talking about the relationship developing between Kuminga and Butler, and everybody's hoping for that to go well. But I'm looking for the relationship to develop between Kuminga and Quentin Post, because I remember when Trey Jackson Davis had first came, and him and Kuminga, they were developing a little rapport, man. They were looking good together. And so I'm hoping that Kuminga and Quentin Post can develop a good relationship. And that's it, guys. Have a great day.
All right, Leroy.
Appreciate the call, Leroy.
Vin Baker, if I had to throw it to the young buck, the young hot shot, Grandy, how many times has he been an all-star?
Vin Baker?
Yeah, if you had to guess.
Oh, God. I mean, I honestly don't really know much about Vin Baker. 2?
Yeah.
I don't know.
4. Kind of shocked me. Yeah.
Okay.
4-time all-star.
There you go, Vin.
Yeah.
When did he play?
See, I don't like stuff like that.
Like 90s?
Did he play? Were you born? Oh, no. He made it 95.
He started his career before I was born, but his final year was in 06.
All
okay.
Right. Yeah. But he wasn't the Vin Baker early on. He was All-NBA second team,
All-Star,
third
95,
team as well.
96, 97, 98.
All-rookie team, 1994. That's when they threw the ball in the post. He had some post game.
6'11".
Yeah. Look at him.
6'11", Vin Baker.
He was big.
Yeah, good player. Solid career. But talking about Podziemski as the guy there, I think that I mentioned this earlier, Goo, but there's no doubt that Jimmy Butler's addition makes everything easier for everybody else. But I think it's honestly a little lightweight disrespectful to throw that around and say that's the only reason. Podziemski's playing great, and he deserves a lot of credit for that. I know you gave flowers earlier to Joe Lacob. Yeah. We got to give Pods some flowers himself. And something I've been on the last week or so has been, there's a lot of people out there who owe Podziemski an apology for what they were saying about him early this year. I mean, the dude is in his second year out of the league. He was not a lottery pick. He was all rookie team last year. Not all going to be sunshine and rainbows. It's not going to be smooth, but you got to believe that he has the ability to, at the very least, just be a solid, positive player for the rest of his NBA career. He was going to figure it out, and he figured it out, and now he's, again, leading, not just in recent stretches, over the course of the season, and this includes him being, almost unplayable early in the year, leads the team in plus-minus once again, Goo, for the second straight season.
No doubt. And, Grandy, I'm going to go Malcolm X on you. And, Kenny, it's Black History Month, and I'm the president of the Black Delegation, so I don't want to bring race into this, but I'm going to tell you the journey with Pods. He's received, and I've scratched my head, so much hate from the fan base early on. And I thought a lot of that was because they felt like he was getting a different treatment than a young Moody and a young Kuminga did from Kerr. Okay? We'll start there. And I felt like when they saw Pods play, they wouldn't appreciate what he was doing because they always double back to say, well, why is he any different than Kuminga early on when he wasn't getting a chance, and Moody as well? And I think a lot of fans took that out on Pods. But for what he's done after coming back from injury, after making the all-rookie team last year, he's validated who he is. And you don't know this about me. I'm all over. Keep up with me. I love the great Oakland's own Gary Payton. And the reason I love the great Oakland's own Gary Payton is he's a Hall of Famer, but Grandy, he thinks he's better than that. And that's why in the finals, he was talking trash to Jordan because he felt like he was on that level. And I bring that up because to me, that's 80% of not just live sports is do you believe? And Pods, to me, it's sometimes it's too much, but I'd rather have a guy thinking about himself high than low.
No doubt.
So now he's just been in the zone. We can't hate on the footwork. He's no turnstile on D. He can pass, and it never feels like he's putting up his numbers by hogging And that's what makes Jimmy Butler as good as he is.
Yep.
He doesn't need 35 shots. So when we talk about Kuminga coming back, he's really got to work on the other quiet things that might not, I'm saying like Steiny, be a sexy. You didn't tell me it's be a sexy. You know, that's why I appreciate Pods, but respect this game right now.
I want to get into that on the other side.
I didn't know, kid. I should have known.
I think there's something there. Also, we put up a poll on Twitter outside of Curry, Butler, and Green. Which player will be the most important for the Warriors to go on a run? Pods, Moody, Hield, JK. JK's leading the early returns, but you can log on to Twitter at 957thegame and vote on that yourself. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. More Goo and Grandy on Steiny and Goo. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
put the hot steam on you and you get all that dead skin off and then you shine him.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan tried to get you on that
He
one.
did.
You
He
wouldn't let
did.
him.
Yeah. The other facials when you get slam dunked on. Yeah.
Shout out Marv Albert, right?
There you go.
With a facial.
He was, man, my GOAT.
At his best, I'm not sure there's anyone who called basketball better than Marv Albert. Dude was
Jordan.
yes.
That's
He
pretty
was
good.
great.
Yeah.
He was great. It's Guru and Grandy here on Steiny and Goo on 95.7 The Game. Steiny out east, enjoying some time off playing golf. Evan, unfortunately, homesick. Get well soon, E. It's great to be with you here on Steiny and Goo. Guru, Grandy with you here on 95.7
Let's
The Game.
get it, baby.
We got a lot to get into still. It's been a fun first 2 hours or so here on Steiny and Goo. It's been a lot of sunshine and rainbows and positivity, and everything's going great for the Warriors, and they got a game coming up again today, 4 o'clock in Orlando, which means Warriors Live starts at 3, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. But I am a little concerned, Goo.
Well, give it to me.
I am a little concerned.
Because I was going Malcolm X for pods, but go ahead.
About Kuminga's return. I'm a little concerned.
I'm going Roxy Bernstein. Please explain.
Lightweight concern, Goo, because Jonathan Kuminga, for his entire career, he's now in year 4. It's kind of been like stop and go. You get a stretch here. You get pulled back. You start playing again. It takes you a while to start playing good. But when you get consistent role and minutes and shots, you play great.
Love it.
And that's what he was doing before he got hurt. And you started to see like the legitimate, real good returns on Jonathan Kuminga and using the number 7 overall pick on him. And you're starting to see, all right, this guy might have a pretty high ceiling, and he might be like a player for you that can help you out post-Steph. First time I really saw it in like a really major way was right before he got hurt, right? And he was playing great. Like I got the numbers here in front of me. Again, the 6 games, the last full 6 games that he played before he got hurt, 24 points per game, 8 rebounds, 3 assists. He shot
8 rebounds,
almost 53% from the field and 35% from downtown. That's an all-star. That's great. If you does that over the course of a season, that's an all-star. But where I'm lightweight concerned, Goo, is what he was doing then and what the Warriors needed from him then, entirely different than what they need from him now. They needed him to come in with Steph, without Steph, and go get us buckets. Like, just go and score. Put your head down, get to the rim. Don't worry about Moses Moody hanging out in the corner. Like, go and get us a bucket, JK. Man. Go get yours. We need you. We can't score. How many times did they not even score 100 points in a game, Goo?
It was hard.
Like, they needed labor. They needed JK to go and score and, like, be that ultra-aggressive, as the word we like to use, be that dog, right? Go get us
DAWG.
We need you. They still need him to be good, but they need him to fill an entirely different role. And for Kuminga, who saw the success of his play and his performance doing one thing and being asked to do one thing, now being asked to do what I imagine is going to be something different, I think it's going to be a little challenging for him to adjust to that because he's at his best when he can be that aggressive, when he does have the freedom to kind of go and freelance and do kind of whatever the hell he wants and what works best for him. It got to a point, Goo, where they kind of were tailoring the offense to him because they had nobody else who could score consistently. That was when Hield couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, Goo. Moody wasn't really getting many minutes, and when he was, it wasn't enough to get in any sort of rhythm. You didn't have Jimmy Butler, and oh, by the way, Steph was kind of going through a little bit of a shooting slump too. They had no other options. It was JK, get us 20 or we're going to lose. Yeah. And by the way, even when he would get 20, they still would sometimes lose. He scored 26 against Indiana. They lost. He scored 34 against the Clippers. They lost. Even when he was great, they still were not winning basketball games. That's how different the team was then versus what it is now. And my fear is it's going to be hard for Kuminga in the position that he's in, a 24-year or fourth-year player, still young 20s, got his first real taste. Doing the Guru.
That's a 4.
His first real taste of like legitimate NBA success, and his next moment on the court, he's being asked to do something entirely different and to take, for lack of a better term, like a backseat to Jimmy Butler, because now they have Jimmy Butler who can do that every single night.
Man, it's not Mark Grandy, it's Denzel Grandy, because you are a man on fire. And I bring that up because let's keep it real. When Schroeder came here via trade, when we found out he was coming to be a Warrior, what did Draymond say? I don't know if you remember, Grandy, but tell me if this applies, because I'm trying to make a parallel. He said, we're not going to ask him to do what we do. That's not why we brought him here. We want him to be him.
Yep.
We want to tap into him being him, and that will help us be better.
Yep.
And I was like, damn, that was astute. I like that. I'm sorry, Grandy. This thing is so it has all the ingredients, not be combustible, but could go wrong with the way you explain what's changed as opposed to how it was when he got hurt. So now, to me, I'm having that conversation, and again, Steiny broke my heart. I have a problem, I don't know if you know, Grandy, of separating movies from reality. I think halftime speeches are had, and they matter, and I'm finding out they don't say anything. People check their phone and come back out, whatever. I think Jonathan Kuminga needs his coach, maybe Curry or Dre, or even, his new teammate Jimmy Butler, to say, dude, Grandy, don't try to reinvent the wheel. Just be you. And Grandy, if they had that conversation and say it the way you just said it in regard to reality of what maybe we need you to try and do and not be what you were, I'm biting my nails for Kuminga. I don't think he would that would work for him. I think a guy like that needs somebody to say, the right person, dude, just be you, because we don't have, if any, of you. So do you, and the rest will fall into place, because if he goes out there like a robot and I got to do what Grandy said, I have to fall, like, no, then he's done. He needs to play free and be who he was before he got hurt.
Well, what's interesting is I don't think Steve Kerr is necessarily telling him to be himself. This is what Steve Kerr said pregame on Tuesday, talking about how Jimmy Butler should be the guy that Kuminga models himself after. Here's Kerr.
What makes Jimmy special is that he doesn't try to be special. He just plays fundamental basketball. And, the constant fundamental play, he never turns it over. He just makes a simple play over and over again. And I want JK to learn some of that. He's so explosive. I think it's always hardest for guys who are the most talented to make decisions because they've got too many options at their disposal. I'm hoping that he can learn from Jimmy and that Jimmy will spend some time with him. I know he will. Jimmy's really good about that. But just understanding that, attacking the rim, nothing there, jump stop, pass the ball, that's a great basketball play, especially for us because Steph Curry's on the other end of the play a lot.
Like, I hear you, Goo. Yeah. Like, you don't want JK to be on the floor and ever doubting himself. Yeah. Like, I hear, like, you don't want to go into a game and into real live action like that. And you're 100% right. But that's Steve Kerr saying, quote, I want JK to learn some of that. As in, I want JK to learn some of the under control, smart basketball decisions. Don't try to be great. That's what Jimmy Butler does and what makes him effective. Quote, I want JK to learn some of that. That doesn't sound to me, Goo, like a head coach who's terribly confident that player is ready to do that right now.
And I got to give you the point on that, but and help me out, Grandy. I hope I'm not coming across as the message I'm saying is Kuminga, go try to get 40. No, and it was well said by Kerr. He's great when he's trying not to be. That means it's natural. So again, Grandy, I don't know how much confidence you have. I know there's been trials and tribulations for Kuminga, and he was serenaded by the three most important guys, I believe, in this Warrior organization before he got hurt. Steph Curry, Kerr, and Draymond Green. Again, I bring this up because they were like, we need him to be who he is if we're going to do anything. And that was pre-Butler. So I'm asking you, do you think that's off the table in regard to now that you have Jimmy Butler, that Jonathan Kuminga's to-do list or job description changes?
No doubt it changes. He's still important, but he went from being an absolute necessity just to maybe win some basketball games.
Well, for now, because again, we haven't played it really. You know what I mean? We ain't got down and dirty with a team that.
But they're 6-1 without him right now. It's not that he's not important, but they went from we need you to score 25, JK, just so we can keep up with this Clippers team.
So you take 10 rebounds over 20 points is what you're saying.
Oh, yeah. Jonathan Kuminga needs to focus on not scoring 20.
All right.
You cut at the right time. You slash.
All right. All the stuff he doesn't do naturally. The areas of improvement.
When you got a mismatch, you got a smaller dude on you, call for it in the post and back him down.
See, that's what I think is going to improve.
You got a big dude on you. Hey, Jimmy Butler's got to notice that. Throw the ball to JK, let him drive right past him.
Yeah.
You got to focus on your defense.
Yeah.
You lose Wiggins, you're weaker on the perimeter defensively. JK, you have all the athleticism to be good there. Focus on the defense. Focus on the rebounding. Focus on the slashing. You'll be out there with great passers. They will find you cutting. But you're not going to get your 20 points the same way you did before you got hurt.
Wow. It's so interesting, Grandy. Steiny's not here and nobody cares, but I'm going to do lucky you. I'm going to do it for you and talk about my hoop game, my 24-hour fitness.
Yeah.
I played with
getting ready for the Warriors World.
And you're the champ. It's coming up, but we also got knockout next week.
Yeah.
And you got the trophy.
On Monday.
So I'm about to change on you. We ain't cool after the show. I'm about to take my trophy. But, Grandy, I'm saying, I'm 6'4". So there have been some times in the pickup game I got a mismatch. I'm taller than the guy guard me. And I've worked or played with some gangster guards that would 6 straight times down throw me the ball. And I'm like, dude, that's not fair. You know what but they were so like, we got a mismatch.
That's barbecue
dude
chicken,
can't dunk. And I'm like, I kind of marveled at, you don't even care about this dude's feelings. He's got a family. You're just throwing it to the mismatch. I bring that up because I believe if we see Kuminga in the post, it'll be because Butler's telling him, get your ass down there. I see something, and I know there's a responsibility, I believe now. Tell me if I'm wrong. I believe Kuminga and Dre specifically know that they take some onus on making sure Kuminga is not forgotten about, if that makes any sense. I hope I don't sound like participation trophy, but to the guards, they say, because you can come down on offense and forget to throw it to you do something else. But these guards were like, no, everything stops. We're going to you. We're playing through you. And I feel like I could see Butler and Green help Kuminga because they know the task is kind of a big one for them because they're asking some different things.
If it's working, they'll do it. But I'll tell you what now, Goo. It's different before Jimmy Butler when JK was playing his best because that was a team that had lost 20 of 30 games.
It was hard to generate good shots off the dribble.
And it wasn't working. You're losing almost every basketball game you play. So what's the harm in trying to, force feed Kuminga? But now, Goo, if you force feed Kuminga and you try to keep him involved and keep him happy to avoid frustration if that's the way that he feels, and suddenly you lose 4 out of 5 as a result, you got something to lose now. The Warriors didn't really have a lot to lose before. But we've won 6 of 7.
But you're
going to be the 6th. You're probably the favorite to be the 6th.
It sounds like you're putting it all at Kuminga's doorstep for being the leading scorer in those games, not culminating in a win.
No, of course. I mean, it was the roster that was the problem.
Gotcha.
But they don't need him to score 20-plus points a game to win now.
But there's going to be, see, do we know that yet?
I think so.
And that's why when we talk about knocking off, see, here I go fat-mouthing, but I feel good. Now we're talking about, I'm assuming playoffs. I'm assuming the series.
We all
Things
are.
that I said constitute a good season pre-Jimmy Butler trade. But now I think, Grandy, I don't want to say you would come around to see where I'm coming from, but wait till we play some size. Wait till we get, if we get Memphis, Denver, or teams like that, are we so sure we don't need Kuminga to get 20-plus? See, I think we are. So. And how can you not ask a guy that's capable of that to kind of put that on hold? Not you get the green light, but still work on or still do you in regard to what you're special at. And that's attacking the rim with reckless abandon.
Shot attempts in his last 6 games played, last full 6 games, 16, 10, 19, 20, 15, 11.
Yeah.
He's not getting that many up.
All right. Wow, man.
Now, he could still perform with the same efficiency, but he's not going to be averaging 24 a game. He's going to get up, maybe 10 shots a game instead of 15.
Yeah.
I think that's a possibility here. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You can weigh in on this. Are you more like Goo? You're confident that when Kuminga comes back, he's going to immediately fit into a good role and help this team win basketball games? Or you more like me? I'm a little concerned.
Yeah,
Go.
I love it, and you're honest. That's what makes you who you are.
I'm concerned. 888-957-9570. James in Virginia is up next. What's up, James? You're on with Goo and Grandy.
Nothing much, Randy and Goo. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Well, I tell y'all, is really talking it up, man. I'm going to try to be brief as possible. Goo, I agree with you 100%. This whole thing is beginning to get out of hand. It's all about Kuminga not doing this, Kuminga doing that, this and that. Kuminga is the best athletic player on Golden State team. The biggest problem with Golden State, only thing they want is the ball in Steph Curry's hand where you can shoot threes. And Jimmy Butler, I'm not knocking him and Draymond. Okay, that's the biggest thing there is. You got other teams with 7-footers can shoot threes. You got to have some athletic players out there besides Jimmy Butler.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? But y'all depend on, people depend on J.K. to come out and just get the ball and make 10 to 12 points and get the ball to Steph Curry's hand. And I've seen Steph in games where he didn't get but 10 and 15 points. Well, okay, if he ain't getting but 10 and 15 points, and if they hadn't had Jimmy Butler, what were you going to do then? But people want to complain about when J.K. come back, if you do this or don't do that, and listen to Butler, there's going to be times Butler not going to score no 25 and 30 points. There's going to be times that Steph Curry not going to score no 30 points, no 25 points. Let the boy go out and grow and play his game. This is the biggest problem with Golden State fans and some of the analyzers. I'm not talking about y'all. That's the bigger problem with them now. If they don't let the boy grow, because the boy can play, and I promise you, it's going to be some things, and not them trying to root to y'all, I hope J.K. do go to another team. So I won't keep on hearing the crazy, stupid mess that people saying about J.K. because the boy can play, and I'm not going to change my mind on it, and I won't give a shit what nobody to think about it.
Yeah, James is right.
Sound like Norm.
James is right.
He felt like Pops.
Go ahead. I want to make sure that
we hear you, James.
That I'm being clear. Yeah. It's not as if I don't think Kuminga has the ability.
And you don't sound like that.
Has the ability.
Kuminga.
Yeah.
It's Kuminga. It's an A at the end, not an O.
But that's his staple. We know who he is.
It's not that I don't think Kuminga doesn't have the ability to do it. It's just there's all these other outside forces that are impacting things. I think another major factor here is that, and we mentioned this earlier, Kuminga's trying to make a lot of money.
Yeah.
And the way that he's seeing it gets done and what gets rewarded in the NBA today is if you score a lot of points, you're going to make a max.
Now, give me this, because that's a stellar point. But at the end of the day, it's back to the Joe Lacob. Grandy, he may already have that bread. We don't know how much he's beloved by Joe Lacob, and he's a part of the future. So I do get, it's not a job audition or interview these last 20-something games, however much
Warriors have all the leverage this offseason.
They do, but if you give me if you say, Goo, there might be some merit to that, shout out to the Lake in Oakland, you could kind of understand that shouldn't be something on Kuminga's mind, let's hope, and I know he's human, that he can kind of compartmentalize and know he's not out there to play for a contract, because then that would be like he's got 5 scoreboards in his head. All I'm backing our guy on is he is right. I think we're getting a little too big-headed because it's worked and they're 6-1. But if you think they're not going to need another dude to carry them in times, 6-7 minutes or whatnot, on the grander stage, it's not Pods. It's not Moody. It's not Post.
You're right.
It's not Buddy. It's got to be Jonathan Kuminga. And that's why I don't look at it as a bad thing. But if you're telling me the job description has changed, I kind of want to just fight back a little like Grandy, okay, until it gets real in the field and we're playing teams that can stop Butler or check Butler and Curry might be off. That's when Kuminga looks like Kawhi to the Spurs when they were going at it and he was a baby, but they had that Duncan and Ginobili and Parker had that outlet of a youngster that could dance.
But we've seen it be off and on with Kuminga before.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how you can point to his history as a player and feel confident that he's going to be willing to kind of not take a back seat, but not be the guy for a stretch. And then when he's needed, turn it on immediately.
Well, that's great. Like, I have nothing for you in that.
He has proven that he can be a really, really good player when he is consistently being asked to do that over and over and over again. But if you're saying, hey, tonight we don't need you to take, like, you only get 7 shots tonight, JK. You maybe only scored 9 points. You're only playing 25 minutes tonight, JK.
See, Grandia should never, and Steiny does this a lot, it should never be that. Be natural. Go out there. I told you when we used to order pizza, and my friends would be like, I'm getting 7, you're getting 7. I don't count. Let's just eat and we'll be fair.
But his natural instinct might not be that. It might be, I got to go get mine.
But do you think since the acquisition of Butler and him being on the sideline, traveling with the team, just watching the games, don't we got to put some respect on his mental game in regard to he kind of knows, yeah, maybe something's going to, maybe I'm not getting 15 shots. Maybe to be 12. I got to make the most of it. Maybe I got to get some rebounds. You said in the last umpteen game he's averaging 8 boards, but he's got to know something's changed in regard to maybe dialing it back. But to our last caller's point, Grandy, they're going to need another dude, and he's the only one that does what he does at this juncture athletically to cause problems. I've seen defenders like, oh, my God, he's got the ball again. I felt like that's what they were thinking when Kuminga was on one. So we'll see, but I'm sure he knows he can handle it, but just don't tell me to cut the faucet off.
No, I hear you. And frankly, like this whole thing about Kuminga, the reason why I'm a little concerned by it is because his ceiling is so high, and he knows his ceiling is like this is on. You might not view it as a compliment, but like, the reason I feel this way is because I feel, and I know Kuminga feels the same way, that he is capable of doing a whole lot more than what he will be asked to do on a nightly basis with this team now.
No doubt. Grandy, but how many times have we seen guys and gals on different sport teams knowing they can do more, but half the, I don't want to call it politics, half the game is what you said earlier. You got to play your position and know you can't upset the apple cart and think it's about you.
Yeah.
To that degree, to where you're mad.
I hear you.
Like, we should not hear anything about him being mad if he comes out offensively and he's not, jacking up 20 shots a game.
And by the way, the Warriors are playing good basketball right now, 6-1 without him. I'll just tell you this. If he comes in, and he's going to have a feeling out process as he returns from the injury. But say we get 10 games in and he's kind of back up to speed. And
they're 4-6 or something like that.
And he's chucking. And he's not getting the ball to Steph. You remember
that wouldn't be good.
You remember when Steve Kerr called him out in that Minnesota game for taking a mid-range with like 18 on the shot clock, saying, hey, get the ball to Steph. This is the greatest shooter
I
in
thought
the
that was
history
unfair. Not
of
a
the game.
mid-range. So it's like you did say Kuminga without saying Kuminga.
Yeah,
but
he was talking about Kuminga. I guarantee. Like, if that sort of thing happens, because the Warriors are playing great basketball now and they have something to lose, Steve Kerr is not going to hesitate to bench him.
You're not the first
He's
one I've
not
heard that from.
going to hesitate to bench him. I guarantee you. As frustrating as it might be for Kuminga personally and for his development, the Warriors have something cooking here. They're not gonna appease Kuminga if that's what it comes to in lose basketball games as a result.
They're playing for the name on the front of the jersey.
We can get into that when we come back. Plus, you got to hear what Draymond said about Jonathan Kuminga. Also, Jimmy Butler talked about Jonathan Kuminga. We'll get to that when we come back, and that is what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Plus, Grandpa Daddy, Heartbreak Dizzy, Jonathan, I see you on hold. We're coming to you next as we continue. It's Goo and Grandy with you on Steiny and Goo here on 95.7 The Game.
What a guys.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7
Why
The
does that
Game.
tickle us? That's funny. The Steiner.
What's great about me being on this show is I don't know the context of all your guys'
But
drops.
it was Norm's 84th birthday party last year.
Okay. But I love just taking something like that completely out of context.
Dude, that's what these guys do here. Hey, Grandy, I want the people to get to know you a little better. This is out of left field.
Oh, okay.
Do you have a favorite rapper of all time?
Favorite rapper of all time?
If you had to just, you know what, Goo, you asked me, and I'm going to dub somebody. My favorite rapper of all time.
I don't know if this is going to get me in trouble, but...
See, don't think like that. Who cares what people think? Don't say your truth. Don't worry about the reaction.
What he did as part of the Kendrick and Drake beef was very weak, and I will admit that, but I'm a huge J. Cole fan.
That doesn't shock me, and I want to come hug you, man. You're a thinker. Yeah, I love him. Who cares about that? He bowed out.
He said, Kendrick, please don't
Why
come
do I
after
like
me.
you more than
I'm
you
sorry.
said J. Cole? He's dope, man.
I love J. Cole.
Yeah, he's a lyricist.
Yeah.
That's a
Probably
great
my
answer,
favorite
bro.
rapper of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kenny, I like him more.
Kind of grew up with him. So.
Kenny's going to say Biggie. Oh, God. East Coast bias.
No, come on. I've seen J. Cole.
Yeah.
The Forest Hills Drive Tour. That's
a great album.
Big Sean opened up. It was actually.
But if I said Biggie, because if I asked you who you're.
I mean, I go through stages. I'm listening,
I go through
new rap.
What are you? It's 16?
No. I'm saying like in terms of like who I like at the moment. But like Doechii. Have you listened to Doechii?
Yeah.
Female rap. She won.
No, she's dope.
A Grammy. I forgot what single.
But it's too early for her.
Newcomer?
I would say Kendrick.
Okay.
I would say J. Cole. But
would you have said Kendrick before the beef?
Yes.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Because Kendrick's a bad boy.
He's been doing it for a long time.
Right. Yeah. Like my son he let the public and Kendrick change he loved Drake. Now Drake's corny. And it gets me mad. Like you're doing that because people are changing your mind.
Drake is kind of corny.
But you know what? To your point though, Goo, Take Care. I love that album.
That is a great one. Drake is a bad boy.
Oh, he's got some bangers too. Yeah. There's no doubt.
Yeah, Mr. Fab said one thing about Drake when we had him on the show years ago. He says he's honest, Goo. And I said, you know what? All right, enough rap talk. Back to Wiggins.
888-957-9570. We got a lot of people on the line that want to weigh in on Jonathan Kuminga. I'm a little concerned, Goo. I'm a little concerned about how the Warriors, not that I think they're going to lose a lot of basketball games as a result, but everyone just assuming that Kuminga is going to fit in and it's going to be great and he's going to play amazing. I'm a little concerned because what they're asking him to do now, I think it's going to be entirely different on what he was doing, what they were asking him to do before he got hurt.
So you're more worried about Kuminga doing the role that they ask him that will, it sounds like, be changed, as opposed to the Warriors not knowing what they want from JK.
I think there's a very defined role that the Warriors need from JK, and his abilities as a basketball player, he is totally good enough to fill that role.
Wow.
Be a slasher, be an attacker, put force and pressure on the rim every possession, every opportunity that you have. Get to the free throw line, play off of Steph, play off of Jimmy Butler, play off of Podziemski, play off of Draymond, play great, maybe not great, play good defense at the point of attack on the other side. Get on the glass. Because he has
all the skill or talent to do that.
All of the talent to do that.
Help defense is where he needs to improve. But on the ball, I seen him, and it was years ago, D up LeBron 94 feet. And I'm like, damn, that's Andre Iguodala type of stuff. If you could do that and tap into that and, get better with your help defense, sky's the limit. And you called him an all-star. Like, that's in his future easy to me. Not next year, but,
if he reaches his potential, for sure.
That's what I'm saying.
And if he reaches the potential, not for his career, but for what his role is going to be the rest of the season, if he fills that role, Goo, and this is what I think the Warriors need to impress upon him. If he fills that role and does it at an elite level, not playing elite basketball and scoring 25 a game, but filling his role at an elite level and doing what this team needs, taking the open in-rhythm corner three and making it at a decent clip and getting to the rim and defending well and getting 6-7 rebounds a game. If he does that, oh man, Goo, this team legitimately might have an opportunity to win the Western Conference.
Let me ask you this,
If Kuminga
Brandon.
does that.
Has he ever done it?
Not consistently.
Okay. And before he got hurt, do you believe, like myself, that was the closest we had seen to him kind of tapping into what we envisioned for him in regard to, oh boy.
Yes,
this
no
dude
doubt.
This dude's a problem.
But I think the basis for my concern is that that's going to be different than what he's going to be asked to do now.
That's it. I can't wait.
Because now Jimmy Butler's here.
The sooner the better. You know what I mean? To get more time to.
I'm
if
excited
you do
to
have
see
some
it.
bumps, you have to be.
I'm concerned, but I'm excited about it. I'm curious to see how it's going to all fit.
Yeah.
And I think that is, again, what the Warriors have to impress upon them. All right. We got full lines, 888-957-9570. Grandpa Daddy's been hanging out on hold. Grandpa Daddy in Hayward. What's up, GPD? It's Guru and Grandy with you.
Oh, two of my favorites. I actually love some Grandy, but you know, Goo's boy.
You are my man.
Goo's all of our boys, GPD.
Hey, and by the way, you know, I'm an OG, but you know who I like right now rapping? I like his content. Macklemore.
Oh,
that white boy is down.
Wow, I ain't mad at you. I like it. I ain't mad at you, Grandpa Daddy. Get credit where it's due.
You know? But listen, man, Jonathan Kuminga, he's got it. I'm kind of with Grandy, but I hear what you're saying, Go.
Okay.
We want him to be himself, but he's got to learn, man. It's not just about scoring. When we need you to go out there and score, you score. But you got to step up the game. You got to be versatile. You got to pass. You got to rebound. Jimmy Butler is the man that will fit. He can do so much for Kuminga right now, man. If Kuminga can just take his ego, bro. Don't worry about you. Don't get your back, bro. He's a youngster. Just listen to the OGs. They won't steer you wrong. Go. You know what I'm saying?
I got you. I got it, baby. Good to hear from you, man.
Thanks, GPD.
Yeah. He'll call Willard and Dibs, too, so I hear Grandpa
Oh,
Daddy.
yeah. He's all
awesome.
over the place.
No
We love GPD.
Yeah. We met him, and Steiny thought it was actually his granddaughter. It was his daughter. I was like, get the game.
Yeah, he liked Dibs.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Those two in a similar spot. But I mean, GPD brought up the word ego. I don't necessarily think it's ego. Like, I think that paints Kuminga in a bad light, kind of, and that's not what I'm trying to do. I think Kuminga has all the ability to be a really good player in the league. As a result, maybe there is some ego that comes with that, but it's just the pressure of the spot that he's in. Let me play this from Draymond Green. In fact, there's a couple of cuts here. First of all, Draymond Green asked if it'll be hard for Kuminga to fit back in. Here's what Draymond said post-game on Tuesday.
They're integrating another dynamic player who can switch positions, who get out in transition, who can score the basketball. Like I said, we haven't done anything spectacular offensively. It's not like we've put in a bunch of sets since Jimmy's been here. We've kind of taught him a few of the sets that we already had that we liked, and that's it. You know, and so I don't think he's necessarily coming back to a completely different offense. I think he's coming back to a team with a completely different mentality, and he'll be fine picking that up.
Okay, so there's Dre.
Go ahead, Grandy. Go ahead.
There's Dre. That's
He's
one.
incredible, man.
Saying it's not going to be difficult. He can
I
fit
feel
right
more
back in,
confident after
right?
hearing that.
All right, well, let me play you cut number 2 from Draymond Green. He was then asked, essentially, yeah, but I mean, there's a young guy who's trying to get his, and he's got a contract extension negotiation coming up this summer, Draymond. There's a chance that he might press. What do you think, Draymond? How is that going to impact his play?
As a team, we just got to let him know that you don't have to get it back in one day. You know, you've been out for, he's been out now? Almost 2 months?
2 months.
Yeah. You missed. And the thing is, it ain't like it was the first 2 months. Like, these last 2 months that he's been out is kind of when people starting to, you know, you're in game shape. You're starting to look towards the playoffs and gearing up for that. And so he's missed a pretty important 2 months. And saying that, you can't and you're not going to get it all back in one day. But as a competitor, like you said, he does have the contract situation coming up, all those things. Naturally, you want to press a little bit because you don't get this far being someone who doesn't want to make those things happen. And so naturally, you can start to press a little bit. And I think it's on us as leaders, on us as teammates, to let him know and also make him feel comfortable. Like, it's not going to happen in one night. And as long as he understands that, and that's a tough thing to understand. I've been in contract situations before. That's tough as hell to understand. Like, you want to come back and make it all happen. You drive yourself crazy, though. All of a sudden, that first night don't go well. You go home, man, you going nuts, you know? And so I think he just got to come back, and more importantly than anybody else, he got to give himself some grace as he works his way back, because, man, you drive yourself crazy worrying about all those things, and the reality is just build back gradually and play well. We're preparing to go on a nice run. You'll have plenty of time to prove exactly who we all already know he is.
Plenty of time to prove. They got 24 games left, and Kuminga's not playing today, so he'll have at the very most 23 games in the playoffs to prove. But how does that make you feel, Goop? Because the first Draymond cut saying he's going to fit in like a glove, it's going to be great, no problems. And then the second one right there, Draymond says, quote, naturally you can start to press a little bit, and quote, that's tough as hell to understand. That's going to be a challenge.
But it's why I feel like a guru. I told you earlier before you played that sound, I felt like the OGs were going to help him and understand what he might be going through to get reacclimated back to the team. And Draymond's telling them, I love that you don't got to get it back in one night. That's awesome. So he's not pressing.
But night one, you struggled. You go home and you're ripping your hair out.
Yeah, but Dre said also, too, Grandy, to that point, that we're going to be there to help facilitate this and help it be easier, because he's not by himself. They know what the kids, you know what I mean? So they're going to try to make it easy as possible. But boy, this to me is like, and Dre's right, he missed, they're all important, right? He did miss a super important stretch of the season. And now this is the only thing in the way, Grandy, of me going Draymond, or can they win the finals? Because they got to find what role, master the role, and this is who we're going to be going into the playoffs. And you didn't ask, but I'm going to share it with you. I don't know if you remember, Stoney and I had a conversation when they were talking about before game one of this year, Grandy, and it was centered around, we're 11 or 12 deep. And then Kerr was saying, I'm paraphrasing, I don't know who and I'm like, no, the Celtics know who they are. Huh. Denver knows who they're, like, to me, that means something. But now we have that. So I just go back to, you want to be locked and loaded and have all cylinders clicking and know who's doing what headed into the playoffs. And a lot is on Kuminga and the Warriors to kind of, figure that out before game one of what I assume is going to be a 7-game series.
Yeah. We'll go to the phone lines in just a sec. But I think the other part of this that makes it not super easy for someone like JK to work around his contract negotiations upcoming this offseason is because he's restricted. And what that means, is the Warriors have an incentive to, if it's not costing them games, to kind of keep his value down. Because what happens
do they operate like that? I don't think the Warriors operate like that.
They're going to try to save as much money as they possibly can.
That's Agenda City.
But look,
and almost, you know what I mean?
Let me just play out an example for you. Let's say Kuminga, final 20 some odd games of the year, and he has a good postseason run, averages 21 points per game, and he shoots 50% from the field and 35% from deep, and he gets 7 rebounds a game, similar to what he was doing before he got hurt, right? There's going to be a team out there, the Nets, who are one of the few teams who have any cap space that can sign him, and maybe that performance is enough to incentivize them to try to sign him, and they offer him $35 or $40 million a year. Could happen. All right, the Warriors then have the right to either match or to refuse and let him go to Brooklyn. If they match, he has to stay with them, okay? Maybe that's too rich for their blood, and they say, all right, JK, sorry, but we can't match that. Go enjoy your time in Brooklyn. Or let's say Kuminga averages 11 points per game down the stretch on similar efficiency numbers, but not getting as many opportunities and isn't the driving force behind the Warriors' success. And suddenly the Nets are like, well, JK, we'll give you 30 we'll give you 30, JK. And the Warriors at that point say, all right, we'll take that. We'll give you 30. If they match that 30, JK has to sign with them and he'll return. Like, as long as the Warriors aren't losing games as a result of not giving Kuminga the keys to the car, like, there is a very real incentive for them to not to purposefully and not to have it some sort of like, we're gonna purposefully keep you down. But if they think it's also best for the team to not not give Kuminga every opportunity to score 20 points per game. They're going to do it because it also might help them keep him around next year.
Now, that was well said, but I totally disagree. And the reason I disagree, Grandy, is you're right. You kind of stated it. But to me, let's just say the 21, I'm just going points here for this exercise, is actually 11. That gap of the 10 points or Jonathan Kuminga on his A game compared to his C-plus game can keep the Warriors out of the Western Conference Finals. It can be the reason they lose a game 108, 105. Right. So I don't think this organization is that thirsty to where they would that would even be part of the mindset, because they're Kenny Rogers all now. To me, Kenny Rogers, the gambler, all in for this season.
You got to know when to hold them,
No doubt. And Jonathan Kuminga, I'm sorry, Evan. If he's not your future, then what are you? Oh, good God. Yeah. I'm old, man.
You're
Grandy, I'm thinking, Evan, get ready.
I called Debo Guru yesterday, so we're good.
And you know what's scary? I didn't even hear you say it in real time. The boss was like, you weren't listening.
Slap me for what I'm doing.
But I got to get this off. Tell me what you think.
Feel better, Ev.
If Kuminga's gone, then you really, truly have nothing to be excited about as far as a possible superstar. I love Moody, love Post. So I say that Grandy he is to me a part of their future, and I don't think these 24, 23, or 22 games are going to make anybody feel different. And if I'm a team or a GM on any other team, as long as Kuminga's healthy, I'm assuming health, I got the gist in the video and the core of who he is and what we would hope he would be if we sign him. So he's just your future to me, like I once thought Jordan Poole was going to be. Not the next Steph, but a guy that can have that Chase Center on fire, get to the free throw line. I mean, there's video of Poole, you didn't ask, in a Warrior uniform. It's like Fred Astaire, the good Jordan Poole. Like, it's incredible. So I just feel like Kuminga has that going for him, and the Warriors would never be as tacky, I'm just using that word, to kind of like, let's not give the running back all the carries so he gets the bonus. You know how we got to see that. Keep the innings pitched down so we don't have to pay him. But the Warriors aren't like that.
I hear you, but they're also not running a charity. If they can get Kuminga for $25 a year, they're not going to just be offering him $35 a year because they're nice and they feel like he deserves it. If they can get him at $25 million a year, Goo, they're going to get him at $25 million a year.
And it can happen. All right.
In a very real.
Because I don't want him gone. I just think
me neither.
Him part of the bench mob or the young mob.
Yeah.
It's something to be excited about. Yeah. But without him, I'm like, huh?
Yeah. But they're all 6-1 right now without him.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I'll go Steiny. How they played.
But no doubt, if he comes back and he plays at a high level, they reach a different peak that they can get to.
And that's why it's excitement city for me.
Yeah, I'm with you. 888-957-9570. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Heartbreak Dizzy has been waiting patiently in Hayward. What's up, Heartbreak? You're on with Goo and Grandy.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you guys doing today?
All right.
Thank you for taking my call. Hey, quick mood. I'm in a great mood right now. I played a scratcher today, won $500.
Hey,
dude, no way!
Congrats!
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, I got to ask you this.
Yeah.
When you get the 500, do you just go in and they pay you out right away, or you got to mail it off?
I have no idea. I haven't did it yet.
Okay. All right. Well, hang on to it. Yeah.
You guys might be good luck, but anyways. Shout out to Guru. I went to Los Galos today, in Hayward. Got some tacos with cheese.
There you go. Grandy.
It's a good day today, man. As far as the Kuminga thing, I think he's going to be great. I think he's a future all-star, and I think he has mentors above him that are going to help him out. I'm not worried about him. Another thing, I just feel like the Warriors, they're playing like their old selves right now, and I know every other team is starting to notice it, and I know when it comes down to it, in the end of the day, no team wants to see the Warriors in a 7-game series. And I know right now the whole league is starting to take notice, like them Golden State boys is making noise.
Yeah.
So to me, I'm fired up. Bring on Boston. Bring on OKC. Bring on Cleveland.
Look at him.
On nothing. Warriors, let's go.
Look at him. No, Grandy, it's
Heartbreak
real.
Dizzy.
It's
By the
real.
way, real quick, Heartbreak Dizzy, the 650 on our text line says go to Safeway. They can cash it there for you.
Okay, because I'm the type of dude, Grandy, will lose the ticket. I'm one of those.
Don't lose the umbrella,
man. It's coming back today.
Umbrella,
Chucky hurt me.
But Heartbreak, I mean, that's how a lot of Warrior fans feel, Goo.
Man.
Bring on OKC.
Oh, no, come on, Grandy, we're not dumb here. And that's why some people don't know how to read, but Jersey Kim put up a quote of mine during our show yesterday when we were on, and I likened Butler to Durant, not the actual player or in their game, but the fact that dude is a dude. He's an alpha one. And now we're adding that back, and all of a sudden things are good? Shocker. Should we really be shocked?
And they got him for pennies on the dollar. It's what Joe Lacob said earlier. We heard from him on the TK show. He said, we didn't have to give that much for him. As a result, we still have all of our picks beyond this year, which, by the way, is looking like it might be in the 20s, Goo. It might be in the 20s. It's not going to be a very valuable pick.
You think.
And you still have all your youngsters. Really, the young guys that you've drafted in the last 5-6 years, other than James Wiseman, you have all of them still.
I would ask 2 GMs who I don't know. Nico Harrison, I'm waiting on the 30 for 30. Why did you trade Luka? I'm not buying. He was fat and liked cigarettes and alcohol. And then I'd also ask, why did the Miami Heat take so little back in return?
There was nowhere else for Jimmy to go.
But I would have tried to fix it. That's how I look at things.
That was beyond fixing, I think.
You think so?
And they couldn't get him to Phoenix because Bradley Beal didn't waive his no-trade clause. He didn't want to go to Milwaukee.
How did he even get one? Kudos to him for exercising that bad
Just him and LeBron. That's
he ain't about to send me off.
Those are the only dudes with no-trade clauses
amazing,
in the NBA. It is crazy.
Yeah.
All right, we got a lot of phone calls coming up. We also have Monty Poole at 1:15. Yeah. So in half an hour, we'll check in with Monty Poole of NBC Sports Bay Area. We got to take a quick break, but I see everyone on hold, including Goo. I know a Steiny and Goo legend, Priest.
Oh, we hadn't heard from him since the trade.
We got to hear from Priest. Priest, I want to give you a runway.
Oh, boy.
So we only got 40 seconds left in this segment, hang out on hold.
He's got to be happy, right?
He's got to be.
All right.
He's got to be. And we'll hear from Priest when we come back on the other side. That is coming up here on 95.7 The Game. Make sure as well to download the free Odyssey app and check us out on both YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Springwater. It's Goo. It's Grandy. More coming up next on Steiny and Goo on 95.7 The Game.
his content. Macklemore.
Oh,
that white boy was down.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We love you, GPD, but Macklemore, I mean...
We like who we like.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
Seattle guy, he's a big Seahawks fan, Goo.
Man, 12th man.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not popular around here.
Man.
But anyway, it's Guru, it's Grandy with you here on Steiny and Goo on 95.7 The Game, talking about the Dubs as they gear up for game one of their 5-game road trip. It's today. We're only 3 hours and 12 minutes away. We got Warriors basketball in the afternoon.
I'm gonna see what uni. You keep talking what unis they're wearing. Okay. I got the little app. I'm a nerd. Man.
I mean, there's like 6 different options. It's crazy. 8, right? When was the last time they've worn just the regular road blues on the road?
They wear it at home now. You're right. They don't.
Weird as hell.
It is weird. I tune in. Go ahead.
I like the classic look. Just wear blue on the road.
Yeah, look at you.
They're going to wear the red, the city of San Francisco, where it's like written like the hills in the city.
Give me 1 second.
Are they going to wear the new ones? I guess that's only at home.
They're in their San Francisco white ones, the kind of new ones that say Warriors.
Oh, yeah.
They're nice, too. But those ones.
Back to the Philadelphia Warriors.
Right. The black ones are nice.
I like
with
the
that
black.
blue, man.
Or the ones modeled after the Golden Gate Bridge. Do you like those ones?
I love those, but
like
they don't wear them enough.
The court at home is cool when they wear those jerseys.
Dope as hell. And I like to see the old Clifford Ray, or I'll call him Chris Mullen, with the bridge, the California.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, wear those.
Well, as a kid growing up with the cable car in the background, those were my favorite. Gosh. The yellow, more like gold, and then the cable car in the back.
Yeah.
Oh, those were the best. 888-957-9570. We've made him wait long enough, Goo.
I can't wait.
Priest has made his return to Steiny and Goo.
Priest.
It's Goo and Grandy today, though, here on Steiny and Goo. Priest, you have the floor. What's up?
We've been looking for you.
All right. Yeah. I kind of heard about it. Yeah. Hey, you should let sleeping dogs lie. Listen, I'm not going to be negative about the trade. I like what Butler's doing.
Okay.
I really love it. I can't stand the coach. I absolutely, positively despise him. See, this is the reason why. Let me tell you the reason why really quick. I've been wanting to see the Warriors do what he's doing now for 2.5 years. Because look at the effect that it has on young players. By playing this slow, basic, all Jimmy Butler's doing is playing basic, fundamental, sound, sensible basketball. There's no rocket science here. It's what we've been begging him to do, to allow these young players to develop. But we won 4 championships this way. We're not changing. We like playing this way. So as a result, these kids have suffered. So that's my issue. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. And that's what he's been doing. That's why they've been 500 since then. And it's just ridiculous. Everybody's, oh, look at Jimmy Butler. Oh, he's so smart. He's this. Jimmy Butler is looking around like, God, what are these guys talking about? This is what the Miami Heat built into him, right? That's their culture. This culture has been stupid basketball. Let's try to throw the ball into the first and second and third row, and then go run back on defense and see if we can figure it out. It's like, listen, man, I can't see the thing about, and then he talks about Jonathan Kuminga talking about, you got to remember Steph Curry's on the team. How long has he been on the team? 4 years? You're still talking about that? He makes everything about Steph Curry to the point to where nobody wants to come here. And the people that are here, it gets so sick and tired of it, they can't wait to leave. It's like, man, you know what I mean? So as far as Kuminga's concerned, Kuminga's not the problem. It's the coach. What is he going to do with this kid?
Yeah,
now, you just ran up some numbers.
Yeah.
Six games before he got hurt, right? Name another coach in the NBA that would put that kid on the bench.
He did it off the bench, Priest. He did it off the bench.
Brother, what I'm trying to tell you is, how stupid is that?
Yeah. Now we get your Priest.
I mean, they're 6-1 right now, Priest.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to ask, Priest. So I appreciate you letting us know where you're at and where your ire is. So we get that.
I think he's gone.
Okay, but as far as I wanted to ask him where this team could go, is there any, if we say finals or Western Conference Finals, would that piss him off? Didn't sound like it may, but man, Priest, he is not a Kerr fan.
I love Priest. I think he's way off here. I think he's way off here. I don't know how you can't make it all about Steph, first of all. I don't know how you can't be frustrated with Kuminga if he's taking 18-foot jumpers with 15 seconds on the shot clock when Steph Curry's on the court. I don't know how you can be upset at Steve for... It's one thing before Jimmy Butler was in town, Goo, because, again, as we talked about, the Warriors didn't have any other options. They needed JK to go out and score 20 points. But with Jimmy Butler in town... a guy who's going to play smart basketball all of the time, if it comes to Steve Kerr deciding to play Jimmy Butler or Jonathan Kuminga, I mean, we know it's going to be Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler's proven it over and over and over again. And, oh, by the way, it's not just a thing where he's been in Miami. He did it in Philadelphia. When Philadelphia got all the way to the Western or the Eastern semis.
When your boy made that shot, Kawhi.
Kawhi made the bouncer from the corner in Game 7. Yeah. It's no surprise the farthest that Philly ever went in the playoffs was with Jimmy Butler. Yeah. When was the one time Andrew Wiggins made the playoffs in Minnesota? When Jimmy Butler was there.
Yeah, lost to the Rockets, but I got you.
Made the playoffs multiple times with the Chicago Bulls. Like, this guy never has won the ultimate prize. I know that. But the idea that Steve Kerr is making a major mistake because Jonathan Kuminga isn't yet a smart enough player. I don't really get that.
And he's not letting it go either. Priest sounds like, real quick, Granny, they could go win it all, and he'll still feel the same way about Kerr that he does. So with that said, Don Dada on the YouTube chat says, okay, you pointed out Kuminga's last 6 games. Don Dada was just saying, give me his last 20. To kind of go against what Priest and the numbers say he was stellar in 6 games, but what about the other 14? All I would say to Priest is, jump in. Just like I told Steiny, and Steiny's in, he don't even know it. But he's excited about the possibilities. But for me to sit here and sign off and say they're going to the Western Conference Finals, talking to myself or the finals, whatever happens when Kuminga gets back is everything as far as him being a player.
Last 20 games for Kuminga, averaging 18 points per game, 5.5 rebounds, 2.5 assists. The shooting numbers are down, 44% from the field and 31% from deep.
Okay.
I hear Priest a little bit when it comes to this pre-Jimmy Butler trade. I think there was a real hesitancy for the Warriors to kind of gear the offense and gear their game plan around Kuminga. Because as we both talked about, Goo, for a while today here on the show, before Jimmy Butler was here and before Jonathan Kuminga went down, it was Steph. You pray that he has a good shooting night, and then it was Kuminga.
And you pray when he was on the bench, the non-Curry minutes.
And if Kuminga could get you 20, you have a chance, but still more often than not, even when he got you 20, you still lost. But that was the Warriors' only hope, because at that point, Podziemski was out or wasn't playing great. Buddy Hield could not hit the broadside of a barn. Moses Moody wasn't getting consistent playing time, and even when he wasn't the player that he is right now.
Gotcha.
So there was no other option. And I felt like there was a real hesitancy for the Warriors and for Steve Kerr specifically to say, all right, you know what? I can read the writing on the wall. Our reality is we need Kuminga to be great in order for us to win games. So let's kind of gear the offense a little more toward him. And it got to the point, I don't know if you remember this, Goo. Jonathan Kuminga's 2 career highs, he has since scored 34 with Steph on the floor, but he scored 33 in a win against Houston.
I remember.
He scored 34 in a loss in LA versus the Clippers. Both of those games without Steph and without Draymond. It got to a point where Kuminga was at his best without Steph and Draymond.
Yeah.
Because the offense, when Steph and Draymond are on the court, as Priest is talking about, is so centered around those two. And it was kind of difficult for Kuminga to fit in. And when they were off, it was Kuminga. He was the number one. He was the alpha. Get us 25, get us 30. It's the only way we have a shot. But now with Steph and with Draymond and now with Jimmy, there's no way the Warriors don't need Kuminga to be that dude that they needed him to be when Steph isn't on the floor.
So don't try to win a scoring title.
So don't try to win a scoring title. And if he does try to do that, Steve Kerr, I guarantee, will not hesitate to sit him on the bench and say, that's not what we need from you right now, JK.
Yeah, and granted, you're not wrong. And I would tell, I don't know what happened to Priest. He must have been at work. He hung up on us because I wanted to ask him where he thought this thing was going. But with that said, if you ask me, Grandy, hey, Goo, you could give a pep talk to Kuminga or just some words of wisdom, what would you tell him? I would say Exhibit A and B, Moody and Pods, and I'll even throw C in there, Santos. We know you can score. We know you can fly. But you got to go get those 8 rebounds you were averaging, if not more, these last 6 games. You got to do the small stuff, the intangibles. You can't get lost on defense. You got to be better and help D. Those are the things I think, Grandy, if naturally Kuminga shows that some of that just being on the sideline has improved or gotten better, I think that will be like him scoring 40. Because that won't surprise anybody. It's the other things you're not doing, young man, with all the talent in the world. And if Moody, I'm just saying lesser players, if Moody and Pods can kind of master it, there's no reason for you not to be able to get in on that.
Yeah, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Goo, it's the Andre Iguodala example.
Man.
Although, what I will say is it's entirely different for JK than it was for Andre when Andre came off the bench and did, as you said, all the other things. Elite defender, rebounder, distributor.
I'll make a 3 when we're coming back.
Player. Yep. Andre Iguodala had already signed a couple of long-term, big money deals. Kuminga hasn't done that yet.
That's fair as hell, man.
And it's
I don't know how he's going to respond.
It's difficult in this stage of someone's career, I think. When you see all your other colleagues and the guys that entered the league at the same time as you, it's difficult to see them get bags, and you're stuck wondering, well, when am I going to get mine, and is it going to be that big when I do actually get mine?
Well, you better be able to compartmentalize and I'm going Minolta and focus, because I want you to answer this, Grandy. I'm not. I love Austin and San Jose. Moody, Pod, Santos. JK does not see himself in that category. Come on, Goo.
Of course he doesn't. He thinks he's way better than those guys.
But is that...
He's got a lot more potential. There's no denying that.
But what we're saying, the model, if we were JK and what he needs to do are things that those guys do. So don't look at it like, oh, you're asking me to clean up or vacuum or go, do chores.
I think that's the crux of the whole point.
Okay.
Is that he sees himself as more than that, and the Warriors don't need him to be that right now.
Man.
I think that's...
But there are going to be nights that they do.
But not every night.
And there we go, man.
Not every night.
So you think it's not on the table for him to be, let's say he could go tonight, Kerr would put him in the start lineup?
No,
I wouldn't be shocked.
No chance.
From a physical standpoint?
They're 6-1 with this group. They're not messing anything up.
But what about
unless there's an injury, unless there's an injury, I don't think Kuminga's starting the rest of the regular season.
Wow. I got you.
It's nothing against Kuminga. It's just he was coming off of the bench before he got hurt. And that was when the team was playing terribly.
Now
and he was still coming off the bench then.
I'll make a bet on 2 cats crossing the street who will cross the street faster, but I will not make a bet on if he's starting
You'll
or
bet
not.
On spring training baseball.
Well, my
neighbor.
Yeah. But come on, Grandy. It is curious to see how this is going to play out.
It is. No doubt. 888-957-9570. Jonathan in San Francisco was up next.
Jay.
What's up, Jonathan? You're on with Goo and Grandy on Steiny and Goo. How you doing?
Still from Berlin.
Uh-oh. Jonathan, you there?
Hey, why are they getting cozy?
Give us a call back, Jonathan. Up next is Deborah. Deborah's in San Leandro. What's up, Deborah?
Hey guys. Good show this morning.
Thanks,
you. I don't want to tell Steiny I don't miss him. No, I'm just kidding. I miss Steiny too, but
he's the man. Yeah.
Jonathan Kuminga. Okay, a couple of things. People think basketball is just your physical ability. You have to be able to think the game. You have to be able to make adjustments on the fly, right? Jonathan Kuminga had it reminds me of a player I played with in college, had all the talent in the world, but can't think the game. And so that is the drawback for him. And he's going to struggle, and he should really watch Jimmy and what Jimmy's doing and learn from that. But he's going to struggle because thinks he only has to just go to the basket. He doesn't really, understand about spacing and making your teammate better and making it easier. So that's one of the things about Jonathan. And I'm glad they didn't pay him all that money because I don't think he's worth all that money yet. And I don't know if he ever will be.
Wow.
Because if because you need, like you say, the Warriors need another superstar, right, for the future. And I think that superstars all are able to think the game, and that's just not Jonathan, even though I like the kid.
No.
What do you think?
No, D, before you hang out one, because I know Steiny would say it, what college did you play at?
I played at San Jose State when San Jose State was the best, way back when.
The Spartans?
Tennessee came out to play us, and that's way back when. I don't want to date myself, okay?
No.
That was before Stanford was good.
There you go. So she's a hooper.
Damn.
Yeah. And she made phenomenal points about, what if I told you she's describing the young Jonathan Kuminga? He's still young, but what if I tell you all those things that we thought he was deficient, I'll use that word, deficient in, that they've been fertilized while he's been out? Do you think that's unrealistic? Because she's right about the things he needed to improve on. Wasn't jumping. It wasn't going to the rim. He had that. But it's the stuff that she says we all know needed fertilized. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Has that happened? Is it going to happen? Especially if you're saying, Goo, I don't think he's starting the rest of the season.
No, I don't think he is. I mean, I think it's a lot easier for, I think, maybe a young player to look himself in the mirror and say, all right, I need to do X, Y, and Z when the team is winning and playing well. Because, it's one thing if the team is struggling and you kind of feel like, oh, JK, come back. We need you. Save us.
Because that's what happened before, I feel like.
We need you. And then you go into the game and you're all right, I'm going to try everything I possibly can. I'm going to score. I'm going to put up 20 shots a game. I'm going to get mine. The team needs me. It's going bad without me. We got to change something up. I'm the change. But it's different trying to fit into a team that's playing great basketball. 6-1 in their last 7.
See, and that's
you got to
why,
come in and not try to upset the apple cart.
And I'm no hater, but I guess I don't even know what side. I'm on the Kuminga side of the street because I know Kuminga has the necessary talent to take this team to a different level than the other youngsters.
Yeah.
We agree on that.
Yeah.
But I'm going Steiny on the 6-1, which I'm excited about. But Grandy, I don't think I told you this. When it was announced Butler was coming to town, that was 6-1 to me. They could be 3-4 in these 7. And I promise you, I wouldn't be retreating saying, oh, the trade didn't work out. I would be like, wake me up by the time the offs are going to start. But fortunately for us and the team, it happened right away. So the 6-1, if we nitpick on who they've beaten, we can't come up with a little something legit to say, okay, you didn't need JK then. You're 6-1, but have you truly played anybody? Because when you play somebody, that's when I could tell you, with passion as I could be, that's when you're going to need Kuminga when you play better talent.
You're going to need him.
That's all. So I ain't fooling the 6-1 because you can't, but
I don't really care about the opponents right now.
Ooh, now, wow. I like that.
Would wins over OKC and Boston and Cleveland and Denver be more meaningful? Yeah, of course. But the Warriors have so many problems of their own creation.
Wow.
That they just got to figure all that stuff out. And you only play who's on your schedule. And it's not just been narrow wins. My takeaway from the Charlotte game was, man, how refreshing was it to have a boring win?
Oh, man. Remember those days? They're back again. Yeah, happy days are back again.
Didn't have to play hard in the second half, and you win the game. How many games like that against a bad team would, one, either they would lose, straight out they'd lose, or you'd have to play Steph 35 minutes just to sneak out a win.
Game. Yeah.
Yeah. At least there's a difference in just saying, well, you beat bad teams. You also absolutely dominated a bad team. Yeah. You beat handily a pretty good Dallas team. I know they had
injuries. And that's what good teams do, Grandy.
And
they
then
take care of business.
Ran Sacramento out of their own building.
Yeah, good Levine, thank God.
Those are
that's my guy. Thank God we didn't get him.
Impressive wins.
Yeah. And Steiny had this exercise, I don't know if you heard him, of the 6. He said, I guess we won't go into gunplay here, but 6 in the chamber. But they avoided Paul George, marketing, what looks like Levine. Give me one more. Vucevic, that's 4.
I mean, technically Durant, too.
Durant, he was one of them. 5. I'm missing one more.
But Durant might make him work.
Yeah, but I don't think like this. He doesn't do what Jimmy does. And Jimmy don't need it in his hands all the time. That's the other thing I love. Now in the playoffs, I guess it'll be in his hands a little more.
I think if you swap KD for Jimmy, you can make a case that the Warriors would be better with KD, but the reality is KD would have cost you Kuminga and maybe Draymond and a bunch of first-round picks, and then you probably would not be better as a net result.
All day long.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Up next is Bryce in Santa Rosa, and remember, we do got Monty Poole coming up in about 10 minutes. We're taking a break in 5 minutes, then Monty Poole right after that. But up first, it's Bryce in Santa Rosa. What's up, Bryce? You're on with Guru and Grandy here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Thank you for taking my call. I just want to say, I think Kuminga has been on a championship team. And if you look at how much joy the team is playing with right now, I mean, we literally had Kaminsky jump on Jimmy Butler's back after a play in the third quarter the other day. And I think that Kuminga is looking from the sidelines right now, and he's not going to go out and say, I need to score 20-plus every single night, or really even care as much as we're all thinking that he's going to care about his contract. I think the way that any professional player really looks at it is, I want to win championships, and however I can best contribute to my team to win championships, I'll do that. So if he puts up 20 or if he puts up 12, and I know it's a big if, but if we go to the championships and if we somehow manage to win, Joe Lacob is a great owner, and he's going to give him $40 million a year because we won.
Wow.
You put another chip in Lacob's pocket, and he's going to be the happiest camper around. So I think Kuminga's sitting there, and he sees how successful and how much everybody has bought into the good vibes of the team right now, and he isn't going to do anything to come in and try and mess that up. He's going to fit in when he gets back from his injury the same way that everybody else is fit in now that Jimmy's there. They're all going to mesh together in the way that we all hope they will.
Yeah.
I hear you, Bryce. I hear you, and I hope you're right. I hope
Wiggins
it meshes.
got paid. Remember, Wiggins and Poole got those contracts.
At that time, Wiggins took what we all thought was a major discount.
And Poole took one to the chops.
And the one thing I will say to Bryce, if the Warriors don't have to pay Kuminga $40 million, they won't.
All right.
If they can get him for $1 less, they'll do it. If they can get him for $10 million less, they'll do it.
But if you were advising, I could see you as an agent. If you were advising Kuminga and you look at his draft class with Wagner, Scotty Barnes, and Cade, I believe. So would you let go of that, or would you be like, yeah, I know I'm in a different situation than those guys, or would it be hell or high water? Like, nah. If Kuminga's thinking that way and he's being fed this info, if you don't naturally think it, like, I'm as good as those do, like, where do they draw the line?
Cade's in a category by himself from that draft class.
Is that he's about to be an MVP one day?
Maybe.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
I think he should.
You had no problem with that.
All NBA.
Oh my gosh.
Third team probably this year.
Yeah.
Dude has been amazing, and the Pistons cannot lose suddenly.
Detroit.
Scotty Barnes already got his deal.
Man,
Wagner got his too.
Yes,
right?
he did.
Kuminga is probably closer to the Jalen Green and Wagner tier, but he still hasn't done as much in the league as those two have done. But he's nowhere near Cade Cunningham. I don't think he's close to Scotty Barnes either.
Now, I wonder how that equates to Benjamin's in regard to, if we get past this year, what do they ask for? Kind of like with Brock Purdy.
Yeah. All right, we got to take a break because coming up on the other side, Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. No one knows the Warriors better than Monty, and we'll pick his brain about all of this and a whole lot more as the Warriors get ready for the Magic. That game less than 3 hours away, which means Warriors Live with Willard and Dibs begins at 3 right here on 95.7 The Game. But what's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And that is a conversation with the great Monty Poole. It's Guru and Grandy with you. More next here on 95.7 The Game.
Guys, you know this. A few months ago, I had a checkup with my doctor, and they recommended I get healthy. And that meant something to me.
Hey, you should let sleeping dogs lie.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Priest, he came with an interesting take today, Goo.
But he didn't answer the $1 million question is where could this thing go?
No.
Yeah, we'll ask Monty when we get him.
He started off the call by saying he's not going to badmouth the trade.
He was down on Kerr.
But he's down and out on Steve Kerr, the four-time champ as a head coach, nine-time champ overall.
Imagine if you get number 5.
Man. The way the Warriors are playing right now, you never know. 888-957-9570. We're working to get Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, on the line. That conversation coming up in just a little bit. Of course, Monty Poole covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. Does a great job, as always. This is an interesting time for the Warriors, Goo. I mean, they've got, for the most part, a healthy squad. As I look at the injury report right now, it's just Kuminga on the injury report.
Is that it?
Trace Jackson-Davis is questionable with an illness, but he hasn't played.
Isn't it funny how life comes at us?
In a long time.
And not to interrupt you, because I do it with the best of them. I'm not saying he'll never start again. But remember, his star was shining bright early on.
More than Pajemski's early in the year.
And now here we go, and things just change is all I'm saying.
They do. I mean, he's played more over the last couple of weeks in an all-star game than in the regular season.
No doubt.
And he got crossed up by Steph in the all-star
Can you go
game.
any worse in the skills challenge than Draymond? Like, I still can't shake that. He can pass, and he missed all 3 of the...
Moody gave him a chance.
I felt like they were turnovers. Come on, Dre. He brought the house down with the Babe Ruth saying we're going to win it.
Draymond?
I call that the Babe Ruth point.
He called his shot?
Yeah, called his shot. Help me out.
And it didn't work. And then he missed the pass a couple of times.
It hadn't worked for the team yet because we're still going. But his performance, nobody cares.
Well, he missed one of the passes, then to hit the ball rack, holding the ball for the shot attempt, and he had to pick up all the other basketball. All right, we got Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, on the line. All guests here on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Monty, it's Guru, as always, alongside Mark Grandy, filling in for Matt Steinmetz today here on 95.7 The Game. Thanks for the time, Monty. We appreciate it. How you doing today?
Doing well. How about you guys?
Hanging in and excited, Monty.
6-1, 6-1 in the Jimmy Butler era. Monty, has this hot start, how well this team has gelled with Jimmy Butler, has it surprised you?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, I think they've gotten some help. The schedule hasn't been really rugged. They faced a couple of decent teams, but I just think that the fact that what thing surprises me the most, I guess, is just how seamless it's been. Jimmy's fit in so well with this team, and he's lifting the games of all those guys, all the way from Steph and Draymond down to the end of the bench guys like Quentin Post. He's doing it for BP, for Moses Moody. So that's the part that surprises me a little bit, is how easily he's making their games for them.
Monty, I got to ask you this, man, because I read you, I watch you on TV with Bonte and Mullen, and you never bite your tongue, and I appreciate it. I'm so positive. I just think back to the bleak times that get me more fired up about what happened and almost the luck that was involved because of the relationship with Butler and Miami going bad to where he was even available. But can you share with me pre-trade, before we found out Jimmy was coming to town or anybody, just how bad he got on the court? Because, Monty, I really thought, man, they're going to be lucky to even try to qualify for the play-in. Can you walk us through where this team was at in your eyes during that time?
They were, as the record had them, right around 500. Their defense was pretty good most of the time, but occasionally the defense would make some glaring errors. I mean, and Bonte gives me crap for always bringing this one up, but I mean, they gave up 20 points in 3 minutes to lose a game to the Utah Jazz. Yeah. We're not trying to win games.
Yeah, that happened.
And so, I mean, I'm not sure any of the three of us could score 20 points in less than 3 minutes by ourselves,
True.
Put us in the gym, And so that kind of incident, but that happened pre-Jimmy, of course. But the offense has been the real issue. It just hasn't clicked very well, and it was really bad when Steph was off the floor. And that part was going to kill this team. I mean, they had to do something, and they knew that the way they were playing, they were going to be lucky to be a play-in team. And they would have had to stay healthy to be a play-in team. So they made a big move because they felt the urgency. They knew Steph's not getting any younger. Neither is Draymond. And so the thinking was, look, if we keep riding with what we have, we're going to end up with what we got. Maybe 41-41 and maybe a 10 seed or something like that. We've been through that. We've been playing. We don't like to play in tournament. It has not been that good for us, So yeah, when the offense was struggling and a lot of factors involved there. Obviously, yeah, like I said, the non-Steph minutes, but also Buddy Hield started off really, for first 3 weeks, outstanding. It was unsustainable. He was shooting like 48% in the first 15 games. He's a 40% career shooter, but after those first 15 games, he was shooting around high 20s, low 30s. He's better than that, and you're starting to see some of that come back over the last week or two. So that's the Jimmy effect. So this team was not going to be a threat to anybody in the postseason with what they had. Now, with what they have now, they rectified that, and they are actually a threat to be they're the kind of team you don't want to play in the postseason if they stay healthy.
Wow.
Well, let me ask you this, Monty, and it's Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, covers the Warriors with the best of them. We take a look at the Western standings right now. You got OKC, they're a bunch of spots above everybody else. Memphis, Denver, Houston, the Lakers, who have been playing great basketball late. Now they've got Luka. I mean, how far down the standings do you have to get until you feel like the Warriors might be able to take on one of those teams? I think there's a lot of confidence in the Warriors versus a team like Houston, maybe even versus Memphis. I mean, is it OKC, Denver, maybe the Lakers, and then the Warriors? How do you view where they stack up against some of the other teams in the West?
Well, I mean, I think their toughest matchup is Denver. And I say it because of Joker. And, we were talking to Draymond the other night and about him playing center. And he says, I have an edge on most of these guys. I'm smarter than most of these guys. Well, except for Joker, and that's the thing. I mean, and we had a chat with Mike Dunleavy recently, and I asked him about, I said, the question I get from most Warriors fans is size issue. Are they going to add some size? And Mike acknowledged that, yeah, we could use positional size, as he calls it. But the fact of the matter remains that I look at Denver and go, that's a tough matchup for them because Joker is Joker. Aaron Gordon plays above the rim. Jamal Murray tends to raise his game in the postseason. So that's a tough team. I don't think they're as good as they were a couple of years ago when they won it all. They're not as deep. But Denver's tough. I think OKC can be had.
I'm with you, Monty.
I don't think anybody's going to catch them in the regular season, but I think they can be had. They're soft on rebounding. They rely on the three-point shot a lot. And I think if you can sort of make sure that Shea doesn't get to the line 15 times, you can kind of stall their offense a little bit and force them into some bad shots. They play good defense, but again, they can be had there. I watched the game the other night, and when Minnesota came back, I think the Thunder were up like 17 with like 7 minutes to go.
Yes.
And I was astonished at how bad Alex Caruso was on defense. I mean, they were targeting him. And I'm like, wait a minute, didn't they acquire Caruso to be their point of attack defender? And he was getting targeted. I was like, okay. So nobody's going to catch them, I don't think, in the standings, but I think they're vulnerable. I think the Warriors can beat Minnesota. They've already beaten them a few times this season. So I look at the Warriors and say the Lakers would be tough because LeBron and Luka that's kind of scary. The Lakers, Denver, and then maybe OKC. I think the other teams that are above them, the Clippers, they haven't beaten yet. But I for some reason, I don't feel great about the Clippers. You never know what you're going to get. I mean, Ty Lue's a great coach, but Kawhi is great when he's available.
Wow.
So James Harden, I do not trust in the postseason. So there's a crack for the Warriors to make some noise once they get to the postseason, because right now we're already getting playoff Jimmy. He's already here,
man.
And every game they play from here on out in the regular season has to be played at that level for them to succeed, to get to the high 40s win level that they will need to get to assure themselves of avoiding the play-in tournament. If they can get to 48 wins, I think that's the number I looked at. If they can get to 48, and for that they have to go 18-7, I think, something like that, or 17-7. 17-7. I think that's very doable. they just can't lose the team that they're supposed to beat, and they've done a better job of that since they gotten Jimmy. And so we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, no doubt. Well said, Monty. I agree with you. I do got to ask you this, because I told my young man here, my young partner, Grandy, that there's nothing better than talent, but more talent. And that's what Kuminga represents to me. He's like, the vibes are immaculate. You're in the, arena every night, Monty. And I'm like, how could Kuminga coming back? I know there's a question mark, but where are you at with it? Because to me, I'm like, it's going to work. There might be some turbulence, but how can it not when Butler's, him showing up has affected everybody in a good way? Why would it stop with JK?
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I think the concern about Jonathan is, he can be, he can kind of get lost in his own head sometimes. And by that, I'm saying that he sometimes has these team concept lapses where defensively he doesn't get the pictures. And I mean, I go back to that Christmas Day game when, Andrew Wiggins was guarding Austin Reeves, and Reeves comes around the corner there and to the baseline where Wiggins forced him to his help, which was supposed to be Kuminga. And Kuminga had his back to the play. And Reeves got in for a layup. Now, granted, Wiggins should not have let him get around him. But Wiggins did defensively the right thing. Force him to the baseline where your help is. There was no help. So stuff like that, you just, you want him to get past that kind of stuff, a little mind cramps where you go, dude, what are you thinking? But we know that Jimmy is so good at getting players that are good players and having them level up. I mean, come on, man. Miami Heat went to 2 finals.
Man.
And it was Jimmy and Bam and a bunch of guys. Tyler Hero here and there. But, I mean, Gabe Vincent and Max Strus. I mean, these guys were, who were they before they got to the Heat and we played with Jimmy in the playoffs? Who were they? And so these guys got paid. Jimmy's good at getting guys get paid, getting good players, decent players to be better than they have been. And so I think he'll be great for Jonathan. Kind of spoon-feeding him in ways that I think they had hoped Chris Paul would do last year. Didn't work great, but I think Jimmy's will be good for Jonathan because just the way he feels the game and the way he sets up his teammates.
Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area with us here on Steiny and Goo. Grandy in for Steiny alongside Goo here on 95.7 The Game. Monty, one of the questions we've been playing with today is take Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy out of the question, focusing specifically on Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Podziemski, and Buddy Hield. If you could get really high-level play, guaranteeing it from one of those dudes over the rest of the regular season and for however long a postseason run lasts for, who do you think is most valuable? If you get great play from one of those guys, again, Moody, Kuminga, Podziemski, and Hield, who is most valuable? Who might be most important in terms of the Warriors winning games down the stretch?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I mean, I'm tempted to say Buddy because when Buddy's shot is going, it changes the entire offense, and it helps Steph out. It'll help Jimmy out, and so Buddy's kind of been a barometer for how the Warriors do. When he scores, they tend to win. So I'm tempted to say Buddy, but I gotta say at this point, it's probably going to be Brandon because he's in the starting lineup. And he's got a key position. He's playing point of attack defender. And that's been an issue. Now, he will have help. And Gary Payton II will be in that mix. Moses will be in that mix a little bit. But so far, early, it looks pretty good. And Brandon was saying the other day that, when they were going to face the Mavericks, he said, I got to deal with Kyrie. And he said, he's going to get by me. And he's a Hall of Famer, so he probably will get by me a time or two. But I know I got Draymond and Jimmy behind me. And that helps me out mentally, knowing that they're there for me. So I think the level at which he plays defense is going to be crucial for this team because let's admit it, man, they were getting savaged by guards. Remember that span of games where guards were getting 50 on them? I mean, well, not 50, but Shea got 50. Kyrie got 42. Dame got 38. I mean, they were just getting savaged. Aaron Holiday, a backup point guard for the Rockets, got 25, and that was like, if they don't fix this, that's a problem. If Brandon can be the guy that sort of leads the way there, I think that'll be huge for this team.
Yeah, Monty, I wanted to run this by you about Brandon. If I go to another barbershop or a cookout and I bring up Brandon Podziemski's name is like a lightning rod. And I'm telling a lot of my friends and family, they get mad at Brandon because they feel like he got treatment that Kuminga or Moody didn't get. But that's not on Brandon. And I bring him up to say, Monty, I got to give him his flowers in regard to half the battle is feeling like you belong, but he is playing since he came back from injury. Are you shocked at what you're seeing from Brandon, and does he have staying power to play at this level?
I do. I think he does, certainly offensively. Defensively, I'm still not sure. I mean, I saw when I was watching Brandon last season as a rookie, I thought, you know what, to me, he's kind of cut from that same mold as Manu Ginobili.
Yeah.
You know, he's got to do some stuff that makes you go, whoa, what is this? You know, but he's going to make it work a lot of times. And, you know, it's not just the left-handedness, it's the ability to find his way and get into the paint and just do things that disrupt other teams. That got 13 rebounds the other night, you know? So he does stuff. He's good in traffic. And so, to me, yeah, I think Brandon is playing really well right now. Early this season, he wasn't. He was a problem. And sitting around getting, you know, he was hurt. So sitting out for basically almost a month there, he was able to watch the game. I think when he came back, he felt a little bit better about his game, about where it was. And you're seeing it now. And again, Jimmy's helping him too. So I think you're right. Brandon, the thing about Brandon, though, is different. That's different from Jonathan, especially, and even Moses to a degree, is that Brandon, yeah, he does believe he belongs. I mean, he's a cocky little dude, right, you know. So, but I think the problem is that he does so many good things that help him win. You know, his plus minus as a rookie was pretty incredible. And so that tells you that when he's on the floor, good things happen. And early this season, that wasn't the case, but it's back to being that level now. I think since Jimmy's come aboard, last time I looked, Brandon's plus minus was the highest of anybody on the team since Jimmy came aboard.
Wow.
And I think, Monty, over the course of the whole season, he now leads the team in plus minus, even considering how bad he was to begin. One final question for you, Monty. Jimmy, as you talked about early, has fit in so seamlessly. He's helped this team in so many different ways. I'm curious which way you think is the most impactful, because I can point to the free throw numbers. They now get to the free throw line as much as almost any other team in the league. They don't commit as many turnovers. They're better defensively. It's the impact on the others, Podziemski and Moody playing better, in no small part because Jimmy Butler's in town. In which individual instance or characteristic do you think Jimmy Butler's impact has been felt the most?
Oddly enough, I don't think it's in any of the tangible statistics. I mean, I think those tangible statistics are a result of, and I'm going to use this phrase, emotional stability. The Warriors they're more certain about what they're doing now, and the game is looking easier to them. We know how they looked before this. Wow. You know, they were losing games that they were supposed to win, and they didn't know what to do when Steph was not on the floor. I mean, and now it seems like everybody understands, okay, here's what I'm supposed to do out here. And there's a sense of now that when they get to a tight game in the fourth quarter, that they're still going to find a way to win. Whereas before, they were trying to win, and too many times they didn't. So I think the emotional stability, that mentality that he brings to the court, I think has helped them immensely, and it's made them a better team just emotionally and mentally. And I think that's been huge for this team.
Yeah, good answer.
Yeah, thanks
Monty,
a lot, Monty.
Yeah, appreciate the time. Thanks so much.
All right, fellas, take care.
All right, that's Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, covers the Warriors with the best of them. He picked Podziemski.
Yeah, he did.
But he also mentioned Buddy Hield, and he talked about, I mean, it's the word that a lot of us have been using, maybe more important than anything else for Jimmy Butler. It's the improved vibe around the whole roster
and
right now.
Emotional stability.
Yeah.
Wow, that was great. And just one thing about Pods, he is good in traffic. And he does have the ability to get into the lane.
He's got a variety of finishes.
No, sometimes
he's
I'm
got the Euro step.
Yeah, so I'll give him the
He's got the slow down move.
He did one the other night.
That
I'm like, I want to fight him if I'm a defender.
Hey,
like,
it
you
works.
little. And he got some cockiness to his game.
Oh, he definitely's got some cockiness to him.
There was one game last year, Grandy, was the Chicago game. He missed the layup, but he comes into the podium after and he goes, And he admitted that was the play. But there's been other games where he's like, we lost because of me. And I'm like, I love your mindset. But you lost because Curry was 4 of 18.
He went up to the podium and said, this loss is on me. Draymond took the podium after and said, rookie, we love you, but no. This ain't on you.
Man. And that's half the battle, man.
I mean, there's probably a lot of people out there who feel like maybe Pajemski's a little too confident.
Oh, no doubt. I'm watching with other defenders, and I'm like, but that's when it hurts more, when they want to stop you because they don't like your style, and you still, are able to perform.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, we got the crossover coming up with Willard and Dibbs. That's in a few minutes, but we got time for one more caller. Dennis has been hanging on patiently. Dennis in San Francisco. What's up, Dennis? You're on with Guru and Grandy. How you doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
All right.
Grandy, you're not the only host on this show that's been bringing up all this apprehension about Kuminga coming back. I don't get all this stuff. I mean, the kid is 22 years old. He won't be 23 until the start of next season. Steph and Clay and all the Draymond all got years to develop. We need to let this kid develop. The reason why I think you guys are saying this stuff is because he called Kerr out about not playing him, and I thought he was right about Kerr. I agree with the priest or whatever.
Oh yeah, got you.
I agree with them because you know what I mean. It's just like. You look at, if I was Moses Moody, I said this, Guru, I've called you and Steiny. You guys have heard me before. I told you I was a ball boy for the Warriors and all that stuff. And, in the 60s, and I heard Draymond said something negative about Oscar Robertson. I saw Oscar Robertson courtside, up close. Draymond is no match for Oscar Robertson, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
But anyway, getting back to this team, I didn't like the trade, but I'm trying to get off. I'm trying to stop complaining and join the party.
Yeah.
And hopefully that they can keep it going. But my apprehension is when they traded for Jimmy, they got older and they had to give up more money. Now, how are you going to construct this roster next year with the money you're going to pay Steph and Jimmy? That's going to be a tough thing for them to do. And these guys aren't getting younger. They're getting older. And believe me, they will not go very far in the playoffs because just like the San Antonio Spurs, they let their roster get old and they couldn't hang in the playoffs because they couldn't keep up with the younger guys.
Yeah.
And that's exactly my feeling what's going to happen here.
I hear you, Dennis. I hear you. I mean,
wow.
The one thing I will say, and we got to take a break, get ready for Willard and Dibbs on the crossover. If Joe Lacob senses the team has a chance to win, he'll spend as much money as it takes.
If we had time, I would have played the soundbite.
We can play it for the guys.
The owner is already in, and Steph's accounted for the next guy, and so is Butler.
Yeah. And you didn't give up that much in terms of future young assets.
Right, he said
him
money.
Either. So,
exactly.
Yeah. 888. Oh, sorry. No time for calls. I feel like Steiny. We got the crossover coming up next with Willard and Dibbs. You can get in line if you want to join them on their show on the phone lines. But we'll turn the phone lines off here for the crossover coming up next. That segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Springwater. Crossover with Willard and Dibbs. Guru and Granny coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
I absolutely, positively despise him.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Crossover time here on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibbs in the house, along with Goo and Grandy. The crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. You too on Abundant. You're looking pretty good.
Look at Grandy.
And that's what you do.
Tell him Guru sent you.
That's what you do when you're the point guard.
Right. John Stockton.
You read the room.
Set him up.
You tee people
Look
up.
at Willard. Yeah, no, that was great.
I mean, honestly, young, not super experienced.
He's been phenomenal,
He's
man.
been phenomenal.
You gotta love Grandy.
That's just a little bit of a tip of the cap for a guy. And you know what also the secret is to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? Is walking by the Dunkin' Donuts boxes that are out there.
Did you see him?
Yeah.
Man.
I opened
I grabbed
one.
myself one.
And I opened the other one, and I said, you know what, Dibber? You're down 25.
Look at him.
Go ahead and walk away.
Way to go. Way to go,
That's
Dibbs.
it. Yeah, I'm
Good
gonna
work.
come in. I did the same, but yeah, I'm still battling.
And it's only because our sales rep, Lauren, was like right behind me.
Right.
And so
I looked for her first.
I opened the box, and I went to reach in, and I turned around, and she's, hey, Dibs. And I was like, oh, hi, Lauren. How are you?
Oh, boy.
No. I'm just trying to make sure that there's not a box I need to recycle.
I'll bring you one later.
Well, look at him.
On the DL, please. On the down low.
Can I share something with Grandy? I've been hiding this from you.
Uh-oh.
But if the league is in such a good place, and this is where my mind goes, I know it's Operation Make the Playoffs for the Warriors, but it just dawned on me last evening, like, whose league is it really? And I bring this up because I can remember Miami and Denver in the finals, Willard, as you look at me, and Steiny and Evan get better, Steiny golfing. They're like, nobody's watching the finals. And I didn't buy that. I was all in for all 7. But I said, would you rather, if you guys are Adam Silver or a fan, see a Western Conference final of Denver versus OKC or the Lakers versus the Golden State Warriors?
That's an easy answer. I mean, that's an easy answer.
The OG. I'm assuming your answer.
Lakers Warriors.
And Silver would say the same thing.
Of course.
We're the NBA is getting, I would argue, dangerously close to what happened with the PGA Tour and Tiger Woods, where you're hanging on to the face of your sport.
Wow.
Being old and no longer able to compete and not able to stay relevant with the people who are actually running the sport who are nowhere near as exciting. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So Nikola Jokic can be Brooks Koepka in this analogy.
What about Rahm? Remember, I thought he was supposed to be the man. John Rahm.
They're all gone to
And
live.
then they all left for live.
Oh.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
But now the Lakers and Warriors may still compete. They may still compete, but how many more years are we doing this?
Wow.
How much longer can the NBA afford to have these two guys be their face?
Well, I mean, maybe 2 to 3, and then they're both going to be gone, and then
maybe.
you can talk about like the new rivalry, Shea against Anthony Edwards, or Ja, or
Luka,
you know, Tatum and Brown, whatever you want to do.
Yeah,
But
forgot
the big
them.
problem with the PGA Tour, and it reminds me a little bit of the Pac-10, Pac-12, the
soon.
arrogance and the hubris, and all the rest of it. The PGA Tour thinks that people are going to love golf no matter what. And I heard Spadoni this morning talk about somebody who shot a 59, which is, I mean, it's an amazing accomplishment.
Who was it?
I can't even tell you. Like, I heard it, and I tried to remember it, but I didn't. And then the tournament that he did it at was a tournament I've never heard of. And, all these tournaments, you could mention 10 golfers like Koepka and Rahm and Bryson DeChambeau. They're all playing in the Live. And a lot of the golfers who are the best are playing in Live. And the golfers who are playing PGA Tour, they're not playing the PGA Tour.
So Live is like the ABA? Is that what you're...
A little bit, yeah. It's a little bit like that. But, I mean, the Live is, a lot of the best golfers who don't play on the tour. And you know what? A lot of the best golfers on the tour don't play on the tour either.
By the way, Jake Knapp shot a 59 at the Cognizant Classic.
Thank you.
How is that not getting run, Willard? A 59?
I don't even know where is the Cognizant Classic.
Give me another second.
Where
Hold
does
on.
that happen?
Hold on.
Is it miniature golf, Grandy?
I mean,
Because a
seriously.
59. Whoa.
Right.
I know that's when you're getting down.
The Cognizant Classic is in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida.
Okay. Yeah.
Wow.
And good for him. And it's not to diminish it, but it's like if somebody goes for 70 in the G League, it's like, damn, dude had a game. Anyway, Where were we?
No, I'm with Willard. I got Curry and LeBron
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good thing for the league.
It's not. It's not. But it's not like it's not easy to replace that stuff. I guess the best or most recent thing that can come to mind, like for a number of years, we did Manning and Brady.
Oh my gosh.
Right? They were Steph and LeBron. And when that starts to wind down and when Peyton Manning's getting neck fusion surgery and all that, you can't really you look at it in that moment and you're like, well, I don't see who's next. But then it can happen fast. And all of a sudden there's Patrick Mahomes and now you're like, now I see what's next. And so maybe it'll regenerate in some sort of a way that we don't see. But man, these two are pretty special.
Okay,
I don't know. I don't know how you're going to do it. Certainly not anytime soon.
And football is different.
It is. Because there's always great quarterbacks.
And there's always a great team and a great story, and we watch everything. And so something's going to percolate up. And I'm thinking about like the NBA when we got post-Jordan. And it might be a little bit before your time, Grandy, but hang in there. You're a historian and you understand it. But once Jordan won his 6th, which was in 98, I think.
Yeah, last one.
Right. So after that, what did you have? You had Iverson with a cup of coffee. You had Kobe, the rise of the Lakers, and you had Detroit with a one-off. And then you didn't really have, outside of Kobe, you had the Kobe and Shaq. And that was the whole thing, like Kobe and Shaq. Wow. And then they broke up. And then after that, it was kind of nothing. And then LeBron came up. And so the NBA got a little bit lucky, quote unquote, that LeBron came along. And I think about now, like 3 years from now, is it Cooper Flagg? Is it Wembanyama?
It's got to be Wemby. He's part of it, right?
Cade Cunningham, right? I mean, there are young stars, but I wonder how many of these young stars are like filtrating the general NBA audience.
Well, and when, not to make this a thing, but when has that player who's captured the imagination of this country ever been an international player? I don't know that that's possible. In the same way,
Giannis would be the closest.
He'd be the closest, but there's nobody is mistaking Giannis for Jordan, LeBron, or Steph.
Man. Fair,
there's nobody. And so the top 3 scorers in the NBA right now.
How about Luka on his best day when he was with Dallas?
No
commercials.
I mean, again, these are phenomenal players and they're worthy of their status and all that. But are they the type of players that are going to capture the whole sort of NBA vibe and the shoe deal and everything and capture that, like you just said, the commercials? I don't see it.
Randy, what if I told you, I believe real quick, Ja and Zion both blew their chances. Zion with his body will never stay the same, and Ja with the gunplay. He can still be the man, but he'll never be the guy next door that they were trying to give it to him.
It hurt for sure. Zion had all of the hype coming into the league, no doubt. I think we're holding the league to an incredibly high standard. I mean, you're talking about LeBron, top 2 player of all time, and Steph, a top 10 player of all time. Like, there's a lot of really young, amazing talent in the league, but to just think that it's a major negative that none of those guys are going to be on the level of Steph and LeBron, like that's unfair to those guys. You're talking about 2 of the greatest players to ever play.
It's not about being at the level.
It's not a major negative either. It's just like the league is going to, at a certain point in the next decade or something, you're going to have to have right. You're going to have. Well, there are gaps sometimes. The Spurs take over as a dynasty, and everyone's like, yawn. What? Right? Like, I mean, there are gaps, but someone's going to have to capture that kid on the playground. And
wasn't it Ant-Man? I thought it would. I'm not saying it can't be, but maybe. I feel like there's something. What happened?
He's in Minnesota. I mean, that's part of it.
They don't win enough.
Right.
You got to win.
You got to do something.
You have to win championships.
And that leads me to my question about right now, under 27, who is that guy who in the next 3 to 5, because LeBron won't play more than, I mean, he could play 5. I mean, whatever. Steph and LeBron, 3 to 5. KD, 3 to 5. Harden, 3 to 5.
It's going to be Wemby.
Is it Wemby?
Yeah,
it would be for me.
Right? I mean, it could be.
If he stays healthy.
Right, if he stays healthy. And, I mean, you've got Jokic, who at that point will be 31 with a chip, and you've got, Shea, who might get the MVP this year, and he
Jokic
might
is already
have a
30.
chip.
5 years to be 35. He'll be about done in 5 years.
Damn.
Getting close.
What is it about Jokic that we don't gravitate to? Is it just he don't care either, but this dude is incredible.
I don't think he wows you.
Not flashy.
International and a style of
so
play.
what are we looking for? Personality. Come on, dude.
I mean, it's hard to put words on it. Like, okay, what was it about Jordan or Kobe or Steph or LeBron that does that for you? And it'd probably be 4 different answers if you looked at those 4 different players. But it's just that thing. It's that thing. It's that thing that absolutely stops traffic and makes your eyes go big and makes you dream big if you're a young kid or whatever. Makes you want to emulate them on the ever.
And there we go.
Nobody ever has gone to the elementary school playground and
maybe
been
he's on to something.
I'm gonna like emulate Jokic passing from the elbow.
Right. And I'm trying to remember who the comedian is who's done the Instagram where he does the
Steph and the Draymond?
No, he does the Jokic. And he does the
I missed
and the way Jokic runs, which is like and he does all all of his movements, and then the dribble, and then the fadeaway, then the head bobbing and all the rest of it. He doesn't resonate with oh my God, did you see Jokic make that sensible 16-foot turnaround?
Yeah.
Wow.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The other thing about Jokic is he at times feels a little less interested in actually playing basketball and living that life.
Don't
than
invite him
else.
to the All-Star game. It doesn't resonate at all.
You also you have to win more than one. That's what's also getting Giannis and Jokic right now is that when you win one, we look back on that in the grand sense. We look at that as kind of a one-off. Do you know what I mean? Like think of the quarterbacks in the NFL who win one. It's like okay, you won.
Nick Foles,
Brad Johnson,
Joe Flacco,
right? But it's a completely different vibe when you start doing Brady and Mahomes and Manning and all of that. It's
even Eli Manning.
Yeah, completely different ball of ball.
And I wonder what player right now in the NBA, what one has won more than one? It's Steph and LeBron,
right?
And then
Durant.
I mean,
that is.
Okay.
I feel like that's Steph, though, but you're right. You're right.
He's got 2 Finals MVP.
He does meet the criteria. You met the criteria.
I guess that counts. But he wasn't able. Right.
The guy who might have the best chance right now is Tatum.
That's a great man.
Because he could go get.
Well, they're favored this year.
Yeah, they could go get a couple, and he's still got a bunch of years left in his 20s and all of that stuff.
So how sad is that I blew past Tatum and Brown? Like I should have stopped it's
because you said Tatum and Brown. It's not Tatum and company. It's Tatum and Brown.
Yeah, he didn't.
And in the
But it
finals
was always Shaq and Kobe,
Brown.
and that either one. Kobe
Tatum,
might tell you it's different.
Tatum got to get a Finals MVP. Come on, JT.
Yeah, no doubt.
Although Steph was a legend and he had done 3 titles with no MVPs, so you can do it. You can do it.
You can.
You can do it. You got to put your butt.
Hey, Grandy, ask him our question that we led the show with.
Okay,
See if we get
take
2 different
Steph,
answers.
Take Draymond, take Jimmy out of the question.
I like this. I heard it.
Focus
I'm trying
on
to see who you would pick.
Focus on Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Pajemski, and Buddy Hield.
All right.
If you can get great play, you can guarantee great play out of one of those dudes for the rest of the regular season and into the postseason. Who are you picking? Who's most valuable? Who do the Warriors need the most out of that group of 4
I'm
to play
curious
well?
to see.
Oh, it's easy.
What do you say?
It's Kuminga.
And that's
if Kuminga can play as well as he can play, his upside is bigger than Pods and Moody.
There you go.
And Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield's not going to suddenly come out and hit you for 24. Kuminga, I believe, can give you something at his best that's different than the other 3 guys on the list. For me, it's Kuminga.
Okay. See, now I would answer it a different way because I feel like.
Well, let's fight about it.
Well, let's do it. Because the baseline,
I'll turn my mic off.
The baseline for those 3 young players is actually pretty high. We know them to be very consistent basketball players. I sort of feel like in the end you asked 2 different questions. Who's the most valuable? I'll agree with Dibs. But if you're asking me, who would I take to be at their elevated highest? Well, that's Buddy Hield.
And Monty Poole just joined us, and that was his answer.
Because he's the inconsistent one. So if you were to get consistent play from him, now you're raising the bar
even
for the
greater
whole
than
group.
Kuminga, though.
Well,
That's why Kuminga, to me, puts the Warriors in a whole different stratosphere as far as knocking teams off because he's one of a kind.
Right, like I answer that by who's got the lowest floor, and you want to raise
Who are
that
you least
up.
confident in
Yeah,
at
Buddy
this
Hield.
stage?
He's got the lowest floor. Remember how Steve Kerr answered this question this week? We go, hey, you guys have not lost a game all year when Moses Moody starts. Is there something to that? Within 2 seconds, he goes, that's true. Also, it's kind of like the fact that we're like 17-1 when Buddy Hield scores more than 15 points. He jumped right there, and that stuck with me because that's what I think happens. When the lowest floor person raises their floor, your team becomes unbeatable. I look at your question similar to the whole stat about when Draymond, what is it, when he hits more than 2 threes in a game? They don't lose.
They win like 80% of their games.
Because the baseline for Steph, Clay, or whoever else is so much higher. So I'd say Buddy.
It's interesting. I think it also, when you look at it from the perspective of the other attributes on your team, and now with Jimmy Butler in town, there's kind of some overlap between Butler and Kuminga, and your worst shooting. And if you get better shooting from one of your other shooters who hasn't been shooting well this year, that maybe brings you to a different level too, because you're not getting that from anybody else.
Dude,
Quentin Post, and Pods has been shooting it better. So you can get it. I mean, GP2 from the corner, and you can get shooting outside of Buddy going 1 for 7.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. What if you could always get Buddy to go 3 for 7? I feel like if Buddy Hield hits 3 threes, the Warriors are almost impossible to beat. Impossible to beat.
I can look that up for you. Hold on.
Yeah.
But Willard, I feel like because your answer was Buddy because he had the lowest expectation, does that still get you to the clouds like a Kuminga could if he's having the best version of himself? Doesn't that take you higher?
Maybe. Again, like if you're asking me who's the most valuable, most like if you're asking sort of like who would I love to, if you're going to do an actual finals run.
Yeah, like how, if we beat Denver in a series.
Well, who has the ability to actually elevate and be like a game-changing player? Sure, that's Jonathan Kuminga. But Buddy Hield playing really well means the Warriors as a group are like so deep. They're so elevated because they're not really expecting that from him.
Warriors are 17-9 when Buddy Hield makes 3 or more threes this year.
Wow, he's done it that many times, huh?
Yeah. He's made 7 3 times, believe it or not.
7.
2 of them were the first 4 games of the year.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yep. There you have it. But for me, I just think that if you have Kuminga at his best, he gives you an element that you don't have. Like Jimmy Butler, yes. And, Kuminga attacking, getting to the rim, and getting you 18 off the bench in 28 minutes. It's something that Buddy doesn't do. And it'd be great to have November Buddy, but, February, January, and December, Buddy has not been that guy. And I think that Pods and Moody, the other 2 candidates, are just so rock steady. Like I think that you're going to get what you're going to get. And, Pods might get you 11 rebounds, which is awesome. And Moody is kind of a gritty player now.
And he'll make a 3.
Loose balls, tip balls, make a 3. He'll do all the little things you need. Man. But for me, if Kuminga can get to where he was before he got hurt, now you've got a real 4-man rotation of elite players.
And Willard, I wonder if you're, and Monty just said it too, Monty Poole joined us, the fact that Buddy has relinquished the starting spot, I'm wondering if that, I don't know how many, he could play the same amount of minutes, I guess, but now that he's not starting, and I don't foresee him getting that opportunity back with the way Pods is playing, I could be totally wrong. I'm just wondering, will he have the chances to have that imprint now on the team in the game?
Probably not as often, but I think now, Buddy Hield sort of becomes what Moses Moody has been. Like when you go in, you hit some threes, you get to stay. Right. You don't, you sit, come sit next to me. And he's got to deal with that now. And he's earned that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him. He's earned that. Like he's going to have to, he kind of has to pay to play.
And a couple of weeks ago, you were the one saying enough of Buddy. Buddy, you need to sit down.
Yeah, I was saying it too. Right?
It was so bad. You apologized to Kings fans.
Yeah, I did. I did.
No,
and this
we had to.
This is something that in the back of my mind, I am aware of this with Jimmy Butler. It's different because Jimmy's a great player. Jimmy's a future Hall of Famer. But we went through a honeymoon with Buddy.
It was a great honeymoon.
That was 3 weeks in Europe.
He could do no wrong.
That was a honeymoon.
2 months later, we're like, get this guy off my team.
Boy, you fans.
So I do not foresee that with Butler, but I am mindful of the fact that I said
history.
Buddy was so good that I made a stupid bet with Evan.
Which one?
I bet him a drink that Buddy would average more points per game than Kuminga this year.
Oh, no.
That's how good he was.
Wow. Does the bet swing in your favor if Kuminga isn't eligible? Doesn't play enough games?
Stop it. You're kind of blowing my technicality that I'm working on right now.
It was points a game, not total points, but that would have been a better bet.
If he doesn't qualify, then he doesn't qualify.
There you go, right?
Anyway, point is, like, could a month from now we're like, whoops, we got a little excited about Jimmy.
It would be disappointing, but the possibility is there. And I'll just tell you, Dibs, I feel like Durant's back. Tonight, they're favored by 5. I hammered the Warriors. But that's not just because I need money on 4.5. Because I just feel like they're gelling. They're taking care of business more now than ever. The adult in the room that Chris Paul was supposed to be, I think, is Jimmy Butler.
Well, I think that Chris Paul was the adult in the room, but Jimmy Butler affects winning at a greater level because Chris Paul at 6 foot or whatever, however tall he is, he's not going to be able to do what Jimmy's doing. And also, the one thing that Steve Kerr talked about, and Mark, you pointed it out earlier in the week, Jimmy Butler and turnovers. When he turns the ball over,
oxymoron.
It's the way that we all react when you get a parking ticket. It's like, God, I should have fed the meter, or this is BS. My curb was, my tires weren't in the red. We get mad when you get a parking ticket. That's how he reacts when he turns the ball over.
That's a good thing.
He gets mad.
I mean, Steve Kerr's probably got to be thinking to himself, how come I haven't been able to instill this in the rest of my players?
Because it wasn't here.
For over a decade, he's been begging them to turn the ball over less. And it's always been a piece of their puzzle.
Right.
Even when they were the greatest team on earth.
And the chef with his one-handed, left-handed hook throws cross court. It's like, nah.
It's part of his style.
It is.
And you obviously
flair. They call it flair.
You put up with it because he's the greatest thing going.
Of course.
But yeah, I know Steve Kerr probably looks at it. It's almost like a parent. You're like, right? When you're like screaming at your kid, like, be on time. And then like the other kid comes in and they're like constantly on time. You're like, see, this is doable. Like you can do this. And
other people actually show up on time.
Yeah,
there you go.
Butler's he's got to make Kerr feel that way, I would think.
No doubt.
So Warriors in Orlando, 4:00 start time, which means you guys got Warriors live in 50 minutes at 3.
Look at my guys. I'll be listening.
4.5 point favorites. The Warriors are
out of time already.
Last year we saw Curry tear up, right? Or there was some moisture. Last time they were in Orlando.
That was Orlando.
And
we were thinking about this, like, and I think to
what a difference a year makes.
What you're building towards here, Grandy, is to me, the Warriors got the fans' actual trust for the first time this year last Friday in Sacramento. Butler showed up. You're excited for a minute. Then they lose in Dallas. You're like, wait a minute. Then they win in Houston, almost blow it, and you get to the All-Star break. Man. And you're like, okay, show us this different. I think this could be exciting. And then look what's happened. You come back from the All-Star break. You haven't just won 3 times. You've blown the other team off of the floor. Yeah. And the Friday road game was the one where people, I think, for the first time, and you can see it now, they're about to hit the road, and people think if they go anything less than 4-1, it disappoints them.
So tonight, a win, 5 in a row. What do we think?
That's expectation. I do.
Lock it up.
Last time they won 7 in a row, they won the title back in 2022.
No, that's a nugget. So, give me some ranch.
Orlando is a bunch of
abundant life.
Orlando is a bunch of empty calories.
Nice.
Not a very good basketball.
We're also going to celebrate a 9-year anniversary today on the show.
Yes, we are.
And we'll get to that as well.
Yes, we are.
It ain't Willard.
9-year anniversary, so that's 2016.
Yep, exactly. This day, 9 years ago, something happened. Something happened.
It did. Now, it was my daughter's.
Oh, yeah, I think that could be a clue.
It was my daughter's 7th birthday.
Look at him.
And happy birthday to Ella. Yes. Sweet 16.
Sweet 16 today.
Unlike you guys, I do comment on your IG post. But anyway, I had to say, I see Dibley comment on other coworkers and friends of mine, and then I'll put up a picture, and it's so sad that I'm Kevin Durant, but I'm admitting it. And I'm like, Dibs will never hit the Johnson page with a like. It hurts.
It's kind of like a Buddy
You're
Hield,
in there too.
It's kind of like a Buddy Hield 3-point shot.
But I still go to your page and support. I like it, but I do what.
Do I ever comment on Mark?
You're a volume shooter. You are. You're a volume shooter on Instagram, brother.
Mark
Hey, I appreciate that.
They'll post to each other. I'll abstain. Steiny will post. I'll abstain.
We know that.
The only one I've recently posted on, I think, was Spadoni.
Okay, gotcha.
But the rest of you, like, you
Dibs,
pepper me.
I follow you. I'm hurt, man. Like, what is it? I was like, should I call him? I just put it
I thought I threw you a like for Daryl's 21st.
Yeah, I was.
Maybe
you might have, but yeah.
Yeah, and I saved my comments for Mark and his IG for the air.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I feel better now. Yeah.
But anyway, we're not celebrating the 9-year anniversary of my daughter's 7th birthday.
No, we're not.
Something
we're
else.
not.
Something else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm doing.
And where is that at?
It's gonna happen.
All right, gents.
It's gonna
happen on 95.7. The Game.
Look at Grandy. What a day for Grandy.
Yeah, let's do this. Here we go. Road trip starting. Let's have some fun. 888-957-9570. And we will momentarily, for those of you who don't know what happened 9 years ago today, we're going to have that for you in just a couple of minutes. But I do think we need to start off and would love to hear from you on, like, I'm just feeling this today that the expectations around the Warriors for me sort of crystallize on a day like today. And I was thinking back to the stretch of games with Jimmy Butler, and there's been excitement around it at every stage. But yeah, to me, it wasn't until last Friday night that the Warriors, for the first time all year, I think fans went, okay, I'm gonna trust you. You be good with my trust. Don't you go back on me. And since then, they gained the trust Friday night. Then they come home for 2 games, obliterate the weaker competition both times. And they hit a road trip now, which at no other point this year, or maybe even last year, would we have felt, I think, the way we do now, where the Warriors hit the road and we're looking at 5-point spreads, 6-point spreads, and 7-point spreads, and everybody is expecting them to do it. Now, I don't know if they will, but the expectation itself, to me, is noteworthy.
It is, and I do think that you put a good spot as far as where things started to change, because you got Jimmy, and it was a loss, and it was a win, and all the rest of it, and then you kind of started to feel like, well, maybe this is the right move, or maybe not, and then you came out and you beat Sac by 24, you beat Dallas by 24, you beat Charlotte by 36, and so 24, and 36, that's 84 points in 3 games. Your average margin of victory over the last 3 is 28 games. Think about that, Mark. It's been 3 games where you won by an average margin of 28. So, yeah, you're starting to think now like, wow, this team is different. You put up 132, 126, 128. The offense is humming. The defense is good. And I know you played Dallas without Anthony Davis, and you played Sacramento, who is probably broken-ish, if not fully broken.
Yeah.
They're on the way to broken.
They're different.
Charlotte's terrible.
Yeah.
Dallas is hurt. So fine, we can look at the opponents and say, well, grain of salt, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but you still had blowout, which is different than what we've had.
No doubt. And the Sacramento one, for me, the reason that's the one that gains trust, A, it's on the road, but B, it's been a house of horrors, at least recently.
Yeah.
at least recently. And so that felt like a challenge that the Warriors needed to get over, and they didn't just get over it. They absolutely cruised. That was maybe the best game I've watched them play all year in terms of their execution. So that was the night. And so we'll throw that out there to you at 888-957-9570. What is the level of trust that has now been gained by the Warriors from you? And so you can weigh in on that. And I'll put it this way. We all sort of, we act on our trust in different ways. And this is relatable if you're in a relationship, friendship, spouse, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. There's that moment where you're like, all right, I'm going to trust you, but man, you better not abuse it. And for me, tonight is that night. Tonight is that night. And here's how I act on my trust. And apologies if this isn't the way you like to talk about sports. But what I rarely do is bet on the Warriors. I don't like to bet on the Warriors because I know that my emotions are in play. So, A, when I lose, I feel like I lost twice.
Double loss.
Right? Because I lost emotionally and I lost my money.
Like a double bang.
Thank you.
To your emotions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Precursor.
We'll get to it.
Anyway, also, though, I don't like it because I don't feel like I'm necessarily looking at the game through regular glasses. So when I look at a Warriors spread, I always think they're going to cover it because that's the way my brain works with my team. I always think they're going to cover it. And boy, they don't. And you're wrong. And so I have been avoiding them all year, but not tonight. Not tonight. I look at that and I go, okay, I am going to trust the Golden State Warriors. I know they're on the road. I know that Orlando is serviceable. They're not great. I think, 29-31. Not a great basketball team. Not a good offensive basketball team at all. But a serviceable team on the road. It's in theory a difficult game, and the Warriors are favored by 4 or 5 points, depending on where you're looking and when you did it. But I looked at that today and I went, all right, okay, Warriors, I trust you. Don't abuse my trust.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I get it.
Yeah.
And if you look at the numbers, they are 30, 27, and 1 against the spread this year. That according to StatMuse, and they track all the games based on the spread that, and not every spread is the same, of course, but that kind of ballparks on what they've been like. But over the last 3, I would bet they covered the spread, Mark, in the last 3.
Oh, definitely.
When you win by 24, 24, and 36, I believe those all were covers.
Which also means they were dead 500 against the spread going into the All-Star break.
Right, to your point about trust.
3-0 since.
Right, and now with Jimmy and with, everybody back except for Jonathan Kuminga, and hopefully he'll be back by maybe next Monday or Tuesday, or they said like mid-road trip, which mid-road trip would be Monday. So either Monday or Tuesday, you can kind of hold your breath and hope that he plays in one of those games. And, what that looks like, we'll get into it. But beyond that, this team over the last 3 games and even the last 7, where you are 6-1 over the last 7 that Jimmy's been here, you've been a different club and you've had a little bit more of that swagger, and you've gone out there and you beat Chicago by 21. You beat Milwaukee by 14. You lost to Dallas in kind of a weird game and in a game that, credit Dallas and credit Kyrie Irving.
Yep, he went off.
He was unguardable. Fine. Sometimes you got to tip your cap, but beyond that, they've gone out there and they have throttled people.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just feels like a trustworthy team, not just because they perform well, but because they're a veteran group, feel like they can handle the road. And yeah, I think it is completely fair to consider 4-1 on this road trip a par. If they only win 3, that's a bogey. If they win 5, that's a birdie. But yes, 4-1 is what I sort of expect on this road trip. And that's lofty. I get it.
It's a high bar.
It is, but come on. Come on. Philly, Charlotte, what are we doing?
Right.
Those are gimmies. And they're way better than Orlando. It's a losable game, but they're way better. The Knicks are good, but I don't think they're as good as their record is. They're a little wobbly.
Tough spot for the Warriors on the second half of a back-to-back.
And then there's Brooklyn, who's plucky and campy and worrisome, but if you're minding your P's and Q's, you win that game. So, yeah, I expect 4. I think it's okay to ask for 4.
I think 3-2 would be par for me because I do think that the New York game is a scheduled loss, and you hate that, but when you look
they may
at
sit people. They might sit people.
They might, and that would be Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That would be your 4th game in 6 days, and all on the road and in 4 different cities. So that one to me feels a little bit like a tough spot. If you look at the 5-game road trip, the New York game's the toughest, and I would say tonight would be the second toughest. So, Orlando,
I agree,
would be the second toughest, and then you probably go to Brooklyn. And then Philly, and then, the Charlotte
Philly
game.
And Charlotte, I'm sorry. There's absolutely no excuse.
It shouldn't be.
None. 888-957-9570. We also want to throw this out to you. What is your favorite Warrior shot ever? One shot. Can be from anywhere.
One basket.
Can be in any situation. What is your absolute favorite shot by any Warrior ever? Because 9 years ago today, my favorite Warriors shot ever happened.
They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it. Curry, way downtown. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot from Curry! With 0.6 of a second remaining.
The most disgustingly arrogant shot I have ever seen in my entire life, and I will never, ever get tired of watching it. From every little angle. From the fact that the Warriors had a timeout and didn't use it. From the fact that Steph Curry had open teammates and didn't use them. From the fact that Enes Kanter is in the background on the bench holding his head, seemingly expecting Steph Curry to knock down a pull-up shot from just short of 40 feet. A tie game, closing seconds against Oklahoma City in the 73-win year, and absolutely buries that thing and buries the Oklahoma City Thunder. My favorite Warrior shot of all time. And yes, tip of the cap to Mike Breen because his call made it that much better.
And I think that's a big part of it is the fact that the call was so incredible. And yeah, the double bang effort from Steph Curry in that spot. And, it was a part of him authoring a 46-point game, and he was 12 of 16 from 3. So it wasn't just a one-off. It was the icing on the cake of what was a signature performance of pure greatness. Clay added 32, by the way. Those two had 78 of the 121. So the rest of the team had 43 combined, including, Mo Buckets with 8. Friend of the program, Brandon Rush, 3 minutes, no points. But Iguodala had a dozen. That was one of those moments where he was already on such an unbelievable heater, and then he did that. And Mike Breen's call is so perfect. Like, they're not going to use the timeout.
Yep. It's a brilliant, brilliant call. Memorable.
Double bang. And he doesn't do double bang very often.
Not very often. 9 years ago today. What is your favorite Warrior shot ever? We'll have some fun with this as we head toward Warriors Live, a half hour away. We're brought to you by Chilton Auto Body, and we'll take your phone calls next. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs. And this is Willard for Underdog Fantasy. The NBA season's coming down the stretch. That's a lot of fun, but you can have even more fun with Underdog, one of the leading sports apps out there. I'm having a ton of fun. Let me let you know how it works. If you don't already know, you can do this with me, and I got a cool offer for you. To play, you play their pick'em game by choosing any player by going higher or lower on any of their given stats. Points, assists, rebounds, three-pointers. You can combine them, and then you combine them with another player or two, which can be in basketball or any sport for that matter. NHL, golf, do whatever you want, and you can play for as little as $1. If you get everything right, you can win up to 1,000 times your money. Download the Underdog app, sign up using the promo code Willard to unlock a special offer of $1,000 in bonus cash on your first deposit. Again, the promo code is Willard to get the special offer.
They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it. Curry, way downtown. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot from Curry! With 0.6 of a second remaining.
Now back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Hey, you keep hitting shots like that. You can call me whatever you want, Steph. I don't care. Woo! ESPN, by the way, say ESPN twice because we played it twice, and that's courtesy of ESPN. Mike Breen. Double bang.
Yep.
9 years ago today, my favorite shot I've ever seen. And by the way, some people on the YouTube chat are like, I don't think that. I love when people do this. It's so fun because it's like there's no rules. We're just making fun conversation up here.
Yep.
People are like, I don't think dunks count. First of all, you get to like whatever the hell you want to like. And why wouldn't a dunk count? If you want to come at me with Baron Davis or Andrew Wiggins,
it's on my list. Both of them,
absolutely. I mean, let's hear it.
Like Baron over Kirilenko, I was in the building, and it was one of those things where I lived about 3 miles away, so I went to a ton of games then, and we did a thing where we would do dinner at 7. And by about 7:20, I would, wrap up dinner and say, I'll do the dishes when I get home. And I was 10 minutes away and whoop, down the hill, boom, in Oracle. It's what I did. And I was on the other end of the floor. And even though they were up by, I don't know the exact number, but they were up 20 plus at that moment.
This is the Baron Davis one you're talking
Correct.
about. Okay.
And he, oh, hello. The Hubie Brown color commentary of it is incredible.
You don't need to do an impersonation sensation. You don't need it. We have it right here.
And in getting the basketball, because a lot of good things will happen, not just within scoring, but then also it open up. Oh, man! Hello. Timeout in Barron's house.
And they would always play that dung, gung, 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 gung. There's so much about that. Hubie's telling a story because the game is over.
He got interrupted.
And Mike Tirico's listening because Hubie Brown, he's now 93.
91, 93, something.
He's north of 90. And then, Tirico sees it and he can't Baron Davis, and it's now at 20s. Oh!
Yeah.
And then Hubie, hello. And then, Tirico just waits for it. Timeout in Oakland. It just, everything about the call is perfection.
I'm going to need one more again on that one.
Thank you.
And in getting the basketball, because a lot of good things will happen, not just within scoring, but then also it open up. Oh, man! Hello. Timeout in Barron's house.
Timeout in Barron's house.
Do you know what the best the best part of that call has nothing to do with either of the announcers? Hubie, you think he gets interrupted by Mike yelling? He doesn't. Focus on how loud the dunk is that comes through on ESPN's mics.
And in getting the basketball, because a lot of good things will happen, not just within scoring, but then also it open up. Oh, man! Hello. Timeout in Barron's house.
And the thing that I will never forget is, so timeout in Barron's house, they're up 24. He pulls up his shirt and he shows his girdle because he's wearing basically either a tummy tuck or a back brace, whatever. They showed the replay 6, 7, 8 more times, and every time they showed it, the crowd reaction was as loud.
Of course.
Because they kept showing it. Da-da-da-da-da. And so I know they went on to lose the series. That was the only game they won. Utah in 5, whatever. You talk about shots. That's a shot. A moment, a sports moment that I personally will never, ever forget.
Let's go to Adam in Napa. Adam on Willard and Dibbs. What's going on, Adam?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. So I do want to reference my favorite shot, which will be the We Believe Warriors. But it was definitely, I don't remember it was game 3 or 4 they had at home against Dallas, but I was at the game where Barron hit the half-court shot to tie the game at the half. And just to shout out how loud Oracle used to be, we were like in maybe like the 120s, and I was talking to my dad right next to me. I couldn't even speak to him. It was so loud, but Barron's half-court shot to tie the game.
I love that. And by the way, that's a great thing to sort of reference. Adam, great to hear from you. Thank you. When the Bay Area has had championship runs, it has become something that gets national attention, the sound, the amount of noise that crowds here have been able to make. And maybe that sounds like a funny comment, but truly, like, I remember that about, obviously, Roracle, whether it's We Believe, whether it's the early years with Steph Curry's Warriors. I remember that about now Oracle Park, Pac Bell Park, whatever you want to call it, when the Giants were doing what they were doing in 2010 and 2012. Like, you'd hear national reporters be like, dude, it is legit. It is legit inside that building. So I love that reference where he's sitting in 120 and he's talking to his dad next to him and can't even hear each other.
Right.
That's so good.
And I just pulled it up, and it was a catch and shoot from 56, 58 feet. Barron catches it, turns, launches, and this game is tied at 49 at the half. And, like, you think about that Mavericks team, and maybe this is something that we should talk to Jerry Stackhouse about. I think that might have been game 3 where the Warriors kind of took control. That was a Jerry Stackhouse team. They had Dirk and Jason Terry and Jerry Stackhouse. And as I'm watching the clip, the last player you see is Eric Dampier.
No way.
On the floor for Dallas. Damp is on the floor. So, I mean, maybe if we ever, talk to Jerry at the end of it, hey, Jerry, your memories of 2007,
right,
when you guys won 67 games and got knocked out in the first round.
Dirk got that MVP, though, didn't he?
Later.
Yeah, exactly.
4 years later. Jerry, did we lose you?
How about Manly Man in the city? Hey, Manly Man, what are you doing? Manly Man.
Hey, is that for me?
You are the manliest man we know.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
The favorite one I had was the one Willard described as well, when Curry took that shot that Oklahoma wasn't ready for. That was unreal because Oklahoma was waiting for them to call a timeout. And the key for the Warriors as they continue on is limit the turnovers. 10 or less, they've been victorious all season. More than 10, they get into trouble. And stop taking so many threes. That's also the other key for the Warriors' success.
Manly, thank you very much. I think that you're probably very excited then about the addition of Jimmy Butler, and you were talking about this in the crossover. The guy is literally, turned off by turnovers, probably to a higher degree. I've never really heard a player talk about them the way that he does. He just does not accept them from himself.
No, and he hates them, and you could see when he commits one, he's not happy about it. And to Manly Man's point, 10 or fewer turnovers. They've done it 11 times, and they're 7-4 in those games.
Yep.
So it's not a perfect recipe, but when you look at turnovers before Jimmy versus turnovers since Jimmy, they're down 2 turnovers per game, which is, I think, significant.
That's a very big number.
Yeah.
That's a very big number when you're talking about an average stretched out over a period of games. Let's go to Fozzie in the East Bay. Hey, Fozzie, what's going on? Thanks for calling.
Fozzie,
My favorite Steph Curry shot of all time was him shooting over Anthony Davis, first round of the 2015 playoffs. He missed the first shot. Mo Spates, friend of the show, gets it back to him. He drains it over 3 defenders. To me, that's what started it all.
Hey,
The
Fozzie.
dynasty was born that night.
Fozzie, did it sound anything like this? Did it sound anything like this?
Chance to tie it here for Golden State. Curry's got it. And Curry will let it go for 3. Comes up short. Offensive rebound. Curry again. And Curry hits a 3. Tie game. 2.8.
That's from TNT. That's the one you're talking about, Fozzie?
That's it. That, to me, is what started it all. Man, great memories. And cheers everybody in the YouTube chat as well.
Okay, Fozzie, thanks.
Yeah, thank you,
Appreciate
Fozzie. I think that's Bob Fitzgerald's favorite Steph shot, as he told us when we had him on the show previously.
It's bananas. Like, the one thing I'll say, and this is a little bit of a thread through the one against the Pelicans and the one we're celebrating the 9-year anniversary of today in Oklahoma City. Like, these are the early days of Steph making us realize it's one thing to be a great player and make big shots. It's another to make shots that you're like, that's not possible.
Right.
That is not humanly possible. To this day, I still don't understand how you can give somebody twice Steph's size a basketball and put him at half court and say, shoot that. And they will need to put every muscle in their body into getting the ball all the way to the basket. And Steph Curry will go to half court and go like this.
Yep.
Flips his wrist. And the ball will go 3/4 of the court. I don't understand it. The beauty of Steph Curry is there's so much that he does. I don't even understand how it is mathematically and anatomically possible. And that shot against New Orleans was absolutely one of them.
I don't know if you can measure wrist or forearm strength, but he's got to be in the 1/10 of 1% on that. And put aside the hand-eye, which hand-eye wise, he's one of the greatest hand-eye athletes ever. You see, as a golfer, he's beyond scratch. He's a plus golfer. And I do believe that if he decided to be a golfer instead of being a basketball player, he probably would be on tour.
Could do something, yeah.
If he started at 20 or 21, if he left Davidson and let's just say he didn't get drafted because he was undersized and he's like, you know what? I like golf. I'm going to commit myself to golf. I do believe that he could have been a pro golfer if he would have dedicated his hand-eye skill to that. But that's neither here nor there. To your point, his ability to rise and fire from the double bang shot, that's a pull-up from 37, 40, whatever it is, and it's just,
yep.
It's like
just in rhythm.
Yeah, we're going to be out there Monday at Chase for the knockout.
Try to shoot one from there.
Well,
try to shoot one from there.
Try to shoot a free throw. If I shoot a free throw, I need to get some knees into it. I need a little bit of an arm hoist. And granted, I'm a little bit older than Steph, but still, his ability to just, like you're saying, use the wrist and the forearm and the hand and have it be on target, it's incredible.
Want to run through. A bunch of people want to weigh in. Let's see how many we can get to. Jonathan in the city. Hey, Jonathan, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my phone call. I got 2 points if I may. First point, Kuminga coming back, I think it's going to be a fairly easy transition, especially if he keeps it simple, stupid, listen to the OGs, take their knowledge and instruction and act accordingly. Don't try to go guru haha and take what is yours, because that's going to get you in trouble and maybe lead you to be sitting on the bench a lot. And number 2 point, I don't care what happens this year. I want to say and start the proposition no on KD, because that guy, for some reason, even though things are going well and so perfectly, he just, managed to come up with things that shouldn't exist, like problems in his head, like when he was here winning all those championships, what was he singing? He was singing, Steph, they don't love me like they love him. Steph, they don't love me like they love him. Wow, what a weirdo.
Wow. Okay, Jonathan. I always have
the song of the week.
It's very funny.
It's always good.
I never do a good job of being able to stand it when there's KD slander. I just don't like it. I don't like it. I think it's funny that we sit here and go, God, that guy's got weird thoughts going on in his head. I think half of them, the fan base, is the ones who put him there. I don't think Kevin Durant is all messed up about the Bay Area the way we think he is. I really don't. I don't think he hates the fans. I don't think he hates Draymond. I think that there was some unhappiness at the time. That's well documented, and that might be for 1,000 different reasons. But I don't know, man. From his trip to the Bay Area for the All-Star game to his appearance on Draymond's podcast recently, I just don't think this is as heavy as people make it sound.
Agreed. I think we project a lot of it on him based on how he left and, the fact that he and Draymond got into it and Draymond got suspended and, KD, for you lip readers out there, you could read his lips saying, that's why I'm out of here. Yeah. I thought he said, that's why I'm out here. Yeah. But, that's why I'm out of here. We did a whole thing back and forth. But that's why I'm out of here and all the rest of it. But yet, when Steph called him, reportedly he said, not now. So he might still be open to it. And I'm in the mind right now of let's see how this goes. Absolutely. And then we can go ahead and pivot if we need to pivot.
It's an irrelevant subject if the Warriors do really well.
Yep.
It doesn't become a subject until they don't. One of our good friends, Liana Pons in the Yoon, is on the line. What's up, Liana?
Hey, guys. You guys are ghosting me on Twitter, aren't you?
Hell no, never. What'd you say?
Hey, I still stand on my 4th seed for the Olympia bet. So this is our 3rd annual. So we got to keep it going.
I'm not gonna tell you you're wrong yet. Not yet.
No, and your Olympia was elite Olympia, and I might have seen your tweet, Liana, but I'm not on Twitter as Musk as I used to be. Thank you.
Good one.
You're welcome.
Hey, I remember one of the shots that I don't know what finals it was, so you guys could help me out. But it was when Dellavedova was trying to taunt Curry, one of the finals games, and Curry just cooked him real hard. I don't know if that was when we were down 0-1, but it was at home. But that was one of my favorite Curry shots.
Yeah, I loved that whole scene where, like, for 24 to 48 hours, Liana, the world decided that Matthew Dellavedova had Steph Curry's number.
He was the Steph stopper.
It was like, oh, my God, I don't know how they're going to figure this out. And I'm like, you have to be kidding me right now. Like, are we really going to do this? Matthew Dellavedova is the kryptonite to Steph Curry? I doubt it. And then, yes, then he came out for a couple games, and the shot you reference and many, many more. He made that go away real quick, and we never heard from Dellavedova ever again. All right, Liana, good to hear from you. Yeah, now you're ghosting us on the phone.
I'll see you guys.
Okay,
Thanks,
see
Liana.
you, Liana.
Stay tuned. Yeah, and she showed up at the last summit with a trough, not a tray, a trough of lumpia. She went out of her way to drive down there and delivered about 100 pieces of lumpia.
It was so good.
And just set that entire event ablaze.
I think I ate like 53 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were,
There's some dipping
good.
sauce now.
Yeah, we're good now. You better get them while they're going.
They went quick.
Yeah. We're going to keep going to some people here on this, but I don't want to let this one get away because people might not bring it up and Warriors Live starts in 10 minutes. I think some people might think of this one.
Curry will bring it across, takes the logo, goes left on Brunson, driving in, skipped it over to Wiggins. Wiggins puts it on the deck. He'll drive the glass, goes up for the jam! Oh, my goodness! Oh, they're going to call it an offensive foul on Wiggins. Not a team foul. Steve Kerr's going to call a timeout.
You going to challenge it?
He may challenge that.
He challenged it, and they were right. And I'll still always look back on that Wiggins dunk and think one of my favorite plays that I've ever seen. Number one, certainly the signature moment of Andrew Wiggins' Warriors career.
Yeah.
And also something that totally got ruined by the refs.
And partially ruined. There's a bit of a buzzkill.
Totally.
And, I mean, you hear it in Tim's call. Like, Tim is losing his mind.
Yeah.
And you and I watched it earlier, the video of it. It happens, and the ref waits a beat, and he goes, we're going that way.
Yeah,
and it's
he didn't even just call it. He got into it.
Well, you have to get into it.
You know when you get excited about we're going the other way, and you come in and, like, hit the back of your head and then thrust your whole body forward, we're going the other way. It's like, dude, you're all sorts of wrong.
Well, if you're going to make that call that late, you do have to kind of sell it. And I think he was trying to convince himself, but it was it was horrendous because there was no body contact and there was no clear out. So, and he's looking right at it. Like he has a perfect view of both. He has a perfect view of body and of a clear out. And maybe it was like so violent. It's like, oh boy, Luka, I'm going to go ahead and call this because I feel for you, Shaka Khan.
Well, Luka fell because that's what.
Wait, Luka fell?
Yeah, exactly. So he
smashed his cigarettes too that were in his back pocket.
Let's go to Joe.
Fact.
Let's go to Joe and Marin. Hey, Joe, what's good?
Hey, just wanted to give a shout out to Dibs. Thanks for the shout out for EJ and Buck Chavez yesterday. I played the clip for him, and he says you need to come out to the gym on Sunday mornings and play. He's still running.
Yeah, they want no piece of the 56-year-old Dibber Claus with no mobility, no shot, and no ability to do anything other than pull a muscle.
Hey, I got to tell you, it brought a smile to his face to hear you talk about him. And he says if you were his agent, he'd still be playing.
Yeah, I love those guys. I mean, that's like the first family in Marin, without a doubt.
Joe, thanks. We can't even get Dibs to participate in knockout, let alone go actually play real ball. Let's go to Sean in San Ramon. Hey, Sean, what's up?
Always a pleasure.
Sean,
put a smile on people's face. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you now.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, gentlemen, always a pleasure. I got one that'll hopefully put a smile on people's face. So you'll have to help me out with what year this was, but it was actually J.R. Smith's shot at the end of that finals game that he should have passed it and went to LeBron. You remember what year that was?
2018.
Yeah, he missed. That was the best.
Yes. LeBron just
for a great Warrior shot.
Pleading with him, absolutely pleading with him, and then screaming at him. Actually, I shouldn't say screaming at him going to the bench. He was so upset he wouldn't even talk to him. He just turned his head like, I'm not doing this. I'm not talking to that guy.
That's forever cemented in my mind. That dude's career was done after that. Always a pleasure, guys.
Strong play, Sean. Thank you.
Great play, Sean. Yeah. It's crazy because it's a tie game, 107 apiece. Game one, NBA Finals, Oracle standing as one. And the Cavaliers at the foul line, they can go up one here. It's a missed free throw. And out of nowhere, J.R. Smith gets it, and he dribbles the other way.
Yeah, that's the thing. To call it a favorite shot, it's a favorite non-shot. Like the whole point was he should go back up. He thought they had the lead, and he dribbled the clock out of a tie game, and then they lost.
Yeah. And you could see LeBron's face, like the level of disgust, like, bruh. And that was the game where LeBron reportedly punched the whiteboard.
Yes.
And then he broke his hand. And so the rest of the series, he played with a broken hand. And, I broke my hand.
Yeah.
And you didn't break your hand during the game. You broke your hand because your teammate went dribble, wrong way Johnson, and, kind of blew the game for you.
Jason in the city, we got like 30 seconds, so hit us quick.
Okay, I'll make it quick, y'all. I'm going to give a shout out because my favorite shot, I'm always going to have a soft spot for the BD dunk, the We Believe.
Yeah.
And when I think about Warriors performances, there are just so many great game performances. Shout out to Clay, 60 on 11 dribbles, all that. But I'm going to sneak one in that's not quite Warriors, but that Curry Olympic shot over two Frenchmen with KD and LeBron in their net. I mean, that was just an insane shot.
Check out Jason, thank you. Check out that Court of Gold documentary. That's it all sort of culminates with that, and that's a very fair shot to enter into the conversation.
And it's one of the greatest sports pictures in the history of photography, where Wembanyama is 7'3", double elongated, and you look at Steph, it's like there's no way that shot gets off over him. It does, and it goes in. I mean, wow.
Dagger,
what a picture, though.
Completely awesome. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. The Warriors are on the East Coast, getting ready to play Orlando. They tip in an hour. Warriors Live with Willard and Dibbs is next.
Meantime, it's Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, which you know by now is my bank, and it has been now for 6 years. It's a great bank because it was started by a family, and they've never lost that family-owned feel. When you go into one of the 21 branches, you can actually see for yourself exactly what we talk about when we speak of a family-owned bank. The employees, the management, the customers, everybody's there pulling on the same rope, so to speak, and supporting exactly what Fremont Bank is trying to do. They've been doing it now for 61 years, and they've built it out to have 21 branches throughout the Bay Area, and it's a good local ecosystem.
Well, the new era heads east as the Warriors, the new look Warriors, with Jimmy Butler, a sparkling record, and a move toward the playoffs, start off a 5-game road trip in Orlando tonight with a 31-27 record going up against the 29-31 Orlando Magic. Warriors Live presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff, and we're hoping that it's more of the good stuff from the Warriors as they get started in Orlando tonight. This is a road trip and a stretch of the schedule where everyone has pointed to it and said, this is where you need to make your hay. And so far, so good. They've been making some hay, moving up the board, only a game out of the 6th seed right now.
Yeah, a chance to really move up. And on this road trip over the course of the next 5 games, you can cement your presence. And maybe you don't catch the Clippers. Hopefully you do, but you at least get to a spot where you make your proclamation that, okay, you're no longer a team fighting 500. You're now 4 games above 500 for the first time in a long time. So a 4-1 trip, you come home at 35-28. Now you can really talk about seeding, and we can put aside the whole notion of the play-in game.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that's right now what this has become. I mean, I don't want to act like they've suddenly secured one of these top 8 spots. The Mavericks are only a half game behind. The Kings are only a game behind. The Kings have won a couple of games in a row, but we were talking about this even a week or 2 ago, where it was like, it looked like after the trade deadline, it's one thing to say you've acquired Jimmy Butler, that's great, but a lot of other things happening up and down the Western Conference that looked like they were turning the Warriors' way, from the Anthony Davis injury to the De'Aaron Fox trade to the Victor Wembanyama injury, to Kawhi still being in and out of the lineup there, and then obviously the Luka trade and how that sort of had this ripple effect. So you add it all up, and it felt like the Warriors were going to have an opportunity to move up the board, and that has been confirmed in the last handful of games since that discussion started.
And you feel like you should be able to continue moving up based on your opponents and also how you've been playing, because you've won 7 of 10, which goes back from before Jimmy was here. You've won 4 in a row, and I mentioned it during the crossover. The last time you won 7 games in a row was in the 2021-22 season, which culminated. Yeah, Mark, it was a culmination sensation is what it was. Cha-ching! Into a championship. I'll take that for you, Lucas. I know you're doing 5 jobs at once, but I'm not saying if they win 7 that this will be that. But if you win 7 in a row, you have to get to 5 in a row first, which would be tonight. But you're starting to feel like this thing is humming.
Well, I don't care who's on the schedule. If you win 7 in a row, you're playing some really good basketball. But you're right. Got a few more to go before we can start having that discussion. To me, tonight might even actually be the most important game of the trip, because this is sort of that like tweener game. Orlando's not great. You're better than them, but they're also not horrible. They're not Charlotte and Philadelphia. You should win those games even if you're sleepwalking. But this is the one that I think will really tell me, are the Warriors ready for battle if they can go out and perform the way we expect them to in this one tonight?
Yeah, and Orlando highly motivated. They are a team also thinking about getting out of the play-in. They're 4.5 games out of the 6th seed, but you're home, and if you're Orlando, you've been much better at home. And the team they're trailing, Mark, Detroit, they and Cleveland have each won 8 in a row.
Brother, not just 8 in a row. Did you see them pull apart the Boston Celtics last night?
Yes.
Because it's one thing to go on a winning streak like you were just talking about. You win 7 in a row, I don't care who you're playing. But then when you make it 8 and do it over a team like Boston, like, listen to who the Pistons have beaten on that winning streak. It was Philadelphia, Charlotte, Chicago, San Antonio, Atlanta, and then the Clippers. There's maybe 1.5 impressive games in there.
Yep.
But you're like, but you won 7 in a row. That's great. Well, then Boston comes to town. They beat them by 20.
Yeah.
They blew them off the floor last night. Detroit is real. They will be here at Chase Center in 9 days.
They treated Boston like a treat at Cinnabon. They pulled them apart. They pulled them apart, and then they ate the gooey center.
That one caught me a little off guard.
I'm sure
like,
it did.
Where's he going with this
Well, no,
one?
because you talked about they pulled them apart, and I was thinking about what you pull apart, and I thought about Cinnabon.
You could have gone with ribs that fall off the bone, but you went with Cinnabon, and that's fine.
Yeah, but normally when you eat you get that thing right in your mouth, and you go eat it. But when you get to Cinnabon and you get that fresh Cinnabon, you're going to pull that thing apart now.
Yeah.
And that's what they did to Boston.
If I'm at Cinnabon, I got other questions about what's going on. But anyway.
Okay.
Back
I thought I'd go there.
Today, and you did. And today's injury report is brought to you.
Thank you. Good transition.
Yeah, by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. The injury report is going to lead to the discussion of the week, which we can get into a little bit, let you hear what some of the players and coaches had to say as well. Jonathan Kuminga is again out, still with that ankle sprain. He is practicing. He's working his way back. Kerr had said earlier in the week that Kuminga is now getting in full court, 5-on-5 scrimmage time, progressing well, is with the team on the road trip. They expect him to return at some point soon. They didn't really name a day, but every game now, it's possible that it's the next game. Like, it's definitely not tonight. Saturday, maybe. There's an outside chance. When you get to the little two-step on Monday and Tuesday, feels like I would cap it there. Like, I do think we're going to see Jonathan Kuminga at the latest. I think we see him in New York on Tuesday, but possibly earlier.
I'd agree with that. And we talked to Steve earlier in the week, and he was mentioning a scrimmage on this road trip with some guys who don't play a lot and other coaches. I wanted to ask Steve if that would include him, but I don't think that it would. Steve coming up on getting close to being 60. I don't know if he wants to run up and down, but game tonight and then travel to Philly, not that far from Orlando to Philly. You would think that tomorrow there'll be that scrimmage with coaches and lower end bench guys, and Kuminga can then rest on Saturday, see how you're doing. Maybe you do it again on Sunday, or maybe you gear up and you have him play Monday or Tuesday. I think you're right.
Only other player on the injury list for the Warriors is Trace Jackson Davis. He has got an illness but is available. I don't know what the hell it would take for him to actually get on the floor, but he is available. For the Magic, Jalen Suggs and Mo Wagner are out. Cole Anthony and, wait for this name, Mac McClung are available for the Orlando Magic tonight. We'll see if he actually gets to play real basketball for once.
Wouldn't that be a treat? Mac McClung has appeared in almost as many dunk contests as he has NBA games.
Correct.
The score is 5-3. NBA games 5, dunk contests 3.
Amazing. It's amazing. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all your devices. All right, back to Jonathan Kuminga. And this is what a lot of people have wanted to talk about this week, for sure. And it is the reintegration of Jonathan Kuminga, how we feel about that. And look, I don't know why you wouldn't be hopeful. I think it's easy to be hopeful that a team that's playing well gets yet another really good player back, and a player who, by the way, does some things that no one else on the team does. That's great. That's the good part to me. The hard part is situational for Kuminga. And I do think that this is as much of a mental challenge as it is a physical challenge. You're coming back to a new team. You're coming back to a team that's doing some things differently a little bit than what was happening before and has a big new presence on the floor in Jimmy Butler. But also you're doing it at a time where you've got your last 20-some-odd games before it's contract extension time. And so I think it's incredibly hard for Kuminga to not press and push and force it and all of that in these games, especially when you're coming back from injury and you have to deal with that part of it too, the physical part. So you'll hear from Draymond Green in a minute on how it's maybe their job to help him through that, but I don't think it's a small challenge.
It's a big challenge, and I think the challenge falls on other players as well. Players who are going to be fighting for their playing time, and I'm thinking about Moses Moody as a primary example because over the course of the last 20 games since JK has been out, Moses is playing more. He's playing better. He's impacting it more. He's playing the 4. Steve loves him at the 4. I do think he'll keep starting at that spot. But when JK comes back, Moses will probably hear a little bit of footsteps.
Here's Jimmy Butler on this idea of Kuminga's return and how it will go to transition him in.
I think it's going to be easy. Hella athletic, can shoot it, can score in a multitude of ways, and can guard. He can definitely guard. So I think he's going to come back and do what he's been doing. My job is just to make it even easier on him. So come on back and help us get some dubs.
Help us get some dubs. Yeah, that is the easy part, might be the basketball part. Again, I think the The challenge for Jonathan Kuminga is to not think too much, especially if there are moments where it doesn't go exactly like he'd like it to. And you would think coming back from a long-term injury, there might be some of those moments. And Draymond Green talked about all of that at length. So first, here's what Draymond says with regard to fitting Kuminga back in.
You're integrating another dynamic player who can switch positions, who get out in transition, who can score the basketball. Like I said, we haven't done anything spectacular offensively. It's not like we've put in a bunch of sets since Jimmy's been here. We've kind of taught him a few of the sets that we already had that we liked, and that's it. And so I don't think he's necessarily coming back to a completely different offense. I think he's coming back to a team with a completely different mentality, and he'll be fine picking that up.
Okay, so both Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green expressed confidence. But to me, Dibs, this is the sound clip. This is the one that gets really interesting.
This is the clip.
This is the one where Draymond talks about the mental side of what Kuminga might face.
As a team, we just got to let him know that you don't have to get it back in one day. You've been out for, he's been out now, almost 2 months? 2 months. Yeah. You missed, and the thing is, it ain't like it was the first 2 months. Like these last 2 months that he's been out is kind of when people starting to, you're in game shape, you're starting to look towards the playoffs and gearing up for that. And so he's missed a pretty important 2 months. And saying that, you can't and you're not going to get it all back in one day. But as a competitor, like you said, he does have the contract situation coming up, all those things. Naturally, you want to press a little bit because you don't get this far being someone who doesn't want to make those things happen. And so naturally, you can start to press a little bit. And I think it's on us as leaders, on us as teammates, to let him know and also make him feel comfortable. Like, it's not going to happen in one night. And as long as he understands that, and that's a tough thing to understand. I've been in contract situations before. That's tough as hell to understand. Like, you want to come back and make it all happen. You drive yourself crazy, though. All of a sudden, that first night don't go well. You go home, man, you going nuts. And so I think he just got to come back and, more importantly than anybody else, he got to give himself some grace as he kind of works his way back, because, man, you drive yourself crazy worrying about all those things, and the reality is just build back gradually and play well. We're preparing to go on a nice run. You'll have plenty of time to prove exactly who we all already know he is.
As often is the case with Draymond Green, he is the one that will go into a subject at length. He did so there, and I found that to be honest and real and fascinating and all of those things at once.
And the end of it, too, he's like, you're going to have plenty of time to go out there and show people and do what you need to do. And I just wonder about Kuminga's mindset, because I was looking at the numbers. The last 17 games before injury, he was averaging 15 shots a game. He shot 47% from the floor, 37 from three, 20 points a night.
Yep.
So if you're Jonathan, you're thinking, I want to pick up where I left off, which is 15 shots a night, 29 minutes. I'm out there, I'm playing, I'm cooking, I'm scoring. He was efficient and all the rest of it. But now, like Draymond said, the scheme hasn't changed, but the mindset has. And now, you got Jimmy Butler. So I don't think that Kuminga is going to get 15 shots a night when he comes back. So how can he feel productive? How can he feel like he's contributing when he plays a few less minutes and he gets a few less shots?
And this is the reestablishment of the Steve Kerr rotation challenge that has been so widely discussed.
Yeah, for years.
For 2 years now. And if not more. And so now we kind of go back to that, because I would argue this is the first time all year where you've gotten a Warrior lineup that you really go, okay, I know exactly what they're doing. Like, I haven't looked at anything right now, but I'd bet a lot of money that I know who's starting tonight, because we know what the starting lineup is. It's going to be Draymond and Jimmy and Brandon and Moses and Steph. And they're going to go out there and start, and then you've got your rotation. It's shorter because of the trade. You don't have as many players to play. Everyone knows their role. There you go. You bring a presence like Kuminga back in, and I'm not saying this is a bad thing, but you've got to figure out how to get him in there and not take some of these other players who seemingly have all hit their stride at once. You don't want to take that away from them. That's hard to do.
Especially when you want to get Jonathan Kuminga back to feeling good about his minutes and his contract and all the rest of his contributions to the game. And the real interesting one, and I'll save it for my take you to the bank prediction, which is coming up. but I think it's Moses Moody's the big one who's going to be affected.
It feels that way. They often play the same position. They're both young players coming up. They're both players who have shown that when you give them a lot of minutes, they're going to give you their best stuff. And so now, with both of them producing, at least in recent games, Jonathan before he got hurt and Moses now having the best stretch of his career, man, how do you stifle that? But you're not allowed to play 6 players.
Yeah.
So, difficult situation, and everybody is very curious to see how this plays out. It might start happening real soon. Okay, as Dibs mentioned, here we go. Time for the Take It to the Bank prediction, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Only because this was my underdog play of the night, I'm going to stick right with it and put as much energy toward it as possible. Give me Brandon Podziemski higher than 12.5 points. I think the only way he doesn't get that is if the Warriors blow him off the floor again. And Brandon is sitting in the fourth quarter. Outside of that, he's gotten much more consistent, scoring kind of between 15 to 20 points a night the last handful of games.
Yeah, and mine goes to Moses Moody, and I don't know what the exact underdog number is, but I know he's averaging 9.6 a game. The underdog number is probably higher than that because he's hit double figures in 16 of his last 18. He's only had 2 games where he failed to reach 10 points. He's averaging 13 a night over the last 18 games, so I'm going to guess that his over-under is at 11.5. I'm going to go over Moses Moody. Even if it's 12.5, I'm going over.
Okay, so you've already hit one, which is that you nailed what his over-under is.
11.5.
11.5.
I'm going over.
We'll find out later tonight if you're right about that as well. But you're 1 for 1 with regard to guessing what his number is.
16 of his last 18, he's been into double digits. And I do think with Kuminga footsteps coming, I think that Moses is going to play with just a little bit of an extra import.
Well, and I also think that a game like this, I do think with the Warriors, they've been on cruise control all 3 of their games since the All-Star break. I don't foresee that tonight. I think Orlando's going to put up a fight. I do think the Warriors end up winning this one by 7 to 10 points in the end, but I'm preparing myself for what may be another one of these Warriors patented clutch games. Like, Orlando is solid enough. They're a pretty good defensive basketball team. They're horrible on offense, which is why I really like the Warriors, because the Warriors have ramped up their defense, and I think they can hold Orlando down, possibly even under 100 points tonight. So I really do like the Dubs. But as far as these over-unders with individuals, sometimes what you need is you need a close game so that they're going to play all the way to the end, and I do think we're going to get that tonight against the Magic. So get ready for a little bit of stress for the first time since the All-Star game.
A little bit. I don't think that Moses is necessarily going to be that affected by it because, he plays 26 minutes, or at least he has over the last 18 games. And even if the game is a little bit lopsided, he's probably more likely to be a guy who's in there in not full garbage time, like dumpster time, but, light garbage time or recycling time, compost time, where before you really bring in Pat and all the rest of the fellas, I think that Moses has a chance to get some fourth quarter run in a blowout.
It's not garbage time. It's not compost time. It's out-of-town NBA game of the night time. And it is sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. There are 5 games around the league tonight, including the Warriors and Magic, of course, the out-of-town game of the night. And this one's pretty watchable, too. Ant and the Minnesota Timberwolves are in L.A. visiting the Lakers. This is clearly a game that the Warriors have interest in, and in fact, Warrior fans might suggest that you're a Laker fan tonight.
What?
That's awkward. It might be better for Minnesota to lose, I would argue.
Nice.
Luka's coming off of a triple-double in that first game against the Mavericks since the trade. Anthony Edwards playing incredible ball right now. He's averaging over 32 a night in the month of February, and the month of February has, checks notes, 2 nights left.
That's it.
That's all we got. So he's probably going to average over 30 for the month. Pretty impressive stuff. Warriors do play the Lakers in L.A. one more time this season. That'll happen on April 3rd, and SFO obviously can get you down there for that game, no problem. And that is the out-of-town game of the night, sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. I think it's interesting that I spotlighted Podziemski, you spotlighted Moses Moody. There's always intrigue around Kuminga, but I would argue since the Jimmy Butler trade, there's the Butler part of it Okay, fine.
Yeah.
That's what's brand new. But it is incredible to me how the vibe, the view, the perspective surrounding those two young players, Podziemski and Moody, has really changed here in the second half of the season. And it's not just Butler related. Like Podziemski, since the injury, has really been something else. And this is clearly, for me, the most consistent minutes and the most consistent play that we've ever seen from Moses Moody. So as Podziemski's only in year 2 and Moody now has a fresh extension, these are two young players that I think are going to be on the Warriors for a really long time, unless there's some sort of a large trade. But they're locked up for a long time. And I'm very, very encouraged about the Warriors' near-term future because of what we're seeing from those two guys. It now feels like they almost have a depth of young players when you add in Kuminga to this conversation.
Agreed. And if Moses continues to play like he has of late, and I highlighted the last 18 games where he's getting real minutes, he's only making $11 million a year. So that becomes a bargain deal. And Pods is still a little bit away from where he gets his extension. So you've got a couple more years of him making peanuts as well. And you can't help but think about what Jimmy has done for both of them and how much better they've looked with that extra gravity going to Jimmy Butler.
Well, and I don't know, going back to the larger conversation, if that is a sign of things to come with Jonathan Kuminga, because even Steve Kerr has openly talked about letting Jimmy Butler and Kuminga not only be together on the floor, but off the floor, like get in the film room together. If the arrival of Butler has meant blank for Podziemski and Moody, does it mean that same blank for Jonathan Kuminga? And if the answer is yes, well, then, my friend, we might be cooking.
Yeah.
You know?
Cooking with gas.
Cooking with gas.
I mean, if Kuminga can come back and have Jimmy affect him the way Jimmy's affected Pods and Moses, and he fits in seamlessly, all of a sudden now you're deep, you're athletic, and you're dangerous.
We got a basketball game coming up. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. You want to do it again tomorrow?
I do, but it's Ella's birthday. Happy birthday, young Ella.
I'm going to take it off then. Fine. Let's go to the arena now.